Section 1 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 1. Absent or dead, still let a friend be dear. A sigh the absent claims, the dead a tear. Pope. In the flattest and least agreeable part of the county of Essex, about 5 miles from the sea, is situated a village or small town which may be known in these pages by the name of Longfield. Longfield is distant 8 miles from any market town, but the simple inhabitants, limiting their desires to their means of satisfying them, are scarcely aware of the kind of desert in which they are placed. Although only 50 miles from London, few among them have ever seen the metropolis. Some claim that distinction from having visited cousins in Lothbury and viewed the lions in the Tower. There is a mansion belonging to a wealthy nobleman within 4 miles, never inhabited except when a parliamentary election is going forward. No one of any pretension to consequence resided in this secluded nook, except the Honourable Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry. She ought to have been the shining star of the place, and she was only its better angel. Benevolent, gentle, and unassuming, this fair sprig of nobility had lived from youth to age in the abode of her forefathers, making a part of this busy world only through the kindliness of her disposition and her constant affection for one who was far away. The mansion of the Fitzhenry family, which looked upon the village green, was wholly incommensurate to our humblest ideas of what belongs to nobility, yet it stood in solitary splendor, the great house of Longfield. From time immemorial, its possessors had been the magnates of the village. Half of it belonged to them, and the whole voted according to their wishes. Cut off from the rest of the world, they claimed here a consideration and a deference which, with the moderate income of $1,500 a year, they would have vainly sought elsewhere. There was a family tradition that a Fitzhenry had sat in Parliament, but the time arrived when they were to rise to greater distinction. The father of the lady, whose name has been already introduced, enjoyed all the privileges attendant on being an only child. Extraordinary efforts were made for his education. He was placed with a clergyman near Harwich, and imbibed in that neighbourhood so passionate a love for the sea, that though tardily and with regret, his parents at last permitted him to pursue a naval career. He became a brave, a clever, and a lucky officer. In a contested election, his father was the means of ensuring the success of the government candidate, and the promotion of his son followed. Those were the glorious days of the English navy, towards the close of the American War, and when that war terminated, and the admiral, now advanced considerably beyond middle life, returned to the Sabine farm, of which he had by course of descent become proprietor, he returned adorned with the rank of a peer of the realm, and with sufficient wealth to support respectably the dignity of the baronial title. Yet an obscure fate pursued the house of Fitzhenry, even in its ennobled condition. The new lord was proud of his elevation as a merited reward, but next to the deck of his ship he loved the tranquil precincts of his paternal mansion, and here he spent his latter days in peace. Midway in life he had married the daughter of the rector of Longfield. Various fates had attended the offspring of this union. Several died, and at the time of his being created a peer, Lord Lodore found himself a widower with 2 children, Elizabeth, who had been born 12 years before, and Henry, whose recent birth had cost the life of his hapless and lamented mother. But those days were long since passed away, and the first Lord Lodore, with most of his generation, was gathered to his ancestors. To the new-sprung race that filled up the vacant ranks, his daughter Elizabeth appeared a somewhat ancient but most amiable maiden, whose gentle melancholy was not, according to innumerable precedents in the traditions regarding unmarried ladies, attributed to an ill-fated attachment, but to the disasters that had visited her house, and still clouded the fortunes of her family. What these misfortunes originated from, or even in what they consisted, was not exactly known, especially at Longfield, whose inhabitants were no adepts in the gossip of the metropolis. It was believed that Mrs. Elizabeth's brother still lived, that some very strange circumstances had attended his career in life was known, but conjecture fell lame when it tried to proceed beyond these simple facts. It was whispered as a wonder and a secret that though Lord Lodore was far away, no one knew where. His lady, as the Morning Post testified in its lists of fashionable arrivals and fashionable parties, was a frequent visitor to London. Once or twice the bolder gossips, male or female, had resolved to sound, as they called it, Mrs. Elizabeth on the subject, but the fair spinster, though inoffensive to a proverb, and gentle beyond the wont of her gentle sex, was yet gifted with a certain dignity of manner and a quiet reserve that checked these good people at their very outset. Henry Fitzhenry was spoken of by a few of the last generation as having been a fine, bold, handsome boy, generous, proud, and daring. He was remembered when, as a youth, he departed for the Continent, as riding fearlessly the best hunter in the field, and attracting the admiration of the village maidens at church by his tall, elegant figure and dark eyes, or when he chanced to accost them by a nameless fascination of manner, joined to a voice whose thrilling silver tones stirred the listener's heart unaware. He left them like a dream, nor appeared again till after his father's death, when he paid his sister a brief visit. There was then something singularly grave and abstracted about him. When he rode, it was not among the hunters, though it was soft February weather, but in the solitary lanes, or with lightning speed over the moors, when the sun was setting and shadows gathered round the landscape. Again, some years after he had appeared among them, he was then married, and Lady Lodore accompanied him. They stayed but 3 days. There was something of fiction in the way in which the appearance of the lady was recorded, an angel bright with celestial hues, breathing heaven, and spreading a halo of calm and light around, as it winged swift way amidst the dusky children of earth. Such ideas seemed to appertain to the beautiful apparition, remembered as Lord Lodore's wife. She was so young that time played with her as a favourite child, so ethereal in look that the language of flowers could alone express the delicate fairness of her skin, or the tints that sat upon her cheek, so light in motion and so graceful. To talk of eye or lip, of height or form, or even of the colour of her hair, the villagers could not, for they had been dazzled by an assemblage of charms before undreamt of by them. Her voice won adoration, and her smile was as the sudden withdrawing of a curtain displaying paradise upon earth. Her lord's tall, manly figure was recollected but as a background, a fitting one, and that was all they would allow to him for this resplendent image. Nor was it remembered that any excessive attachment was exhibited between them. She had appeared indeed but as a vision, a creature from another sphere, hastily gazing on an unknown world, and lost before they could mark more than that void came again, and she was gone. Since that time Lord Lodore had been lost to Longfield. Some few months after, Mrs. Elizabeth visited London on occasion of a christening, and then after a long interval it was observed that she never mentioned her brother, and that the name of his wife acted as a spell to bring an expression of pain over her sedate features. Much talk circulated, and many blundering rumours went their course through the village, and then faded like smoke in the clear air. Some mystery there was. Lodore was gone, his place vacant. He lived, yet his name, like those of the dead, haunted only the memories of men, and was allied to no act or circumstance of present existence. He was forgotten, and the inhabitants of Longfield, returning to their obscurity, proceeded in their daily course, almost as happy as if they had had their lord among them, to vary the incidents of their quiet existence with the proceedings of the great house. Yet his sister remembered him. In her heart his image was traced indelibly, limned in the colours of life. His form visited her dreams, and was the unseen, yet not mute, companion of her solitary musings. Years stole on, casting their clouding shadows on her cheek, and stealing the colour from her hair, but Lodore, was before her in bright youth, her brother, her pride, her hope. To muse on the possibility of his return, to read the few letters that reached her from him, till their brief sentences seemed to imply volumes of meaning, was the employment that made winter nights short, summer days swift in their progress. This dreamy kind of existence, added to the old-fashioned habits which a recluse who lives in a state of singleness is sure to acquire, made her singularly unlike the rest of the world, causing her to be a child in its ways, and inexpert to detect the craftiness of others. Lodore, in exile and obscurity, was in her eyes the first of human beings. She looked forward to the hour when he would blaze upon the world with renewed effulgence, as to a religious promise. How well did she remember, how in grace of person, how in expression of countenance and dignity of manner, he transcended all those whom she saw during her visit to London on occasion of the memorable christening. That from year to year this return was deferred did not tire her patience nor diminish her regrets. He never grew old to her, never lost the lustre of early manhood, and when the boyish caprice which kept him afar was sobered, so she framed her thoughts by the wisdom of time, he would return again to bless her and to adorn the world. The lapse of 12 years did not change this notion, nor the fact that if she had cast up an easy sum in arithmetic, the parish register would have testified her brother had now reached the mature age of 50. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Section 2 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 2. Settled in some secret nest, in calm leisure let me rest, and far off the public stage pass away my silent age. Seneca, Marvell's translation. 12 years previous to the opening of this tale, an English gentleman, advanced to middle age, accompanied by an infant daughter and her attendant, arrived at a settlement in the district of the Illinois in North America. It was at the time when this part of the country first began to be cleared, and a newcomer with some show of property was considered a welcome acquisition. Still, the settlement was too young, and the people were too busy in securing for themselves the necessaries of life for much attention to be paid to anything but the overt acts of the stranger, the number of acres which he bought, which were few, the extent of his clearings, and the number of workmen that he employed, both of which were proportionately to his possession in land on a far larger scale than that of any of his fellow colonists. Like magic, a commodious house was raised on a small height that embanked the swift river. Every vestige of forest disappeared from its immediate vicinity, replaced by agricultural cultivation, and a garden bloomed in the wilderness. His laborers were many, and golden harvests shone in his fields, while the dark forest or untilled plain seemed yet to set at defiance the efforts of his fellow settlers, and at the same time comforts of so civilized a description that the Americans termed them luxuries appeared in the abode and reigned in the domestic arrangements of the Englishman, although to his eye everything was regulated by the strictest regard to republican plainness and simplicity. He did not mingle much in the affairs of the colony, yet his advice was always to be commanded, and his assistance was readily afforded. He superintended the operations carried on his own land, and it was observed that they differed often both from American and English modes of agriculture. When questioned, he detailed practices in Poland and Hungary, and gave his reasons why he thought them applicable to the soil in question. Many of these experiments, of course, failed. Others were eminently successful. He did not shun labor of any sort. He joined the hunting parties, and made one on expeditions that went out to explore the neighboring wilds and the haunts of the native Indians. He gave money for the carrying on any necessary public work, and came forward willingly when called upon for any useful purpose. In any time of difficulty or sorrow, on the overflowing of the stream or the failure of a crop, he was earnest in his endeavors to aid and to console. But with all this, there was an insurmountable barrier between him and the other inhabitants of the colony. He never made one at their feasts, nor mingled in the familiar communications of daily life. His dwelling, situated at the distance of a full mile from the village, removed him from out of the very hearing of their festivities and assemblies. He might labor in common with others, but his pleasures were all solitary, and he preserved the utmost independence as far as regarded the sacred privacy of his abode, and the silence he kept in all concerns regarding himself alone. At first the settlement had to struggle with all the difficulties attendant on colonization. It grew rapidly, however, and bid fair to become a busy and large town, when it met with a sudden check. A new spot was discovered a few miles distant, possessing peculiar advantages for commercial purposes. An active, enterprising man engaged himself in the task of establishing a town there on a larger scale and with greater pretensions. He succeeded, and its predecessor sunk at once into insignificance. It was matter of conjecture among them whether Mr. Fitzhenry, so was named the English stranger, would remove to the vicinity of the more considerable town, but no such idea seemed to have occurred to him. Probably he rejoiced in an accident that tended to render his abode so entirely secluded. At first the former town rapidly declined, and many a log hut fell to ruin, but at last, having sunk into the appearance and name of a village, it continued to exist, bearing few marks of that busy, enterprising stir which usually characterizes a new settlement in America. The ambitious and scheming had deserted it. It was left to those who courted tranquillity and desired the necessaries of life without the hope of great future gain. It acquired an almost old-fashioned appearance. The houses began to look weather-worn, and none with fresh faces sprung up to shame them. Extensive clearings, suddenly checked, gave entrance to the forests without the appendages of a manufacture or a farm. The sound of the axe was seldom heard, and primeval quiet again took possession of the wild. Meanwhile, Mr. Fitzhenry continued to adorn his dwelling with imported conveniences, the result of European art, and to spend much time and labor in making his surrounding land assume somewhat of the appearance of pleasure ground. He lived in peace and solitude, and seemed to enjoy the unchanging tenor of his life. It had not always been so. During the first 3 or 4 years of his arrival in America, he had evidently been unquiet in his mind, and dissatisfied with the scene around him. He gave directions to his workmen, but did not overlook their execution. He took great pains to secure a horse whose fiery spirit and beautiful form might satisfy a fastidious connoisseur. Having with much trouble and expense got several animals of English breed together, he was perpetually seen mounted and forcing his way amid the forest land, or galloping over the unencumbered country. Sadness sat on his brow and dwelt in eyes peculiarly expressive of tenderness and melancholy. Pietosi a riguardare amue parce. Often when in conversation on uninteresting topics, some keen sensation would pierce his heart, his voice faltered, and an expression of unspeakable wretchedness was imprinted on his countenance, mastered after a momentary struggle, yet astounding to the person he might be addressing. Generally, on such occasions, he would seize an immediate opportunity to break away and to remain alone. He had been seen, believing himself unseen, making passionate gestures and heard uttering some wild exclamations. Once or twice he had wandered away into the woods and not returned for several days, to the exceeding terror of his little household. He evidently sought loneliness, there to combat unobserved with the fierce enemy that dwelt within his breast. On such occasions, when intruded upon and disturbed, he was irritated to fury. His resentment was expressed in terms ill adapted to republican equality, and no one could doubt that in his own country he had filled a high station in society, and been educated in habits of command, so that he involuntarily looked upon himself as of a distinct and superior race to the human beings that each day crossed his path. In general, however, this was only shown by a certain loftiness of demeanor and cold abstraction which might annoy, but could not be resented. Any ebullition of temper he was not backward to atone for by apology and to compensate by gifts. There was no tinge of misanthropy in Fitzhenry's disposition. Even while he shrunk from familiar communication with the rude and unlettered, he took an interest in their welfare. His benevolence was active, his compassion readily afforded. It was quickness of feeling, and not apathy, that made him shy and retired. Sensibility checked and crushed, an ardent thirst for sympathy which could not be allayed in the wildernesses of America, begot a certain appearance of coldness altogether deceptive. He concealed his sufferings, he abhorred that they should be pried into, but this reserve was not natural to him, and it added to the misery which his state of banishment occasioned. Quiet to quick bosoms is a hell. And so was it with him. His passions were powerful and had been ungoverned. He writhed beneath the dominion of sameness, and tranquillity allied to loneliness possessed no charms. He groaned beneath the chains that fettered him to the spot where he was withering in inaction. They caused unutterable throes and paroxysms of despair. Ennui, the demon, waited at the threshold of his noiseless refuge, and drove away the stirring hopes and enlivening expectations which form the better part of life. Sensibility in such a situation is a curse. Men become cannibals of their own hearts. Remorse, regret, and restless impatience usurp the place of more wholesome feeling. Everything seems better than that which is, and solitude becomes a sort of tangible enemy, the more dangerous because it dwells within the citadel itself. Borne down by such emotions, Fitzhenry was often about to yield to the yearnings of his soul, and to fly from repose into action, however accompanied by strife and wretchedness. To leave America, to return to Europe, and to face at once all the evils which he had journeyed so far to escape. He did not. He remained. His motives for flight returned on him with full power after any such paroxysm, and held him back. He despised himself for his hesitation. He had made his choice and would abide by it. He was not so devoid of manliness as to be destitute of fortitude, or so dependent a wretch as not to have resources in himself. He would cultivate these, and obtain that peace which it had been his boast that he should experience. It came at last. Time and custom accomplished their task, and he became reconciled to his present mode of existence. He grew to love his home in the wilderness. It was all his own creation, and the pains and thought he continued to bestow upon it rendered it doubly his. The murmur of the neighboring river became the voice of a friend. It welcomed him on his return from any expedition, and he hailed the first echo of it that struck upon his ear from afar with a thrill of joy. Peace descended upon his soul. He became enamored of the independence of solitude and the sublime operations of surrounding nature. All further attempts at cultivation having ceased in his neighborhood, from year to year nothing changed except at the bidding of the months, in obedience to the varying seasons. Nothing changed except that the moss grew thicker and greener upon the logs that supported his roof, that the plants he cultivated increased in strength and beauty, and that the fruit trees yielded their sweet produce in greater abundance. The improvements he had set on foot displayed in their progress the taste and ingenuity of their projector, and as the landscape became more familiar, so did 1,000 associations twine themselves with its varied appearances, till the forests and glades became as friends and companions. As he learnt to be contented with his lot, the inequalities of humour and singularities of conduct which had at first attended him died away. He had grown familiar with the persons of his fellow colonists, and their various fortunes interested him. Though he could find no friend, tempered like him nursed in the delicacies and fastidiousness of the societies of the old world, though he, a china vase, dreaded too near a collision with the brazen ones around, yet though he could not give his confidence or unburthen the treasure of his soul, he could approve of, and even feel affection for, several among them. Personal courage, honesty, and frankness were to be found among the men, simplicity and kindness among the women. He saw instances of love and devotion in members of families that made him sigh to be one of them, and the strong sense and shrewd observations of many of the elder settlers exercised his understanding. They opened, by their reasonings and conversation, a new source of amusement, and presented him with another opiate for his too busy memory. Fitzhenry had been a patron of the fine arts, and thus he had loved books, poetry, and the elegant philosophy of the ancients. But he had not been a student. His mind was now in a fit state to find solace in reading and excitement in the pursuit of knowledge. At first he sent for a few books, such as he wished immediately to consult, from New York, and made slight additions to the small library of classical literature he had originally brought with him on his emigration. But when once the desire to instruct himself was fully aroused in his mind, he became aware how slight and inadequate his present library was, even for the use of one man. Now each quarter brought chests of a commodity he began to deem the most precious upon earth. Beings with human forms and human feelings he had around him, but as if made of coarser, half-kneaded clay, they wanted the divine spark of mind and the polish of taste. He had pined for these, and now they were presented to him. Books became his friends. They, when rightly questioned, could answer to his thoughts. Plato could elevate, Epictetus calm his soul. He could revel with Ovid in the imagery presented by a graceful though voluptuous imagination, and hang enchanted over the majesty and elegance of Virgil. Homer was as a dear and revered friend, Horace a pleasant companion. English, Italian, German, and French all yielded their stores in turn, and the abstruse sciences were often a relaxation to a mind whose chief bane was its dwelling too entirely upon one idea. He made a study also of the things peculiarly befitting his present situation, and he rose in the estimation of those around as they became aware of his talents and his knowledge. Study and occupation restored to his heart self-complacency, which is an ingredient so necessary to the composition of human happiness. He felt himself to be useful, and knew himself to be honored. He no longer asked himself, "Why do I live?" or looked on the dark, rapid waves and longed for the repose that was in their gift. The blood flowed equably in his veins. A healthy temperance regulated his hopes and wishes. He could again bless God for the boon of existence, and look forward to future years, if not with eager anticipation, yet with a calm reliance upon the power of good, wholly remote from despair. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Section 3 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 3. Miranda. Alack, what trouble was I then to you? Prospero. Oh, A cherubim thou wast, that did preserve me. The Tempest. Such was the Englishman who had taken refuge in the furthest wilds of an almost untenanted portion of the globe. Like a Corinthian column, left single amidst the ruder forms of the forest oak, standing in alien beauty, a type of civilization and the arts among the rougher, though perhaps not less valuable growth of nature's own. Refined to fastidiousness, sensitive to morbidity, the stranger was respected without being understood, and loved, though the intimate of none. Many circumstances have been mentioned as tending to reconcile Fitzhenry to his lot, and yet one has been omitted, chiefest of all. The growth and development of his child was an inexhaustible source of delight and occupation. She was scarcely 3 years old when her parent first came to the Illinois. She was then a plaything and an object of solicitude to him, and nothing more. Much as her father loved her, he had not then learned to discover the germ of the soul just nascent in her infant form, nor to watch the formation, gradual to imperceptibility, of her childish ideas. He would watch over her as she slept, and gaze on her as she sported in the garden, with ardent and unquiet fondness, and from time to time instill some portion of knowledge into her opening mind. But this was all done by snatches and at intervals. His affection for her was the passion of his soul, but her society was not an occupation for his thoughts. He would have knelt to kiss her footsteps as she bounded across the grass, and tears glistened in his eyes as she embraced his knees on his return from any excursion, but her prattle often wearied him, and her very presence was sometimes the source of intense pain. He did not know himself how much he loved her till she became old enough to share his excursions and be a companion. This occurred at a far earlier age than would have been the case had she been in England, living in a nursery with other children. There is a peculiarity in the education of a daughter, brought up by a father only, which tends to develop early 1,000 of those portions of mind which are folded up, and often destroyed under mere feminine tuition. He made her fearless by making her the associate of his rides, yet his incessant care and watchfulness, the observant tenderness of his manner, almost reverential on many points, springing from the difference of sex, tended to soften her mind and make her spirit ductile and dependent. He taught her to scorn pain, but to shrink with excessive timidity from anything that entrenched on the barrier of womanly reserve which he raised about her. Nothing was dreaded, indeed, by her except his disapprobation, and a word or look from him made her, with all her childish vivacity and thoughtlessness, turn as with a silken string and bend at once to his will. There was an affectionateness of disposition kneaded up in the very texture of her soul, which gave it its very form and pressure. It accompanied every word and action, it revealed itself in her voice, and hung like light over the expression of her countenance. Her earliest feeling was love of her father. She would sit to watch him, guess at his thoughts, and creep close or recede away as she read encouragement, or the contrary, in his eyes and gestures. Except him, her only companion was her servant, and very soon she distinguished between them, and felt proud and elate when she quitted her for her father's side. Soon she almost never quitted it. Her gentle and docile disposition rendered her unobtrusive, while her inexhaustible spirits were a source of delightful amusement. The goodness of her heart endeared her still more, and when it was called forth by any demand made on it by him, it was attended by such a display of excessive sensibility as at once caused him to tremble for her future happiness, and love her 10,000 times more. She grew into the image on which his eye doted, and for whose presence his heart perpetually yearned. Was he reading or otherwise occupied, he was restless, if yet she were not in the room, and she would remain in silence for hours, occupied by some little feminine work, and all the while watching him, catching his first glance towards her, and obeying the expression of his countenance before he could form his wish into words. When he left her for any of his longer excursions, her little heart would heave and almost burst with sorrow. On his return, she was always on the watch to see, to fly into his arms, and to load him with infantine caresses. There was something in her face that at this early age gave token of truth and affection and asked for sympathy. Her large brown eyes, such as are called hazel, full of tenderness and sweetness, possessed within their depths an expression and a latent fire which stirred the heart. It is difficult to describe or by words to call before another's mind the picture so palpable to our own. The moulding of her cheek, full just below the eyes and ending in a soft oval, gave a peculiar expression, at once beseeching and tender, and yet radiant with vivacity and gladness. Frankness and truth were reflected on her brow like flowers in the clearest pool. The thousand nameless lines and mouldings which create expression were replete with beaming innocence and irresistible attraction. Her small chiseled nose, her mouth so delicately curved, gave token of taste. In the whole was harmony, and the upper part of the countenance seemed to reign over the lower and to ennoble it, making her usual placid expression thoughtful and earnest, so that not until she smiled and spoke did the gaiety of her guileless heart display itself, and the vivacity of her disposition give change and relief to the picture. Her figure was light and airy, tall at an early age, and slender. Her rides and rambles gave elasticity to her limbs, and her step was like that of the antelope, springy and true. She had no fears, no deceit, no untold thought within her. Her matchless sweetness of temper prevented any cloud from ever dimming her pure loveliness. Her voice cheered the heart, and her laugh rang so true and joyous on the ear that it gave token in itself of the sympathizing and buoyant spirit which was her great charm. Nothing with her centered in self. She was always ready to give her soul away. To please her father was the unsleeping law of all her actions, while his approbation imparted a sense of such pure but entire happiness that every other feeling faded into insignificance in the comparison. In the first year of exile and despair, Fitzhenry looked forward to the long-drawn succession of future years with an impatience of woe difficult to be borne. He was surprised to find, as he proceeded in the quiet path of life which he had selected, that instead of an increase of unhappiness, 1,000 pleasures smiled around him. He had looked on it as a bitter task to forget that he had a name and country both abandoned forever. Now the thought of these seldom recurred to his memory. His forest home became all in all to him. Wherever he went, his child was by his side to cheer and enliven him. When he looked on her and reflected that within her frame dwelt spotless innocence and filial piety, that within that lovely bower of flesh not one thought or feeling resided that was not akin to heaven in its purity and sweetness, he, as by infection, acquired a portion of the calm enjoyment which she in her taintless youth naturally possessed. Even when any distant excursion forced him to absent himself, her idea followed him to light him cheerily on his way. He knew that he should find her on his return busied in little preparations for his welcome. In summer time the bower and the garden would be adorned. In the inclement season of winter the logs would blaze on the hearth, his chair be drawn towards the fire, the stool for Ethel at his feet, with nothing to remind him of the past save her dear presence, which drew its greatest charm not from that but from the present. Fitzhenry forgot the 1,000 delights of civilization for which formerly his heart had painfully yearned. He forgot ambition and the enticements of gay vanity. Peace and security appeared the greatest blessings of life, and he had them here. Ethel herself was happy beyond the knowledge of her own happiness. She regretted nothing in the old country. She grew up among the grandest objects of nature, and they were the sweet influences to excite her to love and to a sense of pleasure. She had come to the Illinois attended by a black woman and her daughter, whom her father had engaged to attend her at New York, and had been sedulously kept away from communication with the settlers, an arrangement which it would have been difficult to bring about elsewhere. But in this secluded and almost deserted spot the usual characteristics of the Americans were scarcely to be found. Most of the inhabitants were emigrants from Scotland, a peaceable, hard-working population. Ethel lived alone in their lonely dwelling. Had she been of a more advanced age when taken from England, her curiosity might have been excited by the singularity of her position. But we rarely reason about that which has remained unchanged since infancy. Taking it as a part of the immutable order of things, we yield without a question to its control. Ethel did not know that she was alone. Her attendants she was attached to, and she idolized her father. His image filled all her little heart. Playmates she had none, save a fawn and a kid, a dog grown old in her service, and a succession of minor favorites of the animal species. It was Fitzhenry's wish to educate his daughter to all the perfection of which the feminine character is susceptible. As the first step, he cut her off from familiar communication with the unrefined, and watching over her with the fondest care, kept her far aloof from the very knowledge of what might, by its baseness or folly, contaminate the celestial beauty of her nature. He resolved to make her all that woman can be of generous, soft, and devoted, to purge away every alloy of vanity and petty passion, to fill her with honor, and yet to mold her to the sweetest gentleness, to cultivate her tastes and enlarge her mind, yet so to control her acquirements as to render her ever pliant to his will. She was to be lifted above every idea of artifice or guile, or the caballing spirit of the worldling. She was to be single-hearted, yet mild. A creature half poetry, half love, one whose pure lips had never been tainted by an untruth, an enthusiastic being who could give her life away for the sake of another, and yet who honored herself as a consecrated thing, reserved for one worship alone. She was taught that no misfortune should penetrate her soul except such as visited her affections or her sense of right, and that, set apart from the vulgar uses of the world, she was connected with the mass only through another, that other now her father and only friend, hereafter whosoever her heart might select as her guide and head. Fitzhenry drew his chief ideas from Milton's Eve, and adding to this the romance of chivalry, he satisfied himself that his daughter would be the embodied ideal of all that is adorable and estimable in her sex. The instructor can scarcely give sensibility where it is essentially wanting, nor talent to the unpercipient block. But he can cultivate and direct the affections of the pupil, who puts forth as a parasite tendrils by which to cling, not knowing to what, to a supporter or a destroyer. The careful rearer of the ductile human plant can instill his own religion and surround the soul by such a moral atmosphere as shall become to its latest day the air it breathes. Ethel, from her delicate organization and quick parts, was sufficiently plastic in her father's hands. When not with him, she was the playmate of nature. Her birds and pet animals, her untaught but most kind nurse, were her associates. She had her flowers to watch over, her music, her drawings, and her books. Nature, wild, interminable, sublime, was around her. The ceaseless flow of the brawling stream, the widespread forest, the changes of the sky, the career of the wide-winged clouds, when the winds drove them athwart the atmosphere, or the repose of the still and stirless summer air, the stormy war of the elements, and the sense of trust and security amidst their loudest disturbances, were all circumstances to mold her ever unconsciously to an admiration of all that is grand and beautiful. A lofty sense of independence is in man the best privilege of his nature. It cannot be doubted but that it were for the happiness of the other sex that she were taught more to rely on and act for herself. But in the cultivation of this feeling, the education of Fitzhenry was lamentably deficient. Ethel was taught to know herself dependent. The support of another was to be as necessary to her as her daily food. She leant on her father as a prop that could not fail, and she was wholly satisfied with her condition. Her peculiar disposition, of course, tinged Fitzhenry's theories with colours not always their own, and her entire want of experience in intercourse with her fellow creatures gave a more decided tone to her sense of dependence than she could have acquired if the circumstances of her daily life had brought her into perpetual collision with others. She was habitually cheerful even to gaiety, yet her character was not devoid of petulance, which might become rashness or self-will if left to herself. She had a clear and upright spirit, and suspicion or unkindness roused her to indignation or sunk her into the depths of sorrow. Place her in danger and tell her she must encounter it, and she called up all her courage and became a heroine. But on less occasions difficulties dismayed and annoyed her, and she longed to escape from them into that dreamy existence for which her solitary mode of life had given her a taste. Active in person, in mind she was too often indolent, and apt to think that while she was docile to the injunctions of her parent, all her duties were fulfilled. She seldom thought and never acted for herself. With all this, she was so caressingly affectionate, so cheerful and obedient, that she inspired her father with more than a father's fondness. He lived but for her and in her. Away, she was present to his imagination, the lodestone to draw him home and to fill that home with pleasure. He exalted her in his fancy into angelic perfection, and nothing occurred to blot the fair idea. He, in prospect, gave up his whole life to the warding off every evil from her dear and sacred head. He knew, or rather believed, that while we possess one real, devoted, and perfect friend, we cannot be truly miserable. He said to himself, though he did not love to dwell on the thought, that of course cares and afflictions might hereafter befall her, but he was to stand the shield to blunt the arrows of sorrow, the shelter in which she might find refuge from every evil ministration. The worst ills of life, penury and desertion, she could never know, and surely he who would stand so fast by her through all, whose nightly dream and waking thought was for her good, would even, when led to form other connections in life, so command her affections as to be able to influence her happiness. Not being able to judge by comparison, Ethel was unaware of the peculiarity of her good fortune in possessing such a father, but she loved him entirely, looked up to him, and saw in him the reward of every exertion, the object of each day's employment. In early youth we have no true notion of what the realities of life are formed, and when we look forward it is without any correct estimate of the chances of existence. Ethel's visionary ideas were all full of peace, seclusion, and her father. America, or rather the little village of the Illinois which she inhabited, was all the world to her, and she had no idea that nearly everything that connected her to society existed beyond the far Atlantic, in that tiny isle which made so small a show upon her maps. Fitzhenry never mentioned these things to his daughter. She arrived at the age of 15 without forming a hope that should lead her beyond the pale which had hitherto enclosed her, or having imagined that any train of circumstances might suddenly transplant her from the lonely wilderness to the thronged resorts of mankind. End of Volume 1, Chapter 3. Section 4 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 4. Les déserts sont faits pour les amants, mais l'amour ne se fait pas au désert. Le Barbier de Paris. 12 years had led Ethel from infancy to childhood, and from child's estate to the blooming season of girlhood. It had brought her father from the prime of a man's life to the period when it began to decline. Our feelings probably are not less strong at 50 than they were 10 or 15 years before, but they have changed their objects and dwell on far different prospects. At 35, a man thinks of what his own existence is. When the maturity of age has grown into its autumn, he is wrapped up in that of others. The loss of wife or child then becomes more deplorable as being impossible to repair, for no fresh connection can give us back the companion of our earlier years, nor a new-sprung race compensate for that whose career we hoped to see run. Fitzhenry had been a man of violent passions. They had visited his life with hurricane and desolation. Were these dead within him? The complacency that now distinguished his physiognomy seemed to vouch for internal peace. But there was an abstracted melancholy in his dark eyes, a look that went beyond the objects immediately before him, that seemed to say that he often anxiously questioned fate, and meditated with roused fears on the secrets of futurity. Educating his child and various other employments had occupied and diverted him. He had been content. He asked for no change, but he dreaded it. Often when packets arrived from England, he hesitated to open them. He could not account for his newborn anxieties. Was change approaching? How long will you be at peace? Such warning voice startled him in the solitude of the forests. He looked round, but no human being was near, yet the voice had spoken audibly to his sense. And when a transient air swept the dead leaves near, he shrunk as if a spirit passed, invisible to sight, and yet felt by the subtle atmosphere as it gave articulation and motion to it. How long shall I be at peace? A thrill ran through his veins. Am I then now at peace? Do love and hate and despair no longer wage their accustomed war in my heart? And is it true that, gently flowing as my days have lately been, that during their course I have not felt those mortal throes that once made life so intolerable a burthen? It is so. I am at peace. Strange state for suffering mortality. And this is not to last? My daughter, there only am I vulnerable, yet have I surrounded her with a sevenfold shield. My own sweet Ethel, how can I avert from your dear head the dark approaching storm? But this is folly. These waking dreams are the curse of inaction and solitude. Yesterday I refused to accompany the exploring party. I will go. I am not old. Fatigue as yet does not seem a burthen, but I shall sink into premature age if I allow this indolence to overpower me. I will set out on this expedition, and thus I shall no longer be at peace. Fitzhenry smiled as if thus he were cheating destiny. The proposed journey was one to be made by a party of his fellow settlers to trace the route between their town and a large one 200 miles off, to discover the best mode of communication. There was nothing very arduous in the undertaking. It was September, and hunting would diversify the tediousness of their way. Fitzhenry left his daughter under the charge of her attendants to amuse herself with her books, her music, her gardening, her needle, and more than all, her new and very favorite study of drawing and sketching. Hitherto the pencil had scarcely been one of her occupations, but an accident gave scope to her acquiring in it that improvement for which she found that she had prodigious inclination, and she was assured no inconsiderable talent. The occasion that had given rise to this new employment was this. 3 or 4 months before, a traveller arrived for the purpose of settling, who claimed a rather higher intellectual rank than those around him. He was the son of an honest tradesman of the city of London. He displayed early signs of talent, and parental fondness gave him opportunities of cultivating it. The means of his family were small, but some of the boy's drawings having attracted the attention of an artist, he entered upon the profession of a painter, with sanguine hopes of becoming hereafter an ornament to it. 2 obstacles were in the way of his success. He wanted that intense love of his art, that enthusiastic perseverance in labor which distinguishes the man of genius from the man of talent merely. He regarded it as a means, not an end. Probably, therefore, he did not feel that capacity in himself for attaining first-rate excellence which had been attributed to him. He had a taste also for social pleasures and vulgar indulgencies, incompatible with industry and with that refinement of mind which is so necessary an adjunct to the cultivation of the imaginative arts. Whitelock had none of all this, but he was quick, clever, and was looked on among his associates as a spirited, agreeable fellow. The death of his parents left him in possession of their little wealth. Depending for the future on the resources which his talent promised him, he dissipated the 200 or 300 pounds which formed his inheritance. Debt, difficulties, with consequent abstraction from his profession, completed his ruin. He arrived at the Illinois in search of an uncle on whose kindness he intended to depend, with $6 in his purse. His uncle had long before disappeared from that part of the country. Whitelock found himself destitute. Neither his person, which was diminutive, nor his constitution, which was delicate, fitted him for manual labor, nor was he acquainted with any mechanic art. What could he do in America? He began to feel very deeply the inroads of despair when, hearing of the superior wealth of Mr. Fitzhenry, and that he was an Englishman, he paid him a visit, feeling secure that he could interest him in his favor. The emigrant's calculations were just. His distinguished countryman exerted himself to enable the young man to obtain a subsistence. He established him in a school, and gave him his best counsels how to proceed. Whitelock thanked him, commenced the most odious task of initiating the young Americans in the rudiments of knowledge, and sought meanwhile to amuse himself to the best of his power. Fitzhenry's house he first made his resort. He was not to be baffled by the reserved courtesy of his host. The comfort and English appearance of the exile's dwelling were charming to him, and while he could hear himself talk, he fancied that every one about him must be satisfied. Fitzhenry was excessively annoyed. There was an innate vulgarity in his visitant, and an unlicensed familiarity that jarred painfully with the refined habits of his sensitive nature. Still, in America he had been forced to tolerate even worse than this, and he bore Whitelock's intrusions as well as he could, seeking only to put such obstacles in the way of his too frequent visits as would best serve to curtail them. Whitelock's chief merit was his talent. He had a real eye for the outward forms of nature, for the tints in which she loves to robe herself, and the beauty in which she is forever invested. He occupied himself by sketching the surrounding scenery, and gave life and interest to many a savage glade and solitary nook, which, till he came, had not been discovered to be picturesque. Ethel regarded his drawings with wonder and delight, and easily obtained permission from her father to take lessons in the captivating art. Fitzhenry thought that of all occupations, that of the pencil, if pursued earnestly and with real taste, most conduced to the student's happiness. Its scope is not personal display, as is the case most usually with music, and yet it has a visible result which satisfies the mind that something has been done. It does not fatigue the attention like the study of languages, yet it suffices to call forth the powers and to fill the mind with pleasurable sensations. It is a most feminine occupation, well replacing on a more liberal and rational scale the tapestry of our grandmothers. Ethel had already shown a great inclination for design, and her father was glad of so favorable an opportunity for cultivating it. A few difficulties presented themselves. Whitelock had brought his own materials with him, but he possessed no superfluity, and they were not to be procured at the settlement. The artist offered to transfer them all, for Ethel's convenience, to her own abode, so that he might have free leave to occupy himself there also. Fitzhenry saw all the annoyances consequent on this plan, and it was finally arranged that his daughter should, 3 or 4 times a week, visit the schoolhouse, and in a little room, built apart for her especial use, pursue her study. The habit of seeing and instructing his lovely pupil awoke new ideas in Whitelock's fruitful brain. Who was Mr. Fitzhenry? What did he in the Illinois? Whitelock sounded him carefully, but gathered no information, except that this gentleman showed no intention of ever quitting the settlement. But this was much. He was evidently in easy circumstances. Ethel was his only child. She was here a garden rose amidst briars, and Whitelock flattered himself that his position was not materially different. Could he succeed in the scheme that all these considerations suggested to him, his fortune was made, or at least he should bid adieu forever to blockhead boys and the dull labors of instruction. As these views opened upon him, he took more pains to ingratiate himself with Fitzhenry. He became humble, he respectfully sought his advice, and while he contrived 1,000 modes of throwing himself in his way, he appeared less intrusive than before, and yet he felt that he did not get on. Fitzhenry was kind to him as a countryman in need of assistance. He admired his talent as an artist, but he shrunk from the smallest approach to intimacy. Whitelock hoped that he was only shy, but he feared that he was proud. He tried to break through the barrier of reserve opposed to him, and he became a considerable annoyance to the recluse. He waylaid him during his walks with his daughter, forced his company upon them, and forging 1,000 obliging excuses for entering their dwelling, he destroyed the charm of their quiet evenings, and yet tempered his manners with such shows of humility and gratitude as Fitzhenry could not resist. Whitelock next tried his battery on the young lady herself. Her passion for her new acquirement afforded scope for his enterprising disposition. She was really glad to see him whenever he came, questioned him about the pictures which existed in the old world, and with a mixture of wonder and curiosity began to think that there was magic in an art that produced the effects which he described. With all the enthusiasm of youth, she tried to improve herself, and the alacrity with which she welcomed her master or hurried to his school looked almost like, Whitelock could not exactly tell what, but here was ground to work upon. When Fitzhenry went on the expedition already mentioned, Ethel gave up all her time with renewed ardor to her favorite pursuit. Early in the morning she was seen tripping down to the schoolhouse, accompanied by her faithful Negro woman. The attendant used her distaff and spindle, Ethel her brush, and the hours flew unheeded. Whitelock would have been glad that her eyes had not always been so intently fixed on the paper before her. He proposed sketching from nature. They made studies from trees, and contemplated the changing hues of earth and sky together. While talking of tints and tones of color spread over the celestial hemisphere and the earth beneath, were it not an easy transition to speak of those which glistened in a lady's eye, or warmed her cheek? In the solitude of his chamber, thus our adventurer reasoned, and wondered each night why he hesitated to begin. Whitelock was short and ill-made. His face was not of an agreeable cast. It was impossible to see him without being impressed with the idea that he was a man of talent, but he was otherwise decidedly ugly. This disadvantage was counterbalanced by an overweening vanity, which is often to be remarked in those whose personal defects place them a step below their fellows. He knew the value of an appearance of devotion, and the power which an acknowledgment of entire thraldom exercises over the feminine imagination. He had succeeded ill with the father, but after all, the surest way was to captivate the daughter. The affection of her parent would induce him to ratify any step necessary to her happiness, and the chance afforded by this parent's absence for putting his plan into execution might never again occur. Why then delay? It was perhaps strange that Fitzhenry, alive to the smallest evil that might approach his darling child, and devoted to her sole guardianship, should have been blind to the sort of danger which she ran during his absence. But the paternal protection is never entirely efficient. A father avenges an insult, but he has seldom watchfulness enough to prevent it. In the present instance, the extreme youth of Ethel might well serve as an excuse. She was scarcely 15, and light-hearted and blithe, none but childish ideas had found place in her unruffled mind. Her father yet regarded her as he had done when she was wont to climb his knee, or to gambol before him. He still looked forward to her womanhood as to a distant event, which would necessitate an entire change in his mode of living, but which need not for several years enter into his calculations. Thus, when he departed, he felt glad to get rid, for a time, of Whitelock's disagreeable society. But it never crossed his imagination that his angelic girl could be annoyed or injured, meanwhile, by the presumptuous advances of a man whom he despised. Ethel knew nothing of the language of love. She had read of it in her favorite poets, but she was yet too young and guileless to apply any of its feelings to herself. Love had always appeared to her blended with the highest imaginative beauty and heroism, and thus was in her eyes at once awful and lovely. Nothing had vulgarized it to her. The greatest men were its slaves, and according as their choice fell on the worthy or unworthy, they were elevated or disgraced by passion. It was the part of a woman so to refine and educate her mind as to be the cause of good alone to him whose fate depended on her smile. There was something of the Orondante's vein in her ideas, but they were too vague and general to influence her actions. Brought up in American solitude, with all the refinement attendant on European society, she was aristocratic, both as regarded rank and sex. But all these were as yet undeveloped feelings, seeds planted by the careful paternal hand, not yet called into life or growth. Whitelock began his operations, and was obliged to be explicit to be at all understood. He spoke of misery and despair. He urged no plea, sought no favor, except to be allowed to speak of his wretchedness. Ethel listened. Eve listened to the serpent, and since then her daughters had been accused of an aptitude to give ear to forbidden discourse. He spoke well, too, for he was a man of unquestioned talent. It is a strange feeling for a girl, when first she finds the power put into her hand of influencing the destiny of another to happiness or misery. She is like a magician holding for the first time a fairy wand, not having yet had experience of its potency. Ethel had read of the power of love, but a doubt had often suggested itself of how far she herself should hereafter exercise the influence which is the attribute of her sex. Whitelock dispelled that doubt. He impressed on her mind the idea that he lived or died through her fiat. For one instant vanity awoke in her young heart, and she tripped back to her home with a smile of triumph on her lips. The feeling was short-lived. She entered her father's library, and his image appeared to rise before her, to regulate and purify her thoughts. If he had been there, what could she have said to him, she who never concealed a thought? Or how would he have received the information she had to give? What had happened had not been the work of a day. Whitelock had for a week or two proceeded in an occult and mysterious manner, but this day he had withdrawn the veil, and she understood much that had appeared strange in him before. The dark, expressive eyes of her father she fancied to be before her, penetrating the depths of her soul, discovering her frivolity, and censuring her lowly vanity, and even though alone, she felt abashed. Our faults are apt to assume giant and exaggerated forms to our eyes in youth, and Ethel felt degraded and humiliated, and remorse sprung up in her gentle heart, substituting itself for the former pleasurable emotion. The young are always in extremes. Ethel put away her drawings and paintings. She secluded herself in her home, and arranged so well that, notwithstanding the freedom of American manners, Whitelock contrived to catch but a distant glimpse of her during the one other week that intervened before her father's return. Troubled at this behavior, he felt his bravery ooze out. To have offended Fitzhenry was an unwise proceeding at best. But when he remembered the haughty and reserved demeanor of the man, he recoiled trembling from the prospect of encountering him. Ethel was very concise in the expressions she used to make her father, on his return, understand what had happened during his absence. Fitzhenry heard her with indignation and bitter self-reproach. The natural impetuosity of his disposition returned on him like a stream which had been checked in its progress, but which had gathered strength from the delay. On a sudden, the future, with all its difficulties and trials, presented itself to his eyes, and he was determined to go out to meet them, rather than to await their advent in his seclusion. His resolution formed, and he put it into immediate execution. He would instantly quit the Illinois. The world was before him, and while he paused on the western shores of the Atlantic, he could decide upon his future path. But he would not remain where he was another season. The present, the calm, placid present, had fled like morning mist before the new risen breeze. All appeared dark and turbid to his heated imagination. Change alone could appease the sense of danger that had risen within him. Change of place, of circumstances, of all that for the last 12 years had formed his life. How long am I to remain at peace? The prophetic voice heard in the silence of the forests recurred to his memory and thrilled through his frame. Peace! Was I ever at peace? Was this unquiet heart ever still, as one by one the troubled thoughts which are its essence have risen and broken against the barriers that embank them? Peace! My own Ethel! All I have done, all I would do, is to gift thee with that blessing which has forever fled the thirsting lips of thy unhappy parent. And thus, governed by a fevered fancy and untamed passions, Fitzhenry forgot the tranquil lot which he had learnt to value and enjoy, and quitting the haven he had sought, as if it had never been a place of shelter to him, unthankful for the many happy hours which had blessed him there, he hastened to reach the stormier seas of life, whose breakers and whose winds were ready to visit him with shipwreck and destruction. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Section 5 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 5. The boy is father of the man. Wordsworth. Fitzhenry, having formed his resolution, acted upon it immediately, and yet, while hastening every preparation for his departure, he felt return upon him that inquietude and intolerable sense of suffering which of late years had subsided in his soul. Now and then it struck him as madness to quit his house, his garden, the trees of his planting, the quiet abode which he had reared in the wilderness. He gave his orders, but he was unable to command himself to attend to any of the minutiae of circumstance connected with his removal. As when he first arrived, again he sought relief in exercise and the open air. He felt each ministration of nature to be his friend, and man in every guise to be his enemy. He was about to plunge among them again. What would be the result? Yet this was no abode for the opening bloom of Ethel, For her good, his beloved and safe seclusion must be sacrificed, and that he was acting for her benefit and not his own served to calm his mind. She contemplated their migration with something akin to joy. We could almost believe that we are destined by Providence to an unsettled position on the globe, so invariably is a love of change implanted in the young. It seems as if the eternal lawgiver intended that at a certain age man should leave father, mother, and the dwelling of his infancy to seek his fortunes over the wide world. A few natural tears Ethel shed. They were not many. She, usually so resigned and quiet in her feelings, was now in a state of excitement. Dreamy, shadowy visions floated before her of what would result from her journey, and curiosity and hope gave life and a bright coloring to the prospect. The day came at last. On the previous Sunday she had knelt for the last time in church on the little hassock which had been hers from infancy, and walked along the accustomed pathway towards her home for the last time. During the afternoon she visited the village to bid adieu to her few acquaintances. The sensitive refinement of Fitzhenry had caused him to guard his daughter jealously from familiar intercourse with their fellow settlers, even as a child. But she had been accustomed to enter the poorer cottages to assist the distressed, and now and then to partake of tea-drinking with the minister. This personage, however, was not stationary. At one time they had had a venerable old man whom Ethel had begun to love. But latterly the pastor had not been a person to engage her liking, and this had loosened her only tie with her fellow colonists. The day came. The father and daughter, with 3 attendants, entered their carriage and wound along the scarcely formed road. One by one they passed, and lost sight of objects that for many years had been woven in with the texture of their lives. Fitzhenry was sad. Ethel wept unconstrainedly, plentiful showery tears, which cost so much less to the heart than the few sorrowful drops which in after life we expend upon our woes. Still, as they proceeded, the objects that met their eyes became less familiar and less endeared. They began to converse, and when they arrived at their lodging for the night, Ethel was cheerful, and her father, mastering the unquiet feelings which disturbed him, exerted himself to converse with her on such topics as would serve to introduce her most pleasantly to the new scenes which she was about to visit. There was one object, however, which lay nearest to the emigrant's heart, to which he had not yet acquired courage to allude. His own position in the world, his former fortunes, and the circumstances that had driven him from Europe to seek peace and obscurity in the wilderness. It was a strange tale, replete with such incidents as could scarcely be made intelligible to the nursling of solitude, one difficult for a father to disclose to his daughter, involving besides a consideration of his future conduct, to which he did not desire to make her a party. Thus they talked of the cities they might see, and the strange sights she would behold, and but once did her father refer to their own position. After a long silence, on his part sombre and abstracted, as Prospero asked the ever-sweet Miranda, so did Fitzhenry inquire of his daughter if she had memory of aught preceding their residence in the Illinois, and Ethel, as readily as Miranda, replied in the affirmative. "And what, my love, do you remember? Gold lace liveries and spacious apartments?" Ethel shook her head. "It may be the memory of a dream that haunts me," she replied, "and not a reality. But I have frequently the image before me of having been kissed and caressed by a beautiful lady, very richly dressed." Fitzhenry actually started at this reply. "I have often conjectured," continued Ethel, that lovely vision was my dear mother, and that when you lost her, you despised all the rest of the world and exiled yourself to America." Ethel looked inquiringly at her father as she made this leading remark, but he, in a sharp and tremulous accent, repeated the words, "Lost her." "Yes," said Ethel, "I mean, is she not lost? Did she not die?" Fitzhenry sighed heavily, and turning his head towards the window on his side, became absorbed in thought, and Ethel feared to disturb him by continuing the conversation. It has not been difficult all along for the reader to imagine that the lamented brother of the Honorable Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry and the exile of the Illinois are one. And while father and daughter are proceeding on their way towards New York, it will be necessary for the interpretation of the ensuing pages to dilate somewhat on the previous history of the father of our lovely heroine. It may be remembered that Henry Fitzhenry was the only son of Admiral Lord Lodore. He was from infancy the pride of his father and the idol of his sister, and the lives of both were devoted to exertions for his happiness and well-being. The boy soon became aware of their extravagant fondness, and could not do less in consequence than fancy himself a person of considerable importance. The distinction that Lord Lodore's title and residence bestowed upon Longfield made his son and heir a demigod among the villagers. As he rode through it on his pony, every one smiled on him and bowed to him, and the habit of regarding himself superior to all the world became too much an habit to afford triumph, though any circumstances that had lessened his consequence in his own eyes would have been matter of astonishment and indignation. His personal beauty was the delight of the women, his agility and hardihood the topic of the men of the village. For although essentially spoiled, he was not pampered in luxury. His father, with all his fondness, would have despised him heartily had he not been inured to hardship and rendered careless of it. Rousseau might have passed his approbation upon his physical education, while his moral nurture was the most perniciously indulgent. Thus, at the same time, his passions were fostered, and he possessed none of those habits of effeminacy which sometimes stand in the gap, preventing our young self-indulged aristocracy from rebelling against the restraints of society. Still, generous and brave as was his father, benevolent and pious as was his sister, Henry Fitzhenry was naturally led to love their virtues, and to seek their approbation by imitating them. He would not wantonly have inflicted a pang upon a human being, yet he exerted any power he might possess to quell the smallest resistance to his desires, and unless when they were manifested in the most intelligible manner, he scarcely knew that his fellow creatures had any feelings at all except pride and gladness in serving him, and gratitude when he showed them kindness. Any poor family visited by rough adversity, any unfortunate child enduring unjust oppression, he assisted earnestly and with all his heart. He was courageous as a lion, and upon occasion soft-hearted and pitiful. But once roused to anger by opposition, his eyes darted fire, his little form swelled, his boyish voice grew big, nor could he be pacified except by the most entire submission on the part of his antagonist. Unfortunately for him, submission usually followed any stand made against his authority, for it was always a contest with an inferior, and he was never brought into wholesome struggle with an equal. At the age of 13 he went to Eton, and here everything wore an altered and unpleasing aspect. Here were no servile menials nor humble friends. He stood one among many, equals, superiors, inferiors, all full of a sense of their own rights, their own powers. He desired to lead, and he had no followers. He wished to stand aloof, and his dignity, even his privacy, was perpetually invaded. His schoolfellows soon discovered his weakness. It became a byword among them, and was the object of such practical jokes as seemed to the self-idolizing boy at once frightful and disgusting. He had no resource. Did he lay his length under some favorite tree to dream of home and independence, his tormentors were at hand with some new invention to rouse and molest him. He fixed his large dark eyes on them, and he curled his lips in scorn, trying to awe them by haughtiness, and frowns and shouts of laughter replied to the concentrated passion of his soul. He poured forth vehement invective, and hootings were the answer. He had one other resource, and that in the end proved successful. A pitched battle or two elevated him in the eyes of his fellows, and as they began to respect him, so he grew in better humor with them and with himself. His good nature procured him friends, and the sun once more shone unclouded upon him. Yet this was not all. He put himself foremost among a troop of wild and uncivilized schoolboys, But he was not of them. His tastes, fostered in solitude, were at once more manly and dangerous than theirs. He could not distinguish the nice line drawn by the customs of the place between a pardonable resistance, or rather evasion of authority, and rebellion against it. And above all, he could not submit to practice, equivocation, and deceit. His first contests were with his schoolfellows, his next were with his masters. He would not stoop to shows of humility, nor tame a nature accustomed to take pride in daring and independence. He resented injustice wherever he encountered or fancied it. He equally spurned it when practiced on himself, or defended others when they were its object. Freedom was the watchword of his heart. Freedom from all trammels, except those of which he was wholly unconscious, imposed on him by his passions and pride. His good nature led him to side with the weak, and he was indignant that his mere fiat did not suffice to raise them to his own level, or that his representations did not serve to open the eyes of all around him to the true merits of any disputed question. He had a friend at school, a youth whose slender frame, fair effeminate countenance, and gentle habits rendered him ridiculous to his fellows, while an unhappy incapacity to learn his allotted tasks made him in perpetual disgrace with his masters. The boy was unlike the rest. He had wild fancies and strange, inexplicable ideas. He said he was a mystery to himself, he was at once so wise and foolish. The mere aspect of a grammar inspired him with horror, and a kind of delirious stupidity seized him in the classes, and yet he could discourse with eloquence, and pored with unceasing delight over books of the abstrusest philosophy. He seemed incapable of feeling the motives and impulses of other boys. When they jeered him, he would answer gravely with some story of a ghastly spectre, and tell wild legends of weird beings who roamed through the dark fields by night, or sat wailing by the banks of streams. Was he struck, he smiled and turned away. He would not fag, he never refused to learn, but could not. He was the scoff and butt and victim of the whole school. Fitzhenry stood forward in his behalf, and the face of things was changed. He insisted that his friend should have the same respect paid him as himself, and the boys left off tormenting him. When they ceased to injure, they began to like him, and he had soon a set of friends whom he solaced with his wild stories and mysterious notions. But his powerful advocate was unable to advance his causes with his masters, and the cruelty exercised on him revolted Fitzhenry's generous soul. One day he stood forth to expostulate, and to show wherefore Durham should not be punished for a defect. That was not his fault. He was ordered to be silent, and he retorted the command with fierceness. As he saw the slender, bending form of his friend seized to be led to punishment, he sprang forward to rescue him. This open rebellion astounded everyone. A kind of consternation, which feared to show the gladness it felt, possessed the boyish subjects of the Tyro kingdom. Force conquered, Fitzhenry was led away, and the masters deliberated what sentence to pass on him. He saved them from coming to a conclusion by flight. He hid himself during the day in Windsor Forest, and at night he entered Eton, and scaling a wall, tapped at the bedroom window of his friend. "Come," said he, "come with me. Leave these tyrants to eat their own hearts with rage. My home shall be your home." Durham embraced him, but would not consent. "My mother," he said, "I have promised my mother to bear all," and tears gushed from his large, light blue eyes. "But for her, the green grass of this spring were growing on my grave. I dare not pain her." "Be it so," said Fitzhenry. "Nevertheless, before the end of a month you shall be free. I am leaving this wretched place, where men rule because they are strong, for my father's house. I never yet asked for a thing that I ought to have, that it was not granted me. I am a boy here, there I am a man, and can do as men do. Representations shall be made to your parents. You shall be taken from school. We shall be free and happy together this summer at Longfield. Good night, I have far to walk. For the stage coachman would be shy of me near Eton, but I shall get to London on foot, and sleep tomorrow in my father's house. Keep up your heart, Derham. Be a man. This shall not last long. We shall triumph yet." End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Section 6 of Lodore, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 6. What is youth? A dancing billow winds behind and rocks before. Wordsworth. This exploit terminated Fitzhenry's career at Eton. A private tutor was engaged, who resided with the family for the purpose of preparing him for college, and at the age of 17 he was entered at Oxford. He still continued to cultivate the friendship of Derham. This youth was the younger son of a rich and aristocratic family, whose hopes and cares centered in their heir, and who cared little for the comfort of the younger. Derham had been destined for the sea, and scarcely did his delicate health and timid, nervous disposition exempt him from the common fate of a boy whose parents did not know what to do with him. The next idea was to place him in the church, and at last, at his earnest entreaty, he was permitted to go abroad to study at one of the German universities, so to prepare himself by a familiarity with modern languages for diplomacy. It was singular how well Fitzhenry and his sensitive friend agreed. The one looked up with unfeigned admiration, the other felt attracted by a mingled compassion and respect that flattered his vanity and yet served as excitement and amusement. From Derham, Fitzhenry imbibed in theory much of that contempt of the world's opinion and carelessness of consequences which was inherent in the one, but was an extraneous graft on the proud and imperious spirit of the other. Derham looked with calm yet shy superiority on his fellow creatures. Yet superiority is not the word, since he did not feel superior to, but different from. Incapable of sympathizing or extracting sympathy, he turned away with a smile and pursued his lonely path, thronged with visions and fancies, while his friend, when he met check or rebuff, would fire up, his eyes sparkling, his bosom heaving with intolerable indignation. After 2 years spent at Oxford, instead of remaining to take his degree, Fitzhenry made an earnest request to be permitted to visit his friend, who was then at Jena. It was but anticipating the period for his travels, and upon his promise to pursue his studies abroad, he won a somewhat reluctant consent from his father. Once on the continent, the mania of traveling seized him. He visited Italy, Poland, and Russia. He bent his wayward steps from north to south as the whim seized him. He became of age, and his father earnestly desired his return. But again and again he solicited permission to remain, from autumn till spring, and from spring till autumn, until the very flower of his youth seemed destined to be wasted in aimless rambles, and an intercourse with foreigners, that must tend to unnationalize him, and to render him unfit for a career in his own country. Growing accustomed to regulate his own actions, he changed the tone of request into that of announcing his intentions. At length he was summoned home to attend the deathbed of his father. He paid the last duties to his remains, provided for the comfortable establishment of his sister in the family mansion at Longfield, and then informed her of his determination of returning immediately to Vienna. During this visit he had appeared to live rather in a dream than in the actual world. He had mourned for his father, he paid the most affectionate attentions to his sister, but this formed, as it were, the surface of things. A mightier impulse ruled his inner mind. His life seemed to depend upon certain letters which he received, and when the day had been occupied by business, he passed the night in writing answers. He was often agitated in the highest degree, almost always abstracted in reverie. The outward man, the case of Lodore, was in England. His passionate and undisciplined soul was far away, evidently in the keeping of another. Elizabeth, sorrowing for the loss of her father, was doubly afflicted when she heard that it was her brother's intention to quit England immediately. She had fondly hoped that he would, adorned by his newly inherited title, and endowed with the gifts of fortune, step upon the stage of the world, and shine forth the hero of his age and country. Her affections, her future prospects, her ambition were all centered in him, and it was a bitter pang to feel that the glory of these was to be eclipsed by the obscurity and distant residence which he preferred. Accustomed to obedience, and to regard the resolutions of the men about her as laws with which she had no right to interfere, she did not remonstrate, she only wept. Moved by her tears, Lord Lodore made the immense sacrifice of 1 month to gratify her, which he spent in reading and writing letters at Longfield, in pacing the rooms or avenues absorbed in reverie, or in riding over the most solitary districts, with no object apparently in view except that of avoiding his fellow creatures. Elizabeth had the happiness of seeing the top of his head as he leant over his desk in the library, from a little hillock in the garden, which she sought for the purpose of beholding that blessed vision. She enjoyed also the pleasure of hearing him pace his room during the greater part of the night. Sometimes he conversed with her, and then how like a god he seemed! His extensive acquaintance with men and things, the novel but choice language in which he clothed his ideas, his vivid descriptions, his melodious voice, and the exquisite grace of his manner, made him rise like the planet of day upon her. Too soon her sun set. If ever she hinted at the prolongation of his stay, he grew moody, and she discovered with tearful anguish that his favourite ride was towards the sea, often to the very shore. "I seem half free when I only look upon the waves," he said. "They remind me that the period of liberty is at hand, when I shall leave this dull land for blank." A sob from his sister checked his speech, and he repented his ingratitude. Yet when the promised month had elapsed, he did not defer his journey a single day. Already had he engaged his passage at Harwich. A fair wind favoured his immediate departure. Elizabeth accompanied him on board. Almost she wished to be asked to sail with him. No word but that of a kind adieu was uttered by him. She returned to shore and watched his lessening sail. Wherefore did he leave his native country? Wherefore return to reside in lands whose language, manners, and religion were all at variance with his own? These questions occupied the gentle spinster's thoughts. She had little except such meditations to vary the hours as years stole on unobserved, and she continued to spend her blameless, tranquil days in her native village. The new Lord Lodore was one of those men not unfrequently met with in the world, whose early youth is replete with mighty promise, who as they advance in life continue to excite the expectation, the curiosity, and even the enthusiasm of all around them. But as the sun on a stormy day now and then glimmers forth, giving us hopes of conquering brightness, and yet slips down to its evening eclipse without redeeming the pledge, so do these men present every appearance of one day making a conspicuous figure, and yet to the end, as it were, they only gild the edges of the clouds in which they hide themselves, and arrive at the term of life, the promise of its dawn, unfulfilled. Passion and the consequent engrossing occupations usurped the place of laudable ambition and useful exertion. He wasted his noble energies upon pursuits which were mysteries to the world, yet which formed the sum of his existence. It was not that he was destitute of loftier aspirations. Ambition was the darling growth of his soul. But weeds and parasites, an unregulated and unpruned overgrowth, twisted itself around the healthier plant and threatened its destruction. Sometimes he appeared among the English in the capital towns of the continent, and was always welcomed with delight. His manners were highly engaging, a little reserved with men, unless they were intimates, attentive to women, and to them a subject of interest, they scarcely knew why. A mysterious fair one was spoken of as the cynosure of his destiny, and some desired to discover his secret, while others would have been glad to break the spell that bound him to this hidden star. Often for months he disappeared altogether, and was spoken of as having secluded himself in some unattainable district of northern Germany, Poland, or Courland. Yet all these erratic movements were certainly governed by one law, and that was love, love unchangeable and intense. Else wherefore was he cold to the attractions of his fair countrywomen? And why, though he gazed with admiration and interest on the families of lovely girls whose successive visitations on the continent strike the natives with such wonder, why did he not select some distinguished beauty with blue eyes and auburn locks as the object of his exclusive admiration? He had often conversed with such with seeming delight, but he could withdraw from the fascination unharmed and free. Sometimes a very kind and agreeable mamma contrived half to domesticate him, but after lounging and turning over music books and teaching steps for a week, he was gone, a farewell card probably the only token of regret. Yet he was universally liked, and the ladies were never weary of auguring the time to be not far off when he would desire to break the chains that bound him, and then he must marry. He was so quiet, so domestic, so gentle, that he would make doubtless a kind and affectionate husband. Among Englishmen he had a friend or two, by courtesy so called, who were eager for him to return to his native country and to enter upon public life. He lent a willing ear to these persuasions, and appeared annoyed at some secret necessity that prevented his yielding to them. Once or twice he had said that his present mode of life should not last forever, and that he would come among them at no distant day. And yet years stole on, and mystery and obscurity clouded him. He grew grave, almost sombre, and then almost discontented. Anyone habituated to him might have discovered struggles beneath the additional seriousness of his demeanor, struggles that promised final emancipation from his long-drawn thraldom. End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Section 7 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 7. Men oftentimes prepare a lot, which ere it finds them is not what suits with their genuine station. Shelley. At the age of 32, Lord Lodore returned to England. It was subject of discussion among his friends whether this was to be a merely temporary visit or whether he was about to establish himself finally in his own country. Meanwhile he became the lion of the day. As the reputed slave of the fair sex, he found favor in their gentle eyes. Even blooming 15 saw all that was romantic and winning in his subdued and graceful manners, and in the melancholy which dwelt in his dark eyes. The chief fault found with him was that he was rather taciturn, and that, from whatever cause, woman had apparently ceased to influence his soul to love. He avoided intimacies among them, and seemed to regard them from afar with observant but passionless eyes. Some spoke of a spent volcano, others of a fertile valley ravaged by storms, and turned into a desert, while many cherished the hope of renewing the flame or of replanting flowers on the arid soil. Lord Lodore had just emancipated himself from an influence which had become the most grievous slavery from the moment it had ceased to be a voluntary servitude. He had broken the ties that had so long held him, but this had not been done without such difficulties and struggles as made freedom less delightful from the languor and the regret that accompanied victory. Lodore had formed but one resolve, which was not to entangle himself again in unlawful pursuits, where the better energies of his mind were to be spent in forging deceptions and tranquilizing the mind of a jealous and unhappy woman. He entertained a vague wish to marry, and to marry one whom his judgment rather than his love should select. An unwise purpose, good in theory, but very defective in practice. Besides this new idea of marrying, which he buried as a profound secret in his own bosom, he wished to accustom himself to the manners and customs of his own country, so as to enable him to enter upon public life. He was fond of the country in England, and entered with zeal upon the pleasures of the chase. He liked the life led at the seats of the great, and endeavored to do his part in amusing those around him. Yet he did not feel one of them. Above all, he did not feel within him the charm of life, the glad spirit that looks on each returning day as a blessing, and which, gilding every common object with its own brightness, requires no lustre unborrowed from itself. All things palled upon Lodore. The light laughter and gentle voices of women were vacant of attraction. His sympathy was not excited by the discussions or pursuits of men. After striving for a whole year to awaken in himself an interest for some one person or thing, and finding all to be vanity, towards the close of a season in town of extreme brilliancy and variety to common eyes, of dullness and sameness to his morbid sense, he suddenly withdrew himself from the haunts of men, and plunging into solitude, tried to renovate his soul by self-communings and an intercourse with silent but most eloquent nature. Youth wasted, affections sown on sand, barren of return, wealth and station flung as weeds upon the rocks, a name whose gold was o'erdusted by the inertness of its wearer, such were the retrospections that haunted his troubled mind. He envied the ploughboy who whistled as he went, and the laborious cottager who each Saturday bestowed upon his family the hard-won and scanty earnings of the week. He pined for an aim in life, a bourne, a necessity to give zest to his palled appetite, and excitement to his satiated soul. It seemed to him that he could hail poverty and care as blessings, and that the dearest gifts of fortune, youth, health, rank, and riches were disguised curses. All these he possessed and despised. Gnawing discontent, energy rebuked and tamed into mere disquietude for want of a proper object, preyed upon his soul. Where could a remedy be found? No green spot of delight soothed his memory, no cheering prospect appeared in view. All was arid, gloomy, unsunned upon. He had wandered into Wales. He was charmed with the scenery and solitude about Raider Gowrie in Radnorshire, which lies amidst romantic mountains, and in immediate vicinity to a cataract of the Wye. He fixed himself for some months in a convenient mansion, which he found to let at a few miles from that place. Here he was secure from unwelcome visitors, or any communication with the throng he had left. He corresponded with no one, read no newspapers. He passed his day loitering beside waterfalls, clambering the steep mountains, or making longer excursions on horseback, always directing his course away from high roads or towns. His past life had been sufficiently interesting to afford scope for reverie, as he watched the sunbeams as they climbed the hills at evening, or the shadows of the clouds as they careered across the valleys. His heart by turns mourned or rejoiced over its freedom, and the change that had come over it, and stilled its warring passions. The only circumstance that in the least entrenched upon his feelings of entire seclusion was the mention, not unfrequently made to him by his servants, of the ladies at the farm. The idea of these ladies at first annoyed him, but the humble habitation which they had chosen, humble to poverty, impressed him with the belief that, however the ladies might awe-strike the Welsh peasantry, he should find in them nothing that would impress him with the idea of station. 2 or 3 times, at the distant sight of a bonnet, instead of the Welsh hat, he had altered his course to avoid the wearer. Once he had suddenly come on one of these wonders of the mountains. She might have passed for a very civilized kind of Abigail, but of course she was one of the ladies. As Lodore was neither a poet nor a student, he began at last to tire of loneliness. He was a little ashamed when he remembered that he had taken his present abode for a year. However, he satisfied his conscience by a resolve to return to it, and began seriously to plan crossing the country to visit his sister in Essex. He was, during one of his rides, deliberating on putting this resolve into execution on the very next morning, when suddenly he was overtaken by a storm. The valley through which his path wound was narrow, and the gathering clouds overhead made it dark as night. The lightning flashed with peculiar brightness, and the thunder, loud and bellowing, was re-echoed by the hills and reverberated along the sky in terrific pealings. It was more like a continental storm than any which Lodore had ever witnessed in England, and imparted to him a sensation of thrilling pleasure, till, as the rain came down in torrents, he began to think of seeking some shelter, at least for his horse. Looking round for this, he all at once perceived a vision of white muslin beneath a ledge of rock, which could but half protect the gentle wearer. Frightened she was too, as a slight shriek testified, when a bright flash, succeeded instantaneously by a loud peal of thunder, bespoke the presence of something like danger. Lodore's habitual tenderness of nature rendered it no second thought with him to alight and offer his services, and he was fully repaid when he saw her, who hailed with gladness a protector, though too frightened to smile, or scarcely to speak. She was very young, and more beautiful, Lodore was at once assured, than anything he had ever before beheld. Her fairness, increased by the paleness of terror, was even snowy. Her hair, scarcely dark enough for chestnut, too dark for auburn, clustered in rich curls on her brow. Her eyes were dark gray, long and full of expression, as they beamed from beneath their deeply fringed lids. But such description says little. It was not the form of eye or the brows arch, correct, and beautiful as these were in this lovely girl that imparted her peculiar attraction. Beyond these there was a radiance, a softness, an angel look that rendered her countenance singular in its fascination, an expression of innocence and sweetness, a pleading gentleness that desired protection, a glance that subdued because it renounced all victory, and this, now animated by fear, quickly excited in Lodore the most ardent desire to reassure and serve her. She leant as she stood against the rock, now hiding her face with her hands, now turning her eyes to her stranger companion, as if in appeal or disbelief, while he again and again protested that there was no danger, and strove to guard her from the rain, which still descended with violence. The thunder died away, and the lightning soon ceased to flash, but this continued, and while the color revisited the young girl's cheek, and her smiles, displaying 1,000 dimples, lighted up new charms, a fresh uneasiness sprung up in her of how she could get home. Her chaussure, ill-fitted even for the mountains, could not protect her for a moment from the wet. Lodore offered his horse, and pledged himself for its quietness and his care if she could contrive to sit in the saddle. He lifted her light form on to it, but the high-bred animal beginning a little to prance, she threw herself off into the arms of her new friend in a transport of terror, which Lodore could by no means assuage. What was to be done? He felt, light as she was, that he could carry her the short half-mile to her home, but this could not be offered. The rain was now over, and her only resource was to brave the humid soil in kid slippers. With considerable difficulty, half the journey was accomplished, when they met the lady whom Lodore had before seen, really the maid in attendance, who had come out to seek her young mistress, and to declare that my lady was beside herself with anxiety on her account. Lodore still insisted on conducting his young charge to her home, and the next day it was but matter of politeness to call to express his hope that she had not suffered from her exposure to the weather. He found the lovely girl, fresh as the morning, with looks all light and sweetness, seated beside her mother, a lady whose appearance was not so prepossessing, though adorned with more than the remains of beauty. She had once struck Lodore as disagreeable and forbidding. Still she was cordial in her welcome, grateful for his kindness, and so perfectly engrossed by the thought of and love for her child that Lodore felt his respect and interest awakened. An acquaintance thus begun between the noble recluse and the ladies of the farm proceeded prosperously. A month ago Lodore would not have believed that he should feel glad at finding two fair offshoots of London fashion dwelling so near his retreat. But even if solitude had not rendered him tolerant, the loveliness of the daughter might well perform a greater miracle. In the mother he found good breeding, good nature, and good sense. He soon became almost domesticated in their rustic habitation. Lady Santerre was of humble birth, the daughter of a solicitor of a country town. She was handsome, and won the heart of Mr. Santerre, then a minor, who was assisted by her father in the laudable endeavour to obtain more money than his father allowed him. the young gentleman saw, loved, and married. His parents were furiously angry and tried to illegalize the match, but he confirmed it when he came of age, and a reconciliation with his family never took place. Mr. Santerre sold reversions, turned expectations into money, and lived in the world. For 6 years his wife bloomed in the gay parterre of fashionable society when her husband's father died. Prosperity was to dawn on this event. The new Sir John went down to attend his father's funeral, thence to return to town to be immersed in recoveries, settlements, and law. He never returned. Riding across the country to a neighbor, his horse shied, reared, and threw him. His head struck against a fragment of stone. A concussion of the brain ensued, and a fortnight afterwards he was enclosed beside his father in the ancestral vault. His widow was the mother of a daughter only, and her hopes and prospects died with her husband. His brother and heir might have treated her better in the sequel, but he was excessively irritated by the variety of debts and encumbrances and lawsuits he had to deal with. He chose to consider the wife most to blame, and she and her child were treated as aliens. He allowed them 200 a year and called himself generous. This was all, for her father was not rich and had a large family that poor Lady Santerre had to depend upon. She struggled on for some little time, trying to keep up her connections in the gay world, but poverty is a tyrant whose laws are more terrible than those of Draco. Lady Santerre yielded, retired to Bath, and fixed her hopes on her daughter, whom she resolved should hereafter make a splendid match. Her excessive beauty promised to render this scheme feasible, and now that she was nearly 16, her mother began to look forward anxiously. She had retired to Wales this summer, that by living with yet stricter economy she might be enabled during the winter to put her plans into execution with greater ease. Lord Lodore became intimate with the mother and daughter, and his imagination speedily painted both in the most attractive colours. Here was the very being his heart had pined for, a girl radiant in innocence and youth, the nursling, so he fancied, of mountains, waterfalls, and solitude, yet endowed with all the softness and refinement of civilized society. Long forgotten emotions awoke in his heart, and he gave himself up to the bewildering feelings that beset him. Everything was calculated to excite his interest. The desolate situation of the mother, devoted to her daughter only, and that daughter fairer than imagination could paint, young, gentle, blameless, knowing nothing beyond obedience to her parent, and untaught in the guile of mankind. It was impossible to see that intelligent and sweet face and not feel that to be the first to impress love in the heart which it mirrored was a destiny which angels might envy. How proud a part was his to gift her with rank, fortune, and all earthly blessings, and to receive in return gratitude, tenderness, and unquestioning submission. If love did not, as thus he reasoned, show itself in the tyrant guise it had formerly assumed in the heart of Lodore, it was the more welcome a guest. It spoke not of the miseries of passion, but offered a bright view of lengthened days of peace and contentedness. He was not a slave at the feet of his mistress, but he could watch each gesture and catch each sound of her voice and say, "Goodness and beauty are there, and I shall be happy." He found the lovely girl somewhat ignorant, but white paper to be written upon at will is a favorite metaphor among those men who have described the ideal of a wife. That she had talent beyond what he had usually found in women, he was delighted to remark. At first she was reserved and shy. Little accustomed to society, she sat beside her mother in something of a company attitude, her eyes cast down, her lips closed. She was never to be found alone. And a jeune personne in France could scarcely be more retired and tranquil. This accorded better with Lodore's continental experience than the ease of English fashionable girls, and he was pleased. He conversed little with Cornelia until he had formed his determination and solicited her mother's consent to their union. Then they were allowed to walk together, and she gained on him as their intimacy increased. She was very lively, witty, and full of playful fancy. Aware of her own deficiencies in education, she was the first to laugh at herself and to make such remarks as showed an understanding worth all the accomplishments in the world. Lodore now really found himself in love, and blessed the day that led him from among the fair daughters of fashion to this child of nature. His wayward feelings were to change no more. His destiny was fixed. At 34, to marry, to settle into the father of a family, his hopes and wishes concentrated in a home adorned by one whose beauty was that of angels, was a prospect that he dwelt upon each day with renewed satisfaction. Nothing in after years could disturb his felicity, and the very security with which he contemplated the future imparted a calm delight at once new and grateful to a heart weary of storms and struggles, and which, in finding peace, believed that it possessed the consummation of human happiness. End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 8. Hopes, what are they? Beads of morning strung on slender blades of grass, or a spider's web adorning in a straight and treacherous pass? Wordsworth. The months of July, August, and September had passed away. Lord Lodore enjoyed during the two last a singularly complacent state of mind. He had come to Wales with worn-out spirits, a victim to that darker species of ennui which colors with gloomy tints the future as well as the present, and is the ministering angel of evil to the rich and prosperous. He despised himself, condemned his pursuits, and called all vanity beneath the vivifying sun of heaven. Real misfortunes have worn the guise of blessings to men so afflicted, but he was withdrawn from this position by a being who wore the outward semblance of an angel, and from whom he felt assured nothing but good could flow. Cornelia Santerre was lovely, vivacious, witty, and good-humoured, yet, strange to say, her new lover was not rendered happy so much by the presence of these qualities as by the promise which they gave for the future. He loved her, he believed that she would be to the end of his life a blessing and a delight, yet passion was scarcely roused in his heart. It was a sober certainty of waking bliss, and a reasonable belief in the continuance of this state that made him, while he loved her, regard her rather as a benefactress than a mistress. Benefactress is a strange word to use, especially as her extreme youth was probably the cause that more intimate sympathies did not unite them, and why passion entered so slightly into their intercourse. It is possible, so great was the discrepancy of their age, and consequently of their feelings and views of life, that Lodore would never have thought of marrying Cornelia, but that Lady Santerre was at hand to direct the machinery of the drama. She inspired him with the wish to gift her angelic child with the worldly advantages which his wife must possess, to play a godlike part, and to lift into prosperity and happiness one who seemed destined by fortune to struggle with adversity. Lady Santerre was a worldly woman and an oily flatterer. Lodore had been accustomed to feminine control, and he yielded with docility to her silken fetters. The 9th of October was Cornelia's 16th birthday, and on it she became the wife of Lord Lodore. This event took place in the parish church of Rhyaider Gowy, and it was communicated to the world in the newspapers. Many discussions then arose as to who Miss Santerre could be, the only daughter of the late Sir John. The only late Sir John Santerre remembered was, in fact, the grandfather of the bride, and the hiatus in her genealogy caused by her father's death before he had been known as a baronet puzzled every fashionable gossip. The whole affair, however, had been forgotten when curiosity was again awakened in the ensuing month of March by an announcement in the Morning Post of the arrival of the noble pair at Mivart's. Lord Lodore had always rented a box at the King's Theatre. It had been newly decorated at the beginning of the season, and on the first Saturday in April all eyes turned towards it as he entered, having the loveliest, fairest, and most sylph-like girl that ever trod dark earth leaning on his arm. There was a childlike innocence, a fascinating simplicity joined to an expression of vivacity and happiness in Lady Lodore's countenance, which impressed at first sight as being the completion of feminine beauty. She looked as if no time could touch, no ill stain her. Artless affection and amiable dependence spoke in each graceful gesture. Others might be beautiful, but there was that in her which seemed allied to celestial loveliness. Such was the prize Lord Lodore had won. The new married pair took up their residence in Berkeley Square, and here Lady Santerre joined them and took possession of the apartments appropriated to her use under her daughter's roof. All appeared bright on the outside, and each seemed happy in each other. Yet, had any one cared to remark, they had perceived that Lodore looked even more abstracted than before his marriage. They had seen that in the domestic coterie mother and daughter were familiar friends, sharing each thought and wish, but that Lodore was one apart, banished, or exiling himself from the dearest blessings of friendship and love. There might be no concealment, but also there was no frankness between the pair. Neither practiced disguise, but there was no outpouring of the heart, no touch of nature, which, passing like an electric shock, made their souls one. An insurmountable barrier stood between Lodore and his happiness, between his love and his wife's confidence. That this obstacle was a shadow, undefined, formless, nothing, yet everything, made it trebly hateful, and rendered it utterly impossible that it should be removed. The magician who had raised this ominous phantom was Lady Santerre. She was a clever, though uneducated woman, perfectly selfish, soured with the world, yet clinging to it. To make good her second entrance on its stage, she believed it necessary to preserve unlimited sway over the plastic mind of her daughter. If she had acted with integrity, her end had been equally well secured, but unfortunately she was by nature framed to prefer the zigzag to the straight line, added to which she was imperious, and could not bear a rival near her throne. From the first, therefore, she exerted herself to secure her empire over Cornelia. She spared neither flattery nor artifice, and well acquainted as she was with every habit and turn of her daughter's mind, her task was comparatively easy. The fair girl had been brought up, how different from the sentiments which Lodore had thought to find the natural inheritance of the mountain child, to view society as the glass by which she was to set her feelings, and to which to adapt her conduct. She was ignorant, accustomed to the most frivolous employments, shrinking from any mental exercise, so that although her natural abilities were great, they lay dormant, producing neither bud nor blossom, unless such might be called the elegance of her appearance, and the charm of the softest and most ingenuous manners in the world. When her husband would have educated her mind, and withdrawn her from the dangers of dissipation, she looked on his conduct as tyrannical and cruel. She retreated from his manly guidance to the pernicious guardianship of Lady Santerre, and she sheltered herself at her side from any effort Lodore might make for her improvement. Those who have never experienced a situation of this kind cannot understand it. The details appear trivial, there seems wanting but one effort to push away the flimsy web, which after all is rather an imaginary than real bondage. But the slightest description will bring it home to those who have known it, and groaned beneath a despotism the more intolerable as it could be less defined. Lord Lodore found that he had no home, no dear single-hearted bosom where he could find sympathy, and to which to impart pleasure. When he entered his drawing-room with gaiety of spirit to impart some agreeable tidings, to ask his wife's advice, or to propose some plan, Lady Santerre was ever by her side with her hard features and canting falsetto voice, checking at once the kindling kindness of his soul, and he felt that all that he should say would be turned from its right road by some insidious remark, and the words he was about to speak died upon his lips. When he looked forward through the day, and would have given the world to have had his wife to himself, and to have sought in some drive or excursion for the pleasant, unreserved converse he sighed for, Lady Santerre must be consulted, and though she never opposed him, she always carried her point in opposition to his. His wishes were made light of, and he was left to amuse himself, and to know that his wife was imbibing the lessons of one whom he had learnt to despise and hate. Lord Lodore cherished an ideal of what he thought a woman ought to be, but he had no lofty opinion of women as he had usually found her. He had believed that the germ of all the excellencies which he esteemed was to be found in Cornelia, and he found himself mistaken. He had expected to find truth, clearness of spirit, and complying gentleness, the adorning qualities of the unsophisticated girl, and he found her the willing disciple of one whose selfish and artful character was in direct contradiction to his own. Once or twice at the beginning he had attempted to withdraw his wife from this sinister influence, but Lady Lodore highly resented any effort of this kind, and saw in it an endeavour to make her neglect her first and dearest duties. Lodore, angry that the wishes of another should be preferred to his, drew back with disappointed pride. He disdained to enforce by authority that which he thought ought to be yielded to love. The bitter sense of wounded affections was not to be appeased by knowing that if he chose he could command that which was worthless in his eyes except as a voluntary gift. And here his error began. He had married one so young that her education, even if its foundation had been good, required finishing, and who, as it was, had everything to learn. During the days of courtship he had looked forward with pleasure to playing the tutor to his fair mistress, but a tutor can do nothing without authority, either open or concealed. A tutor must sacrifice his own pursuits and immediate pleasures to study and adapt himself to the disposition of his pupil. As has been said of those who would acquire power in the state, they must in some degree follow if they would lead, and it is by adapting themselves to the humor of those they would command that they establish the law of their own will or of an apparent necessity. But Lodore understood nothing of all this. He had been accustomed to be managed by his mistress. He had been yielding, but it was because she contrived to make his will her own. Otherwise he was imperious. Opposition startled and disconcerted him, and he saw heartlessness in the want of accommodation and compliance he met at home. He had expected from Cornelia a girl's clinging fondness, but that was given to her mother. Nor did she feel the womanly tenderness which sees in her husband the safeguard from the ills of life, the shield to stand between her and the world to ward off its cruelties, a shelter from adversity, a refuge when tempests were abroad. How could she feel this, who, proud in youth and triumphant beauty, knew nothing of and disbelieved the tales which sages and old women tell of the perils of life? The world looked to her a velvet-strewn walk, canopied from every storm. Her husband alone, who endeavored to reveal the reality of things to her and to disturb her visions, was the source of any sorrow or discomfort. She was buoyed up by the supercilious arrogance of youth, and while inexperience rendered her incapable of entering into the feelings of her husband, she displayed towards him none of that deference and yielding submission which might reasonably have been expected from her youth, but that her mother was there to claim them for herself, and to inculcate as far as she could that while she was her natural friend, Lodore was her natural enemy. He, with strong pride and crushed affections, gave himself up for a disappointed man. He disdained to struggle with the sinister influence of his mother-in-law. He did not endeavor to discipline and invigorate the facile disposition of his bride. He had expected devotion, attention, love, and he scorned to complain or to war against the estrangement that grew up between them. If at any time he was impelled by an overflowing heart to seek his fair wife's side, the eternal presence of Lady Santerre chilled him at once, and to withdraw her from this was a task difficult indeed to one who could not forgive the competition admitted between them. At first he made one or two endeavors to separate them, but the reception his efforts met with galled his haughty soul, and while he cherished a deep and passionate hatred for the cause, he grew to despise the victim of her arts. He thought that he perceived duplicity, low-thoughted pride, and coldness of heart, the native growth of the daughter of such a mother. He yielded her up at once to the world and her parent, and resolved to seek not happiness but occupation elsewhere. He felt the wound deeply, but he sought no cure, and pride taught him to mask his soreness of spirit by a studied mildness of manner, which being joined to cold indifference and frequent contradictions soon begot a considerable degree of resentment and even dislike on her part. Her mother's well-applied flatteries and the adulation of her friends were contrasted with his half-disguised contempt. The system of society tended to increase their mutual estrangement. She embarked at once on the stream of fashion, and her whole time was given up to the engagements and amusements that flowed in on her on all sides, while he, one other regret added to many previous ones, one other disappointment in addition to those which already corroded his heart, bade adieu to every hope of domestic felicity and tried to create new interests for himself, seeking in public affairs for food for a mind eager for excitement. End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Section 9 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 9. What are fears but voices airy, whispering harm where harm is not, and deluding the unwary till the fatal bolt is shot? Wordsworth. Lord Lodore was disgusted at the very threshold of his new purpose. His long residence abroad prevented his ever acquiring the habit of public speaking, nor had he the respect for human nature, nor the enthusiasm for a party or a cause, which is necessary for one who would make a figure as a statesman. His sensitive disposition, his pride, which when excited verged into arrogance, his uncompromising integrity, his disdain of most of his associates, his incapacity of yielding obedience, rendered his short political career one of struggle and mortification. And this is life, he said, abroad, to mingle with the senseless and the vulgar, and at home to find a wife who prefers the admiration of fools to the love of an honest heart. Within a year after her marriage, Lady Lodore gave birth to a daughter. This circumstance, which naturally tends to draw the parents nearer, unfortunately in this instance set them further apart. Lady Santerre had been near, with so many restrictions and so much interference, which, though probably necessary considering Cornelia's extreme youth, yet seemed vexatious and impertinent to Lodore. All things appeared to be permitted except those which he proposed. A drive, a ride, even a walk with him was to be considered fatal, while at the same time Lady Lodore was spending whole nights in heated rooms and even dancing. Her confinement was followed by a long illness. The child was nursed by a stranger secluded in a distant part of the house, and during her slow recovery the young mother seemed scarcely to remember that it existed. The love for children is a passion often developed most fully in the second stage of life. Lodore idolized his little offspring, and felt hurt and angry when his wife, after it had been in her room a minute or two, on the first approach it made to a squall, ordered it to be taken away. At the time, in truth, she was reduced to the lowest ebb of weakness, but Lodore, as men are apt to do, was slow to discern her physical suffering, while his cheeks burnt with indignation as she peevishly repeated the command that his child should go. When she grew better, this was not mended. She was ordered into the country for air, at a time when the little girl was suffering from some infantine disorder, and could not be moved. It was left with its nurses, but Lodore remained also, and rather suffered his wife to travel without him, so to demonstrate openly that he thought her treatment of her baby unmotherly. Not that he expressed this sentiment, nor did Lady Lodore guess at it. She saw only his usual spirit of contradiction and neglect in his desertion of her at this period. The mother pressed with careless lips the downy cheek of the little cherub and departed, while Lodore passed most of his time in the child's apartment, or turning his library into a nursery, it was continually with him there. Here, he thought, I have something to live for, something to love, and even though I am not loved in return, my heart's sacrifice will not be repaid with insolence and contempt." But when the infant began to show tokens of recognition and affection, when it smiled and stretched out its little hands on seeing him, and crowed with innocent pleasure, and still more, when the lisped paternal name fell from its roseate lips, the father repeated more emphatically, "Here is something that makes it worth while to have been born, to live." An illness of the child overwhelmed him with anxiety and despair. She recovered, and he thanked God with a lively emotion of joy to which he had long been a stranger. His affection for his child augmented the annoyance which he derived from his domestic circle. He had been hitherto sullenly yielding on any contest, but whatever whim or whatever plan he formed with regard to his daughter, he abided by unmoved, and took pleasure in manifesting his partiality for her. Lodore was by nature a man of violent and dangerous passions, added to which his temper was susceptible to irritability. He disdained to cope with the undue influence exercised by Lady Santerre over his wife. He beheld in the latter a frivolous, childish puppet, endowed with the usual feminine infirmities, the love of pleasure and the love of sway, and destitute of that tact and tenderness of nature which should teach her where to yield and how to reign. He left her, therefore, to her own devices, resolved only that he would not give up a single point relative to his child, and consequently, according to the weakness of human nature, ever ready to find fault with and prohibit all her wishes on the subject. Cornelia, accustomed to be guided by her mother's watchful artifices, and to submit to a tyranny which assumed the guise of servitude, felt only with the feelings implanted by her parent. She was not, like Lady Santerre, heartless, but cherished pride, the effect of perpetual misrepresentation, painted her as such. She looked on her husband as a man essentially selfish, one who, worn out by passion, had married her to beguile his hours during a visitation of ennui, and incapable of the softness of love or the kindness of friendship. On occasion of his new conduct with regard to her child, her haughty soul was in arms against him, and something almost akin to hatred sprung up within her. She resented his interference. She believed that his object was to deprive her of the consolation of her daughter's love, and that his chief aim was to annoy and insult her. She was jealous of her daughter with her husband, of her husband with her daughter. If by some chance a word or look passed that might have softened the mutual sentiment of distrust, the evil genius of the scene was there to freeze again the genial current, and any approach to kindness, by an inexplicable but certain result, only tended to place them further apart than before. 3 winters had passed since their marriage, and the 3rd spring was merging into summer, while they continued in this state of warlike neutrality. Any slight incident might have destroyed the fictitious barriers erected by ill will and guile between them, or so precarious was their state, any new event might change petty disagreements into violent resentment, and prevent their ever entertaining towards each other those feelings which, but for one fatal influence, would naturally have had root between them. The 3rd summer was come. They were spending the commencement of it in London, when circumstances occurred, unanticipated by either, which changed materially the course of their domestic arrangements. Lord Lodore returned home one evening at a little after 11 from a dinner party, and found, as usual, his drawing-room deserted. Lady Lodore had gone to a ball. He had returned in that humour to moralize which we so often bring from society into solitude, and he paced the empty apartments with impatient step. Home! Yes, this is my home. I had hoped that gentle peace and smiling love would be its inmates, that returning as now from those who excite my spleen and contempt, one eye would have lighted up to welcome me, a dear voice have thanked me for my return. Home! A Tartar beneath his tent, a wild Indian in his hut, may speak of home, I have none. Where shall I spend the rest of this dull, deserted evening? For it may be supposed that, sharing London habits, 11 o'clock was to him but an evening hour. He went into his dressing-room, and casting his eyes on the table, a revulsion came over him, a sudden shock, for there lay a vision which made his breath come thick and caused the blood to recede to his heart. A like vision has had the same effect on many, though it took but the unobtrusive form of a little note, a note whose fold, whose seal, whose superscription were all once so familiar and now so strange. Time sensibly rolled back. Each event of the last few years was broken off, as it were, from his life, leaving it as it had been 10 years ago. He seized the note and then threw it from him. "It is a mere mistake," he said aloud, while he felt even to the marrow of his bones the thrill and shudder as of an occurrence beyond the bounds of nature. Yet still the note lay there, and half as if to undeceive himself and to set witchcraft at naught, he again took it up, this time in a less agitated mood, so that when the well-known impression of a little foreign coronet on the seal met his eye, he became aware that, however unexpected such a sight might be, it was in the moral course of things, and he hastily tore open the epistle. It was written in French and was very concise. "I arrived in town last night," the writer said. "I and my son are about to join my husband in Paris. I hear that you are married. I hope to see you and your lady before I leave London." After reading these few lines, Lord Lodore remained for a considerable time lost in thought. He tried to consider what he should do, but his ideas wandered as they sadly traced the past, and pictured to him the present. Never did life appear so vain, so contemptible, so odious a thing as now, that he was reminded of the passions and sufferings of former days, which, strewed at his feet like broken glass, might still wound him, though their charm and their delight could never be renewed. He did not go out that night. Indeed, it seemed as if but a minute had passed, when lo, morning was pouring her golden summer beams into his room, when Lady Lodore's carriage drove up, and early sounds in the streets told him that night was gone and the morrow come. That same day Lord Lodore requested Cornelia to call with him on a Polish lady of rank with whom he had formerly been acquainted, to whom he was under obligations. They went, and what Lodore felt when he stood with his lovely wife before her, who for many bygone years had commanded his fate, had wound him to her will through the force of love and woman's wiles, who he knew could read every latent sentiment of his soul, and yet towards whom he was resolved now and for ever in future to adopt the reserved manners of a mere acquaintance. What of tremor or pain all this brought to Lodore's bosom was veiled, at least beyond Cornelia's penetration, who seldom truly observed him, and who was now occupied by her new acquaintance. The lady had passed the bloom of youth and even mid-life. She was verging on 50, but she had every appearance of having been transcendently beautiful. Her dark, full, oriental eyes still gleamed from beneath her finely arched brows, and her black hair, untinged by any grisly change, was gathered round her head in such tresses as bespoke an admirable profusion. Her person was tall and commanding. Her manners were singular, for she mingled so strangely stateliness and affability, disdain and sweetness, that she seemed like a princess dispensing the favour of her smile, or the terror of her frown, on her submissive subjects. Her sweetest smiles were for Cornelia, who yet turned from her to another object who attracted her more peculiar attention. It was her son. A youth inheriting all his mother's beauty, added to the fascination of early manhood, and a frank and ingenuous address which his parent could never have possessed. The party separated, apparently well pleased with each other. Lady Lodore offered her services, which were frankly accepted, and after an hour spent together, they appointed to meet again the next day, when the ladies should drive out together to shop and see sights. They became not exactly intimate, yet upon familiar terms. There was a dignity and even a constraint in the Countess Wyzinski's manner that was a bar to cordiality, but they met daily, and Lady Lodore introduced her new friend everywhere. The Countess said that motives of curiosity had induced her to take this country in her way to Paris. Her wealth was immense, and her rank among the first in her own country. The Russian ambassador treated her with distinction, so that she gained facile and agreeable entrance into the highest society. The young Count Casimir was an universal favourite, but his dearest pleasure was to attend upon Lady Lodore, who readily offered to school him on his entrance into the English world. They were pretty exactly the same age. Casimir was somewhat the junior, yet he looked the elder, while the lady, accustomed to greater independence, took the lead in their intercourse, and acted the monitress to her docile scholar. Lord Lodore looked on or took a part in what was passing around him with a caprice perfectly unintelligible. With the Countess he was always gentle and obliging, but reserved, while she treated him with a coldness resembling disdain, yet whose chiefest demonstration was silence. Lodore never altered towards her. It was with regard to her son that he displayed his susceptible temper. He took pains to procure for him every proper acquaintance. He was forward in directing him. He watched over his mode of passing his time. He appeared to be interested in everything he did, and yet to hate him. His demeanour towards him was morose, almost insulting. Lodore, usually so forbearing and courteous, would contradict and silence him, as if he had been a child or a menial. It required all Casimir's deference for one considerably his senior to prevent him from resenting openly this style of treatment. It required all the fascination of Lady Lodore to persuade him to encounter it a second time. Once he had complained to her, and she remonstrated with her husband. His answer was to reprimand her for listening to the impertinence of the stripling. She coloured angrily, but did not reply. Cold and polite to each other, the noble pair were not in the habit of disputing. Lady Santerre guarded against that. Anything as familiar as a quarrel might have produced a reconciliation, and with that a better understanding of each other's real disposition. The disdain that rose in Cornelia's bosom on this taunt, fostered by conscious innocence and a sense of injustice, displayed itself in a scornful smile and by an augmentation of kindness towards Casimir. He was now almost domesticated at her house. He attended her in the morning, hovered round her during the evening, and she, given up to the desire of pleasing, did not regard, did not even see, the painful earnestness with which Lord Lodore regarded them. His apparent jealousy, if she at all remarked it, was but a new form of selfishness to which she was not disposed to give quarter. Yet any unconcerned spectator might have started to observe how, from an obscure corner of the room, Lodore watched every step they took, every change of expression of face during their conversation, and then, approaching and interrupting them, endeavoured to carry Count Casimir away with him, and when thwarted in this, dark glances of such indignation on the youth, and of scorn upon his wife, as might have awoke a sense of danger, had either chanced to see the fierce lightning-like passions written in those moments on his countenance, as letters of fire and menace traced upon the prophetic wall. The Countess appeared to observe him indeed, and sometimes it seemed as if she regarded the angry workings of his heart with malicious pleasure. Once or twice she had drawn near and said a few words in her native language, on which he endeavoured to stifle each appearance of passion, answering with a smile in a low, calm voice, and retiring, left, as it were, the field to her. Lady Santerre also had remarked his glances of suspicion or fury. They were interpreted into new sins against her daughter, and made with her the subject of ridicule or bitter reproach. Lord Lodore was entirely alone. To no one human being could he speak a word that in the least expressed the violence of his feelings. Perhaps the only person with whom he felt the least inclined to overflow in confidence was the Countess Leszczynski, but he feared her. He feared the knowledge she possessed of his character, and the power she had once exercised to rule him absolutely. The barrier between them must be insuperable, or the worst results would follow. He redoubled his own cautious reserve, and bore patiently the proud contempt which she exhibited, resolved not to yield 1 inch in the war he waged with his own heart with regard to her. But he was alone, and the solitude of sympathy in which he lived gave force and keenness to all his feelings. Had they evaporated in words, half their power to wound had been lost. As it was, there was danger in his meditations, and each one in collision with him had occasion to dread that any sudden overflow of stormy rage would be the more violent for having been repressed so long. One day the whole party, with the exception of Lady Santerre, dined at the house of the Russian ambassador. As Lord and Lady Lodore proceeded towards their destination, he, with pointed sarcasm of manner, requested her to be less marked in her attentions to Count Casimir. The unfounded suspicions of a lover may please as a proof of love, but those of a husband who thus claims affections which he has ceased to endeavour to win are never received except as an impertinence and an insult. Those of Lord Lodore appeared to his haughty wife but a new form of cold-hearted despotism, checking her pleasures whensoever they might arise. She replied by a bitter smile, and afterwards, still more insultingly, by the display of kindness and partiality towards the object of her husband's dislike. Her complete sense of innocence, roused to indignation by the injury she deemed offered to it, led her thus to sport with feelings which, had she deigned to remark, she might have seen working with volcano power in the breast of Lodore. The ladies retired after dinner. They gathered together in groups in the drawing-room, while Lady Lodore, strange to say, sat apart from all. She placed herself on a distant sofa, apparently occupied by examining various specimens of bijouterie, knickknacks of all kinds, which she took up one after another from the table near her. One hand shaded her eyes as she continued thus to amuse herself. She was not apt to be so abstracted as now, that intent on self-examination or self-reproach, or on thoughts that wandered to another, she forgot where she was, and by whom surrounded. She did not observe the early entrance of several gentlemen from the dining-room, nor remark a kind of embarrassment which sat upon their features, spreading a sort of uncomfortable wonder among the guests. The first words that roused her were addressed to her by her husband. "Your carriage waits, Cornelia. Will you come?" "So early?" she asked. "I particularly wish it," he replied. "You can go and send them back for me, and yet it is not worth while. We shall see most of the people here at Lady C's tonight." She glanced round the room. Casimir was not there. As she passed the Countess Leszczynski, she was about to ask her whether they should meet again that evening, when she caught the lady's eye fixed on her husband, meeting and returning a look of his. Alarm and disdain were painted on her face, and added to this a trace of feeling so peculiar, so full of mutual understanding, that Lady Lodore was filled with no agreeable emotion of surprise. She entered the carriage, and the reiterated "home" of Lord Lodore prevented her intended directions. Both were silent during their short drive. She sat absorbed in a variety of thoughts, not one of which led her to enter into conversation with her companion. They were rather fixed on her mother, on the observations she should make too, and the conjectures she should share with her. She became anxious to reach home, and resolved at once to seek Lady Santerre's advice and directions by which to regulate her conduct on this occasion. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9.
Section 10 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 10. Who then to frail mortality shall trust, but limbs the water, or but writes in dust? Bacon. They arrived in Berkeley Square. Lady Lodore alighted, and perceived with something of a beating heart that her husband followed her. As she passed on to the inner drawing-room, Lady Santerre was not there. Taking a letter from the table, so as to give herself the appearance of an excuse for having entered a room she was almost immediately to quit, she was going, when Lodore, who stood hesitating, evidently desirous of addressing her, and yet uncertain how to begin, stopped her by speaking her name. "Cornelia!" She turned. She was annoyed. Her conscience whispered what was in all probability the subject to which her attention was to be called. Her meditations in the drawing-room of the Russian ambassador convinced her that she had, to use the phrase of the day, flirted too much with Count Casimir, and she had inwardly resolved to do so no more. It was particularly disagreeable, therefore, that her husband should use authority, as she feared that he was about to do, and exact from his wife's obedience what she was willing to concede to her own sense of propriety. She was resolved to hear as little as she could on the subject, and stood as if in haste to go. His faltering voice betrayed how much he felt, and once or twice it refused to frame the words he desired to utter. How different was their import from that expected by his impatient auditress. "Cornelia," said he at length, "can you immediately and at once, this very night, prepare to quit England?" "Quit England? Why? Whither?" she exclaimed. "I scarcely know," replied Lodore, "nor is it of the slightest import. The world is wide. A shelter, a refuge can be purchased anywhere, and that is all I seek." The gaming table, the turf, loss of fortune, were the ideas naturally conveyed into the lady's mind by this reply. "Is everything gone, lost?" she asked. "My honour is," he answered with an effort, "and the rest is of little worth." He paused, and then continued in a low but distinct voice, as if every word cost him a struggle, and yet as if he wished each one to be fraught with its entire meaning to his hearer. "I cannot well explain to you the motives of my sudden determination, nor will I complain of the part you have had in bringing on this catastrophe. It is over now. No power on earth, no heavenly power, can erase the past, nor change one iota of what but an hour ago did not exist, but which now exists, altering all things to both of us forever. I am a dishonoured man." "Speak without more comment," cried Lady Lodore. "For heaven's sake explain. I must know what you mean." "I have insulted a gentleman," replied her husband, "and I will yield no reparation. I have disgraced a nobleman by a blow, and I will offer no apology, nor could one be accepted, and it could not, nor will I give satisfaction." Lady Lodore remained silent. Her thoughts speedily ran over the dire objects which her husband's speech presented. A quarrel, she too readily guessed with whom; a blow, a duel. Her cheek blanched, yet not so, for Lodore refused to fight. In spite of the terror with which an anticipated rencounter had filled her, the idea of cowardice in her husband, or the mere accusation of it, brought the colour back to her face. She felt that her heedlessness had given rise to all this harm. But again she felt insulted that doubts of her sentiments or conduct should be the occasion of a scene of violence. Both remained silent. Lodore stood leaning on the mantelpiece, his cheeks flushed, agitation betraying itself in each gesture, mixed with a resolve to command himself. Cornelia had advanced from the door to the middle of the room. She stood irresolute, too indignant and too fearful to ask further explanation, and yet anxious to receive it. Still he hesitated. He was desirous of finding some form of words which might convey all the information that it was necessary she should receive, and yet conceal all that he desired should remain untold. At last he spoke. "It is unnecessary to allude to the irretrievable past. The future is not less unalterable for me. I will not fight with, nor apologize to, the boy I have insulted. I must therefore fly my country and the face of man, go where the name of Lodore will not be synonymous with infamy. To an island in the East, to the desert wilds of America, it matters not whither. The simple question is, whether you are prepared on a sudden to accompany me. I would not ask this of your generosity, but that, married as we are, our destinies are linked far beyond any power we possess to sunder them. Miserable as my future fortunes will be, far other than those which I invited you but 4 years ago to share, you are better off incurring the worst with me than you could be struggling alone for a separate existence." "Pardon me, Lodore," said Cornelia, somewhat subdued by the magnitude of the crisis brought about, she believed, however involuntarily, by herself, and by the sadness that, as he spoke, filled the dark eyes of her companion with an expression more melancholy than tears. "Pardon me if I seek for further explanation. Your antagonist," they neither of them ventured to speak a name which hung on the lips of both, "is a mere boy. Your refusal to fight with him results, of course, from this consideration. While angry, and if I must allude to so distasteful a falsehood, while unjust suspicion prevent your making him fitting and most due concessions, were the occasion less terrible, I might disdain to assert my own innocence. But as it is, I do most solemnly declare that Count Casimir—" "I ask no question on that point, but simply wish to know whether you will accompany me," interrupted Lodore hastily. "The rest I am sorry for, but it is over. You, my poor girl, though in some measure the occasion, and altogether the victim of this disaster, can exercise no control over it. No foreign noble would accept the most humiliating submissions as compensation for a blow, and this urchin shall never receive from me the shadow of any." "Is there no other way?" asked Cornelia. "Not any," replied Lodore, while his agitation increased and his voice grew tremulous. "No consideration on earth could arm me against his life. One other mode there is. I might present myself as a mark for his vengeance, with the design of not returning his fire. But I am shut out even from this resource. And this," continued Lodore, losing as he spoke all self-command, carried away by the ungovernable passions he had hitherto suppressed, and regardless, as he strode up and down the room, of Cornelia, who, half terrified, had sunk into a chair, "these are the result of my crimes. Such, from their consequences, I now term, by what courtesy I have hitherto named my follies. This is the end, bringing into frightful collision those who are bound by sacred ties, changing natural love into unnatural, deep-rooted, unspeakable hate, arming blood against kindred blood, and making the innocent a parricide. Oh, Theodora, what have you not to answer for?" Lady Lodore started. The image he presented was too detestable. She repressed her emotions, and assuming the air of disdain, which we are so apt to adopt to colour more painful feelings, she said, "This sounds very like a German tragedy, being at once disagreeable and inexplicable." "It is a tragedy," he replied, "a tragedy brought now to its last dark catastrophe. Casimir is my son. We may neither of us murder the other, nor will I, if again brought into contact with him, do other than chastise the insolent boy. The tiger is roused within me. You have a part in this." A flash of anger glanced from Cornelia's eyes. She did not reply. She rose. She quitted the room. She passed on with apparent composure till, reaching the door of her mother's chamber, she rushed impetuously in. Overcome with indignation, panting, choked, she threw herself into her arms, saying, "Save me!" A violent fit of hysterics followed. At first Lady Lodore could only speak of the injury and insult she had herself suffered, and Lady Santerre, who by no means wished to encourage feelings which might lead to violence in action, tried to soothe her irritation. But when allusions to Lodore's intention of quitting England and the civilized world for ever mingled with Cornelia's exclamations, the affair assumed a new aspect in the wary lady's eyes. The barbarity of such an idea excited her utmost resentment. At once she saw the full extent of the intended mischief, and the risk she incurred of losing the reward of years of suffering and labour. When an instantaneous departure was mentioned, an endless, desolate journey, which it was doubtful whether she should be admitted to share, to be commenced that very night, she perceived that her measures to prevent it must be promptly adopted. The chariot was still waiting which was to have conveyed Lord and Lady Lodore to their assembly. Dressed as she was for this, without preparation, she hurried her daughter into the carriage, and bade the coachman drive to a villa they rented at Twickenham, leaving in explanation these few lines addressed to her son-in-law. "The scene of this evening has had an alarming effect upon Cornelia. Time will soften the violence of her feelings, but some immediate step was necessary to save, I verily believe, her life. I take her to Twickenham, and will endeavour to calm her. Until I shall have in some measure succeeded, I think you had better not follow us, but let us hear from you, for although my attention is so painfully engrossed by my daughter's sufferings, I am distressed on your account also, and shall continue very uneasy until I hear from you. Friday evening." Lady Santerre and her daughter reached Twickenham. Lady Lodore went to bed, and, assisted by a strong composing draught administered by her mother, her wrongs and her anger were soon hushed in profound sleep. Night, or rather morning, was far spent before this occurred, so that it was late in the afternoon of the ensuing day before she awoke, and recalled to her memory the various conflicting sentiments which had occupied her previous to her repose. During the morning Lady Santerre had dispatched a servant to Berkeley Square to summon her daughter's peculiar attendants. He now brought back the intelligence that Lord Lodore had departed for the Continent about 3 hours after his wife had quitted his house. But to this he added tidings of another circumstance, for which both ladies were totally unprepared. Cornelia had entered the carriage the preceding night without spending one thought on the sleeping cherub in the nursery. What was her surprise and indignation when she heard that her child and its attendant formed a part of his lordship's travelling suite. The mother's first impulse was to follow her offspring, but this was speedily exchanged for a bitter sense of wrong, aversion to her husband, and a resolve not to yield one point in the open warfare thus declared by him. End of Volume 1, Chapter 10. Section 11 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Amid two seas, on one small point of land, wearied, uncertain, and amazed we stand. On either side our thoughts incessant turn. Forward we dread, and looking back we mourn. Prior. Accustomed to obey the more obvious laws of necessity, Those whose situation in life obliges them to earn their daily bread are already broken into the yoke of fate. But the rich and great are vanquished more slowly. Their time is their own. As fancy bids them, they can go east, west, north, or south. They wish and accomplish their wishes, and cloyed by the too easy attainment of the necessaries and even of the pleasures of life, they fly to the tortures of passion, and to the labor of overcoming the obstacles that stand in the way of their forbidden desires, as resources against ennui and satiety. Reason is lost in the appetite for excitement, and a kind of unnatural pleasure springs from their severest pains, because thus alone are they roused to a full sense of their faculties. Thus alone is existence and its purposes brought home to them. In the midst of this, their thoughtless career, the eternal law which links ill to ill is at hand to rebuke and tame the rebel spirit. And such a tissue of pain and evil is woven from their holiday pastime as checks them mid-course, and makes them feel that they are slaves. The young are scarcely aware of this. They delight to contend with fate, and laugh as she clanks their chains. But there is a period, sooner or later comes to all, when the link envelops them, the bolts are shot, the rivets fixed, the iron enters the flesh, the soul is subdued, and they fly to religion or proud philosophy to seek for an alleviation, which the crushed spirit can no longer draw from its own resources. This hour, this fatal hour, how many can point to the shadow on the dial and say, "Then it was that I felt the whole weight of my humanity, and knew myself to be the subject of an unvanquishable power." This dark moment had arrived for Lodore. He had spent his youth in passion, and exhausted his better nature in a struggle for, and in the enjoyment of, pleasure. He found disappointment, and desired change. It came at his beck. He married. He was not satisfied. But still he felt that it was because he did not rouse himself that the bonds sate so heavily upon him. He was enervated. He sickened at the idea of the struggle it would require to cast off his fetters, and he preferred adapting his nature to endure their weight. But he believed that it was only because he did not raise his hand, nor determine on one true effort, that he was thus enslaved. And now his hand was raised, the effort made, but no change ensued, and he felt that there was no escape from the inextricable bonds that fastened him to misery. He had believed that he did right in introducing his wife to the Countess Lyzinski. He felt that he could not neglect this lady, and such was her rank that any affectation of a separate acquaintance would invite those observations which he depreciated. It was, after all, matter of trivial import that he should be the person to bring them acquainted. Moving in the same circles, they must meet. They might clash. It was better that they should be on friendly terms. He did not foresee the intimacy that ensued, and still less that his own violent passions would be called into action. That they were so was to the end a mystery even to himself. He no longer loved the Countess, and in the solitude of his chamber he often felt his heart yearn toward the noble youth, her son. But when they met, when Cornelia spent her blandest smiles upon him, and when the exquisitely beautiful countenance of Casimir became lighted up with gladness and gratitude, a fire of rage was kindled in his heart, and he could no more command himself than can the soaring flames of a conflagration bend earthward. He felt ashamed, but new fury sprung from this very sensation. For worlds he would not have his frenzy pried into by another, and yet he had no power to control its manifestation. His wife expostulated with him concerning Casimir, and laughed his rebuke to scorn. but she did not read the tumult of unutterable jealousy and hate that slept within his breast, like an earthquake beneath the soil the day before a city falls. All tended to add fuel to this unnatural flame. His own exertions to subdue its fierceness but kindled it anew. Often he entered the same room with the young Count, believing that he had given his suspicion to the winds, that he could love him as a son, and rejoice with a father's pride in the graces of his figure, and the noble qualities of his mind. For a few seconds the fiction endured. He felt a pang. It was nothing. Gone. It would not return again. Another. Was he for ever to be thus tortured? And then a word, a look, an appearance of slighting him on the part of Casimir, an indiscreet smile on Cornelia's lips, would at once set alight the whole devastating blaze. The Countess alone had any power over him, but though he yielded to her influence, he was the more enraged that she should behold his weakness, and that while he succeeded in maintaining an elevated impassibility with regard to herself, his heart, with all its flaws and poverty of purpose, should, through the ill-timed interference of this boy, be placed once more naked in her hand. Such a state of feeling, where passion combated passion, while reason was forgotten in the strife, was necessarily pregnant with ruin. The only safety was in flight, and Lodore would have flown. He would have absented himself until the cause of his sufferings had departed, but that more and more jealousy entered into his feelings, a jealousy wound up by the peculiarity of his situation into a sensitiveness that bordered on insanity, which saw guilt in a smile, and overwhelming hopeless ruin in the simplest expression of kindness. Cornelia herself was disinclined to quit London, and tenacious pride rendered him adverse to proposing it, since he could frame no plausible pretext for his change of purpose, and it had been previously arranged that they should remain till the end of July. The presence of the Countess Lyzinski was a tie to keep her, and to have pleaded his feelings with regard to Casimir, could he have brought himself so to do, would probably have roused her at once into rebellion. There was no resource. He must bear, and also he must forbear, but the last was beyond his power, and his attempt at first brought with it destruction. In the last instance, at the Russian ambassador's, irritated by Cornelia's tone of defiance and subsequent levity, he levelled a scornful remark at the guiltless and unconscious offender. Casimir had endured his arrogance and injustice long. He knew of no tie, no respect due beyond that which youth owes to maturer years, and yet the natural sweetness of his disposition inclined him to forbearance, until now that, surrounded by his own countrymen and by Russians, it became necessary that he should assert himself. He replied with haughtiness. Lodore rejoined with added insult, and when again Casimir retorted, he struck him. The young noble's eyes flashed fire. Several gentlemen interposed between them, and yielding to the expediency of the moment, the Pole, with admirable temper, withdrew. Humiliated and dismayed, but still burning with fury, Lodore saw at once the consequences of his angry transport. With all the impetuosity of his fiery spirit, he resolved to quit at once the scene in which he had played his part so ill. There was no other alternative. The most frightful crimes blocked up every other outlet. This was his sole escape, and he must seize on it without delay. Lady Lodore had not even deigned to answer his request that she should accompany him, and her mother's note appeared the very refinement of insolence. They abandoned him. They left the roof from which he was about to exile himself, even before he had quitted it, as if in fear of contamination during his brief delay. Thus he construed their retreat, and worked up as he was almost to madness, he considered their departure as the commencement of that universal ban which for ever hereafter was to accompany his name. It opened anew the wound his honour had sustained, and he poured forth a vow never more to ally himself in bonds of love or amity with one among his kind. His purpose was settled, and he did not postpone its execution. Post horses were ordered, and hasty preparations made for his departure. Alone, abandoned, disgraced, in another hour he was to quit his home, his wife, all that endears existence for ever. Yet the short interval that preceded his departure hung like a long-drawn day upon him, and time seemed to make a full stop at a period when he would have rejoiced had it leaped many years to come. The heart's prayer in agony did not avail. He was still kept lingering when a knocking at the door announced a visitor who at that late hour could come for one purpose only. Lord Lodore ordered himself to be denied, and Count Casimir II departed to seek him elsewhere. Cold dewdrops stood on Lodore's brow as he heard this gentleman parley in a foreign accent with a servant, trying doubtless to make out where it was likely that he should meet with him. The door closed at last, and he listened to the departing steps of his visitor, who could scarcely have left the square before his travelling chariot drove up. And now, while final arrangements were making, with a heavy heart from bitter self-condemnation, he visited the couch of his sleeping daughter, once more to gaze on her sweet face, and for the last time to bestow a father's blessing on her. The early summer morning was abroad in the sky, and as he opened her curtains, the first sunbeam played upon her features. He stooped to kiss her little rosy lips. And I leave this spotless being to the blighting influence of that woman. His murmurs disturbed the child's slumbers. She woke, and smiled to see her father, and then insisted upon rising as he was up and it was day. "But I am come to say good-bye, sweet," he said. "I am going on a long journey." "Oh, take me with you," cried the little girl, springing up and fastening her arms round his neck. He felt her soft cheek pressed to his, her hands trying to hold fast, and to resist his endeavours to disengage them. His heart warmed within him. "For a short distance I may indulge myself," he said, and he thought how her prattle would solace his darker cares during his road to Southampton. So, causing her attendant to make speedy preparation, he took her in the carriage with him, and her infantine delight so occupied him that he scarcely remembered his situation, or what exactly he was doing, as he drove for the last time through the lightsome and deserted streets of the metropolis. And now he had quitted these, and the country in all its summer beauty opened around him, meadows and fields with their hedgerows, tufted groves crowning the uplands, and the blue sky bent over all. "From these they cannot banish me," he thought. "In spite of dishonour and infamy, the loveliness of nature and the freedom of my will still are mine. And is this all?" His child had sunk to sleep, nestled close in his arms. "Ah, what will these be to me when I have lost this treasure, dearest of all? Yet why lose her?" This question, when it first presented itself to him, he put aside as one that answered itself. To deprive a mother of her child were barbarity beyond that of savages. But again and again it came across him, and he began to reason with it, and to convince himself that he should be unjust towards himself in relinquishing this last remaining blessing. His arguments were false, his conclusions rash and selfish, but of this he was not aware. Our several minds, in reflecting to our judgments the occurrences of life, are like mirrors of various shapes and hues, so that we none of us perceive passing objects with exactly similar optics. And while all pretend to regulate themselves by the quadrant of justice, the deceptive medium through which the reality is viewed causes our ideas of it to be at once various and false. This is the case in immaterial points. How much more so when self-love magnifies and passion obscures the glass through which we look upon others and ourselves. The chief task of the philosopher is to purify and correct the intellectual prism, but Lodore was the reverse of the philosopher, and the more he gazed and considered, the more imperfect and distorted became his perception. To act justly by ourselves and others is the aim of every well-conditioned mind, for the sight of pain in our fellow creatures and the sense of self-condemnation within ourselves is fraught with a pang from which we would willingly escape. And every heart not formed of the coarsest materials is keenly alive to such emotions. Lodore resolved to judge calmly, and he reviewed coolly, and weighed, he believed, impartially, the various merits of the question. He thought of Lady Santerre's worldliness, her vulgar ambition, her low-born contempt for all that is noble and elevating in human nature. He thought of Cornelia's docility to her mother's lessons, her careless disregard of the nobler duties of life, and of her frivolity and unfeeling nature. And then, almost against his will, his own many excellencies rose before him, his lofty aspirations, his self-sacrifice for the good of others, the affectionateness of his disposition, his mildness, his desire to be just and kind to all, his willingness to devote every hour of the day and every thought of his mind to the well bringing up of his daughter. A person must be strangely blind who did not perceive that, as far as the child was concerned, she would be far better off with him. And then, in another point of view, Lady Lodore had her mother, and she had the world. She had not only beauty, rank, and wealth, but she had a taste for enjoying the advantages yielded by these on the common soil of daily life. He cared for nothing in the wide world. He loved nothing but this little child. He would willingly exchange for her the far greater portion of his fortune which Lady Lodore should enjoy, reserving for himself such a pittance merely as would suffice for his own and his daughter's support. He had neither home, nor friends, nor youth, nor taintless reputation, nor any of all the blessings of life of which Cornelia possessed a superabundance. Her child was as nothing in the midst of these. She had left her without a sigh, even without a thought, while but to imagine the moment of parting was a dagger to her father's heart. What a fool he had been to hesitate so long, to hesitate at all! There she was, this angel of comfort. Her little form was cradled in his arms. He felt her soft breath upon his hand, and the regular heaving of her bosom responded to the beatings of his own heart. Her golden glossy hair, her crimson cheek, her soft round limbs, all this matchless bower of flesh that held in the budding soul and already expanding affectations of this earthly cherub, was with him. And had he imagined that he could part with her? Rather would he return to Lady Lodore, to dishonour, to scenes of hate and of the world's contempt, so that thus he preserved her. It could not be required of him. But if Cornelia's heart was animated by a tithe of the fondness that warmed his, she would not hesitate in her choice, but, discarding every unworthy feeling, follow her child into the distant and solitary abode he was about to select. And thus pacifying his conscience, Lodore came to the conclusion of making his daughter the partner of his exile. Soon after midday they arrived at Southampton. A small vessel was on the point of sailing for Havre, and on board this he hurried. Before he went, he gave one hasty retrospective view to those he was leaving behind: his wife, his sister, the filial antagonist from whom he was flying. He could readily address himself to the first of these when landed on the opposite coast, But as he wished to keep his destination a secret from the latter, and to prevent, if possible, his being followed and defied by him, an event still to be feared, he employed the few remaining minutes before quitting his country for ever in writing a brief letter to the Countess Lyzinski, which he gave in charge to a servant whom he dismissed and sent back to town. And thus he now addressed her, who in his early life had been as the moon to raise the tide of passion, incapable, alas, of controlling its waves when at the full. It is all over. I have fulfilled my part. The rest remains with you. To prevent the ruin which my folly has brought down from crushing any but myself, I quit country, home, good name, all that is dear to man. I do not complain, nor will I repine, but let the evil, I entreat you, stop here. Casimir must not follow me. He must not know whither I am gone, and while he brands his antagonist with the name of coward, he must not guess that for his sake I endure this stain. I leave it to your prudence and sagacity to calm or to mislead him, to prevent his suspecting the truth or rashly seeking my life. I sacrifice more, far more than my heart's blood on his account. Let that satisfy even your vengeance. I would not write harshly. The dream of life has long been over for me. It matters not how or when the last sands flow out. I do not blame you even for this ill-omened journey to England, which could avail you nothing. Once before we parted for ever, Theodora, but that separation was as the pastime of children in comparison with the tragic scene we now enact. 1,000 dangers yawn between us, and we shall neither dare to repass the gulf that divides us. Forget me, be happy, and forget me. May Casimir be a blessing to you, and while you glory in his perfections and prosperity, cast into oblivion every thought of him who now bids you an eternal adieu. End of Volume 1, Chapter 11. Section 12 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Her virtue, like our own, was built too much on that indignant fuss hypocrite pride stirs up in us to bully out another's guilt. Shelley. The 5th day after Lord Lodore's departure brought Cornelia a letter from him. She had spent the interval at Twickenham, surrendering her sorrows and their consolation to her mother's care, and inspired by her with deep resentment and angry disdain. The letter she received was dated Havre. The substance of it was as follows: "Believe me, I am actuated by no selfish considerations when I ask you once again to reflect before the Atlantic divides us, probably forever. It is for your own sake, your own happiness only, that I ask you to hesitate. I will not urge your duty to me. The dishonour that has fallen on me I am most ready to bear alone. Mine towards you, as far as present circumstances permit, I am desirous to fulfil, and this feeling dictates my present address. Consider the solitary years you will pass alone, even though in a crowd, divided from your husband and your child, your home desolate, calumny and ill nature at watch around you, not one protecting arm stretched over you. Your mother's presence, it is true, will suffice to prevent your position from being in the least equivocal. But the time will soon come when you will discover your mistake in her, and find how unworthy she is of your exclusive affection. I will not urge the temptations and dangers that will beset you. Your pride will, I doubt not, preserve you from these. Yet they will be near you in their worst shape. You will feel their approaches. You will shudder at their menaces. You will desire my death, and the faith pledged to me at the altar will become a chain and a torture to you. I can only offer such affection as your sacrifice will deserve, to adorn a lonely and obscure home, rank, society, flatterers, the luxuries of civilization. All these blessings you must forego. Your lot will be cast in solitude. The wide forest, the uninhabited plain will shelter us. Your husband, your child. In us alone you must view the sum and aim of your life. I will not use the language of persuasion, but in inviting you to share my privations, I renew yet most solemnly the vows we once interchanged, and it shall be my care to endeavour to fulfil mine with more satisfaction to both of us than has until now been the case. It is useless to attempt to veil the truth, that hitherto our hearts have been alienated from each other. The cause is not in ourselves, and must never again be permitted to influence either of us. If amidst the avocations of society the presence of a third person has been sufficient to place division between us, if on the flowery path of our prosperous life one fatal interference has strewn thorns and burning ashes beneath our feet, how much more keenly would this intervention be felt in the retirement in which we are hereafter to spend our days. In the lonely spot to which it will be necessary to contract all our thoughts and hopes, love must alone reign, or hell itself would be but pastime in comparison to our ever-renewing and sleepless torments. The spirit of worldliness, of discord, of paltry pride, must not enter the paling which is to surround our simple dwelling. Come, attended by affection, by open-hearted confidence, come to me, to your child. You will find with us peace and mutual love, the true secret of life. All that can make your mother happy in England shall be provided with no niggard hand. But come alone, Cornelia, my wife. Come, take possession of the hearts that are truly yours, and to learn a new lesson in a new world from him who will dedicate himself entirely to you. Alas, I fear that I speak an unknown language, and one that you will never deign to understand. Still, I again implore you to reflect before you decide. On one point I am firm. I feel that I am in the right, that everything depends upon it. Our daughter's guileless heart shall never be tainted by all that I abhor and despise. For her sake, for yours more than for my own, I am as rock upon one question. Do not strive to move me. It will be useless. Come alone, and 10,000 welcomes and blessings shall hail your arrival. A vessel in which I have engaged a passage sails for New York from this place in 5 days' time. You must not delay your decision, but hasten, if such be your gracious resolve, to join me here. If you decide to sacrifice yourself to one who will never repay that sacrifice, and to the world, that dreary, pain-haunted jungle, at least you shall receive from me all that can be rendered your situation there prosperous. You shall not complain of want of generosity on my part. I shall, in my new course of life, require little myself. The remainder of my fortune shall be at your disposal. I need not recommend secrecy to you as to the real motive of my exile. Your own sense of delicacy will dictate reserve and silence. This letter will be delivered to you by Fenton. He will attend you back here, or bring me your negative, the seal, I feel assured, of your future misery. God grant that you choose wisely and well. Adieu." The heart of Lady Lodore burnt within her bosom as she read these lines. Haughty and proud was she to be dictated to thus, and to follow an obedient slave the master that deigned to recall her to his presence, after he had, so she termed his abrupt departure, deserted her. Her mother sate by, looking at her with an anxious and inquiring glance as she read the letter. She saw the changes of her countenance as it expressed anger, scorn, and bitter indignation. She finished. She was still silent. How could she show this insulting address to her parent? Again she seemed to study its contents, to ponder. Lady Santerre rose. Gently she was taking the paper from Cornelia's hand. "You must not read it," she cried, "and yet you must." And thus one other wrong is heaped upon the many. Lady Santerre read the letter. Silently she perused it, folded it, placed it on the table. Cornelia looked up at her. "I do not fear your decision," she said. "You will not abandon a parent who has devoted herself to you from your cradle, who lives but for you." The unhappy girl, unable to resist her mother's appeal, threw herself into her arms. Even the cold Lady Santerre was moved. Tears flowed from her eyes. "My dear child," she exclaimed. "My dear child." The words found an echo in Lady Lodore's bosom. "I am never to see my child more." "Such is his threat," said her mother, "knowing thus the power he has over you. But do not fear that it will be accomplished. Lord Lodore's conduct is guided by no principle, by no deference to the opinion of the world, by no just or sober motives. He is as full of passion as a madman, and more vacillating. This is his fancy now, to quit England for the wilderness, and to torture you into following him. You are as lost as he, if you yield. A little patience, and all will be right again. He will soon grow tired of playing the tragic hero on a stage surrounded by no spectators. He will discover the folly of his conduct. He will return and plead for forgiveness, and feel that he is too fortunate in a wife, who has preserved her own conduct free from censure and remark, while he has made himself a laughing-stock to all. Do not permit yourself, dear Cornelia, to be baffled in this war of passion with reason, of jealousy, selfishness, and tyranny with natural affection, a child's duty, and the respect you owe to yourself. Even if he remains away, he will quickly become weary of being accompanied by an infant and its nurse, and too glad to find that you will still be willing to act the mother towards his child. Firmness and discretion are the arms you must use against folly and violence. Yield, and you are the victim of a despotism without parallel, the slave of a taskmaster, whose first commands are gentle, soft, and easy injunctions to desert your mother, to exile yourself from your country, and to bury yourself alive in some unheard-of desert, whose name even he does not deign to communicate. All this would only be too silly and too wild, were it not too wicked and too cruel. Believe me, my love, trust yourself to my guidance, and all will be well. Lodore himself will thank, if such thanks be of value, the prudence and generosity you will display." Cornelia listened and was persuaded. Above all, Lady Santerre tried to impress upon her mind that Lodore, finding her firm, would give up his rash schemes and remain in Europe, that even he had probably never really contemplated crossing the Atlantic. At all events, that she must not be guided by the resolves, changeable as the moon, of a man governed by no sane purpose, but that by showing herself determined, he would be brought to bend to her will. In this spirit Lady Lodore replied to her husband's letter. Fenton, Lord Lodore's valet, who had been the bearer, had left it and proceeded to London. He returned the day following to receive his lady's orders. Cornelia saw him and questioned him. She heard that Lord Lodore was to dismiss him and all his English servants before embarking for America, with the exception of the child's nurse, whom he had promised to send back on his arrival at New York. He had engaged his passage and fitted up cabins for his convenience, so that there could be no doubt of his having finally resolved to emigrate. This was all he knew. Cornelia gave him her letter, and he departed on the instant for Southampton. In giving his wife so short an interval in which to form her determination, Lodore conceived that her first impulse would be to join her child, that she would act upon it, and at least come as far as Havre, though perhaps her mother would accompany her to claim her daughter, even if she did not beside foster a hope of changing his resolves. Lodore had an unacknowledged reserve in his own mind that if she would give up her mother, and for a time the world, he would leave the choice of their exile to her, and relinquish the dreary scheme of emigrating to America. With these thoughts in his mind, he anxiously awaited each day the arrival of the packets from England. Each day he hoped to see Cornelia disembark from one of them, and even though accompanied by Lady Santerre, he felt that his heart would welcome her. During this interval his thoughts had recurred to his home, and imagination had already begun to paint the memory of that home in brighter colours than the reality. Lady Lodore had not been all coldness and alienation. In spite of dissension, she had been his. Her form, graceful as a nymph's, had met his eyes each morning. Her smile, her voice, her light cheering laugh had animated and embellished how many hours during the long days grown vacant without her. Cherishing a hope of seeing her again, he forgot her petulance, her self-will, her love of pleasure, and remembering only her beauty and her grace, he began, in a lover-like fashion, to impart to this charming image a soul in accordance to his wishes rather than to the reality. Each day he attended less carefully to the preparations of his long voyage. Each day he expected her. A chill came over his heart at each evening still recurring disappointment, till hope awoke on the ensuing morning. More than once he had been on the eve of sailing to England to meet and escort her. 1,000 times he reproached himself for not having made Southampton the place of meeting, and he was withheld from proceeding thither only by the fear of missing her. Giving way to these sentiments, the tide of affection, swelling into passion, rose in his breast. He doubted not that ere long she would arrive, and taxed himself for modes to show his gratitude and love. The American vessel was on the point of sailing. It might have gone without him. He cared not, when on that 6th day Fenton arrived and put into his hand Cornelia's letter. This then was the end of his expectation. This little paper coldly closed in the destruction of his hopes. Yet might it not merely contain a request for delay? There was something in the servant's manner that looked not like that. But still, as soon as the idea crossed him, he tore open the seal. The words were few. They were conceived in all the spirit of resentment. "You add insult to cruelty," it said, "but I scorn to complain. The very condition you make displays the hollowness and deceit of your proceeding. You well know that I cannot, that I will not desert my mother. But by calling on me for this dereliction of all duty and virtuous affection, you contrive to throw on me the odium of refusing to accompany you. This is a worthy design, and it is successful. I demand my child, restore her to me. It is cruelty beyond compare to separate one so young from maternal tenderness and fosterage. By what right, through what plea do you rob me of her? The tyranny and dark jealousy of your vindictive nature display themselves in this act of unprincipled violence, as well as in your insulting treatment of my mother. You alone must reign, be feared, be thought of. All others are to be sacrificed living victims at the shrine of your self-love. What have you done to merit so much devotion? Ask your heart, if it be not turned to stone. Ask it, what you have done to compare with the long years of affection, kindness, and never-ceasing care that my beloved parent has bestowed on me. I am your wife, Lodore. I bear your name. I will be true to the vows I have made you, nor will I number the tears you force me to shed. But my mother's are sacred, and not one falls in vain for me. Give me my child. Let the rest be yours. Depart in peace. If heaven have blessings for the coldly egotistical, the unfeeling despot, may these blessings be yours. But do not dare to interfere with emotions too pure, too disinterested for you ever to understand. Give me my child, and fear neither my interference nor resentment. I am content to be as dead to you, quite content never to see you more. End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. Section 13 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 13. And so farewell, for we will henceforth be as we had never seen, ne'er more shall see. Heywood. Lodore had passed many days upon the sea on his voyage to America before he could in the least calm the bitter emotions to which Cornelia's violent letter had given birth. He was on the wide Atlantic. The turbid ocean swelled and roared around him, and heaven, the mansion of the winds, showed on its horizon an extent of water only. He was cut off from England, from Europe forever, and the vast continents he quitted dwindled into a span. But still the images of those he left behind dwelt in his soul, engrossing and filling it. They could no longer personally taunt nor injure him, but the thought of them, of all that they might say or do, haunted his mind. It was like an unreal strife of gigantic shadows beneath dark night, which, when you approach, dwindles into thin air, but which, contemplated at a distance, fills the hemisphere with star-reaching heads, and steps that scale mountains. There was a sleepless tumult in Lodore's heart. It was a waking dream of the most painful description. Again and again Cornelia assailed him with reproaches, and Lady Santerre poured out curses upon him. His fancy lent them words and looks full of menace, hate, and violence. Sometimes the sighing of the breeze in the shrouds assumed a tone that mocked their voices. His sleep was disturbed by dreams more painful than his daylight fancies, and the sense which they imparted of sufferings and oppression was prolonged throughout the day. He occasionally felt that he might become mad, and at such moments the presence of his child brought consolation and calm. Her caresses, her lisped expressions of affection, her playfulness, her smiles, were spells to drive away the fantastic reveries that tortured him. He looked upon her cherub face, and the world, late so full of wretchedness and ill, assumed brighter hues. The storm was allayed, the dark clouds fled, sunshine poured forth its beams. By degrees tender and gentle sensations crept over his heart. He forgot the angry contentions in which, in imagination, he had been engaged, and he felt that alone on the sea, with this earthly angel of peace near him, he was divided from every evil, to dwell with tranquillity and love. To part with her had become impossible. She was all that rendered him human, that plucked the thorn from his pillow, and poured one mitigating drop into the bitter draught administered to him. Cornelia, Casimir, Theodora, his mother-in-law, these were all various names and shapes of the spirit of evil sent upon earth to torture him. But this heavenly sprite could set at naught their machinations, and restore him to the calm and hopes of childhood. Extreme in all things, Lodore began more than ever to dote upon her, and to bind up his life in her. And yet sometimes his heart softened at the recollection of his wife, of her extreme youth, and of the natural pang she must feel at being deprived of her daughter. He figured her pining, and in tears he remembered that he had vowed to protect and love her forever, and that deprived of him, never more could the soft attentions and sweet language of love soothe her heart or meet her ear, unattended with a sense of guilt and degradation. He knew that hereafter she might feel this, hereafter, when passion might be roused and he could afford no remedy. Influenced by such ideas, he wrote to her. Many letters he wrote during his voyage, destroying them one after another, dictated by the varying feelings that alternately ruled him. Reason and persuasion, authority and tenderness, reigned by turns in these epistles. They were written with all the fervour of his ardent soul, and breathed irresistible power. Had some of these papers met Cornelia's eye, she had assuredly been vanquished. But fate ordained it otherwise. Fate that blindly weaves our web of life, culling her materials at will, and often wholly refusing to make use of our own desires and intentions as forming a part of our destiny. Lodore arrived at New York, and found by some chance letters already waiting for him there. He had concluded one to his wife full of affection and kindness, when a letter with the superscription written by Lady Santerre was delivered to him. It spoke of law proceedings, of eternal separation, and announced her daughter's resolve to receive no communication, to read no address that was not prefaced by the restoration of her child. It referred him to a solicitor as the medium of future intercourse. With a bitter laugh, Lodore tore to pieces the eloquent and heartfelt appeal he had been on the point of sending. He gave up his thoughts to business only. He wrote to his agent. He arranged for his intended journey. In less than a month he was on his road to the Illinois. Thus ended all hopes of reconciliation, and Lady Santerre won the day. She had worked on the least amiable of her daughter's feelings, and exalted anger into hatred, disapprobation into contempt and aversion. Soon after Cornelia had dismissed the servant, she felt that she had acted with too little reflection. Her heart died within her at the idea that too truly Lodore might sail away with her child, and leave her widowed and solitary forever. Her proud heart knew on this account no relenting towards her husband, the author of these painful feelings, but she formed the resolve not to lose all without a struggle. She announced her intention of proceeding to Havre to obtain her daughter. Lady Santerre could not oppose so natural a proceeding, especially as her companionship was solicited as in the highest degree necessary. They arrived at Southampton. The day was tempestuous, the wind contrary. Lady Santerre was afraid of the water, and their voyage was deferred. On the evening of the following day, Fenton arrived from Havre. Lord Lodore had sailed. The stormy waves of the Atlantic were between him and the shores of England. Pursuit were vain. It would be an acknowledgment of defeat to follow him to America. Cornelia returned to Twickenham, maternal sorrow contending in her heart with mortified pride, and a keen, resentful sense of injury. Lady Lodore was 19, an age when youth is most arrogant, and most heedless of the feelings of others. Her beauty and the admiration it acquired sate her upon the throne of the world, and to her own imagination she looked down like an Eastern princess upon slaves only. Her sway she had believed to be absolute. It was happiness for others to obey. Exalted by adulation, it was natural that all that lowered her elevation in her own eyes should appear impertinent and hateful. She had not learned to feel with or for others. To act in contradiction to her wishes was a crime beyond compare, and her soul was in arms to resent the insolence which thus assailed her majesty of will. The act of Lodore, stepping beyond commonplace opposition into injury and wrong, found no mitigating excuses in her heart. No gentle return of love, no compassion for the unhappy exile, No generous desire to diminish the sufferings of one who was the victim of the wildest and most tormenting passions softened her bosom. She was injured, insulted, despised, and her swelling soul was incapable of any second emotion to the scorn and hate with which she visited the author of her degradation. She was to become the theme of the world's discourse, of its ill-natured censure or mortifying pity. In whatever light she viewed her present position, it was full of annoyance and humiliation. Her path was traced through a maze of pointed angles that pained her at every turn, and her reflections, magnifying the imprudence of which she accused herself, suggested no excuse for her husband, but caused her wounds to fester and burn. Cornelia was not of a lachrymose disposition. She was a woman who in Sparta had formed an heroine, who in periods of war and revolution would unflinchingly have met calamity, sustaining and leading her own sex. But through the bad education she had received, and her extreme youth, elevation of feeling degenerated into mere personal pride, and heroism was turned into obstinacy. She had been capable of the most admirable self-sacrifice, had she been taught the right shrine at which to devote herself. But her mind was narrowed by the mode of her bringing up, and her loftiest ideas were centred into worldly advantages, the most worthless and pitiable. To defraud her of these was to deprive her of all that rendered life worth preserving. Lady Santerre soothed, flattered, and directed her. She poured the balm of gratified vanity upon injured pride. She bade her expect speedy repentance from her husband, and impressed her with the idea that if she were firm, he must yield. His present blustering prognosticated a speedy calm, when he would regret all that he had done, and seek by entire submission to win back his wife. Any appearance of concession on her part would spoil all. Cornelia's eyes flashed fire at the word. Concession! And to whom? To him who had wronged and insulted her? She readily gave into her mother's hands the management of all future intercourse with him, reserving alone, for her own satisfaction, an absolute resolve never to forgive. The correspondence that ensued, carried on across the Atlantic, and soon with many miles of continent added to the space, only produced an interchange of letters written with cool insolence on one side, with heart-burning and impatience on the other. Each served to widen the breach. When Cornelia was not awakened to resent for herself, she took up arms on her mother's account. When Lodore blamed her for being the puppet of one incapable of any generous feeling, one dedicated to the vulgar worship of Mammon, she repelled the taunt, and denied the servitude of soul of which she was accused. She declared that every virtue was enlisted on her mother's side, and that she would abide by her forever. In truth, she loved her the more for Lodore's hatred, and Lady Santerre spared no pains to impress her with the belief that she was wholly devoted to her. And thus years passed away. At first Lady Lodore had lived in some degree of retirement, but persuaded again to emerge, she soon entered into the very thickest maze of society. Her fortune was sufficient to command a respectable station. Her beauty gained her partisans. Her untainted reputation secured her position in the world. Attractive as she was so entirely and proudly correct that even the women were not afraid of her. All her intimate associates were people whose rank gave weight and brilliancy to her situation, but who were conspicuous for their domestic virtues. She was looked upon as an injured and deserted wife, whose propriety of conduct was the more admirable from the difficulties with which she was surrounded. She became more than ever the fashion, and years glided on, as from season to season she shone a bright star among many luminaries, improving in charms and grace, as knowledge of the world and desire of pleasing were added to her natural attractions. The stories at first in circulation on Lodore's departure, all sufficiently wide from the truth, were half forgotten, and served merely as an obscure substratum for Cornelia's bright reputation. He was gone. He could no longer injure nor benefit any, and was therefore no longer an object of fear or love. The most charitable construction put upon his conduct was, that he was mad, and it was piously observed that his removal from this world would be a blessing. Lady Santerre triumphed. Withering away in unhonoured age, still she appeared in the halls of the great, and played the part of Cerberus in her daughter's drawing-room. Lady Lodore, beautiful and admired, intoxicated with this sort of prosperity, untouched by passion, unharmed by the temptations that surrounded her, believed that life was spent most worthily in following the routine observed by those about her, and securing the privilege of being exclusive. She was the glass of fashion, the imitated by a vast sect of imitators. The deprivation of her child was the sole cloud that came between her and the sun. In despite of herself, she never saw a little cherub with rosy cheeks and golden hair, but her heart was visited by a pang, and in her dreams she often beheld, instead of the image of the gay saloons in which she spent her evenings, a desert, wild, a solitary home, and tiny footsteps on the dewy grass, guiding her to her baby daughter, whose soft cooings, remembered during absence, were agonizing to her. She awoke and vowed her soul to hatred of the author of her sufferings, the cruel-hearted, insolent Lodore, and then fled to pleasure as the means of banishing these sad and disturbing emotions. She never again saw Casimir. Long before she reappeared in the world, he and his mother had quitted England. Taught by the slight tinge of weakness that had mingled with her intercourse with him, she sedulously avoided like trials in the future, and placing her happiness in universal applause, love saw her set his power at naught, and pride became a more impenetrable shield than wisdom. End of Volume 1, Chapter 13. Section 14 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 14. Time and change together take their flight. L.E.L. Fitzhenry and his daughter travelled for many days in rain and sunshine across the vast plains of America. Conversation beguiled the way, and Ethel, delighted by the novelty and variety of all that she saw, often felt as if springing from her seat with a new sense of excitement and gladness. So much do the young love change, that we have often thought it the dispensation of the Creator to show that we are formed at a certain age to quit the parental roof, like the patriarch, to seek some new abode where to pitch our tents and pasture our flocks. The clear, soft eyes of the fair girl glistened with pleasure at each picturesque view, each change of earth and sky, each new aspect of civilization and its results, as they were presented to her. Fitzhenry, or as he approaches the old world so long deserted by him, he may resume his title, Lord Lodore, had quitted his abode in the Illinois upon the spur of the moment. He had left his peaceful dwelling impatiently and in haste, giving himself no time for second thoughts, scarcely for recollection. As the fever of his mind subsided, he saw no cause to repent his proceeding, and yet he began to look forward with an anxious and foreboding mind. He had become aware that the village of the Illinois was not the scene fitted for the development of his daughter's first social feelings, and that he ought to take her among the educated and refined, to give her a chance for happiness. A Gertrude or an Haidee, brought up in the wilds, innocent and free, and bestowing the treasure of their hearts on some accomplished stranger, brought on purpose to realize the ideal of their dreamy existences, is a picture of beauty that requires a miracle to change into an actual event in life, and that one so pure, so guileless, and so inexperienced as Ethel should in sheer ignorance give her affections away unworthily was a danger to be avoided beyond all others. Whitelock had performed the part of the wandering stranger, but he was ill fitted for it, and Lodore's first idea was to hurry his daughter away before she should invest him or any other with attributes of glory drawn from her own imagination and sensibility wholly beyond his merits. This was done. Father and daughter were on their way to New York, having bid an eternal adieu to the savannas and forests of the West. For a time Lodore's thoughts were haunted by the image of the home they had left. The murmuring of its stream was in his ears, the shape of each distant hill, the grouping of the trees surrounding the widespread prairie, the winding pathway and trellised arbor were before his eyes, and he thought of the changes that the seasons would operate around, and of his future plans unfulfilled as any home-bred farmer might when his lease was out and he was forced to remove to another county. As their steps drew near the city which was their destination, these recollections became fainter, and, except in discourse with Ethel, when their talk usually recurred to the prairie and their late home, he began to anticipate the future and to reflect upon the results of his present journey. Whither was he about to go? To England? What reception should he there meet, and under what auspices introduce his child to her native country? There was a stain upon his reputation that no future conduct could efface. The name of Lodore was a byword and a mark for scorn. It was introduced with a sneer, followed by calumny and rebuke. It could not even be forgotten. His wife had remained to keep alive the censure or derision attached to it. He, it is true, might have ceased to live in the memories of any. He did not imagine that his idea ever recurred to the thoughtless throng, whose very name and identity were changed by the lapse of 12 years. But when it was mentioned, when he should awaken the forgotten sound by his presence, the echo of shame linked to it would awaken also. The love of a sensation so rife among the wealthy and idle must swell the sound, and Ethel would be led on the world's stage by one who was the object of its opprobrium. What then should he do? Solicit Lady Lodore to receive and bring out her daughter, deprive himself of her society, and after having guarded his unassailed infancy, desert her side at the moment when dangers grew thick, and her mother's example would operate most detrimentally on her. He thought of his sister, with whom he kept up a regular though infrequent correspondence. She was ill-fitted to guide a young beauty on a path which she had never trod. He thought of France, Italy, and Germany, and how he might travel about with her during the 2 or 3 succeeding years, enlarging and storing her mind, and protracting the happy light-hearted years of youth. His own experience on the continent would facilitate this plan, and though it presented, even on this very account, a variety of objections, it was that to which he felt most attracted. There was yet another image and another prospect to which he turned with a kind of gasping sensation, which was now a shrinking aversion to, and now an ardent desire for, its fulfilment. This was the project of reconciliation with Cornelia, and that they should henceforth unite in their labours to render each other and their child happy. 12 years had passed since their separation, 12 years which had led him from the prime of life to its decline, which forced Cornelia to number, instead of 19, more than 30 years, bringing her from crude youth to fullest maturity. What changes might not time have operated in her mind? Latterly, no intercourse had passed between them. They were as dead to each other. And yet the fact of the existence of either was a paramount law with both, ruling their actions and preventing them from forming any new tie. Cornelia might be tired of independence, have discovered the hollowness of her mother's system and desire, but that pride prevented her a reunion with her long-exiled husband. Her understanding was good. Intercourse with the world had probably operated to cultivate and enlarge it. Maternal love might reign in full force, causing her heart to yearn towards the blossoming Ethel, and 1,000 untold sorrows might make her regard the affection of her child's father as the prop, the shelter, the haven, where to find peace, if not happiness. And yet Cornelia was still young, still beautiful, still admired. He was on the wane. A healthy life had preserved the uprightness of his form and the spring of his limbs. But his countenance, how changed from the Lodore who pledged his faith to her in the rustic church at Rhyaider Gowy! The melting softness of his dark eyes was altered to mere sadness. His brow, from which the hair had retreated, was delved by 1,000 lines. Grey sprinkled his black hair. A wintry morning stealing drearily upon night. Each year had left its trace, and with no Praxitelean hand engraven lines upon the rounded cheek, and sunk and diminished the full eye. 12 years had scarcely operated so great a change as here described. But thus he painted it to himself, exaggerating and deforming the image his mirror presented. And where others had only marked the indications of a thoughtful mind and the traces of overwrought sensibility, he beheld careful furrows and age-worn wrinkles. And was he thus to claim the beautiful, the courted, she who still reigned supreme on love's own throne, and to whom, so had he been told, time had brought increased charms as its gift, strewing roses and fragrance on her lovely head, so proving that neither grief nor passion had disturbed the proud serenity of her heart? Lodore had lived many years the life of a recluse, having given up ambition, hope, almost life itself, inasmuch as that existence is scarcely to be termed life which does not bring us into intimate connection with our fellow creatures, nor develop in its progress some plan of present action or anticipation for the future. He was roused from his lethargy as he approached peopled cities. A desire to mingle again in human affairs was awakened, together with an impatience under the obscurity to which he had condemned himself. He grew at last to despise his supineness, which had prevented him from struggling with and vanquishing his adverse fortunes. He resolved no longer to be weighed down by the fear of obloquy. While he was conscious of the bravery and determination of his soul, and with what lofty indignation he was prepared to sweep away the stigma attached to him, and to assert the brightness of his honour. This, for his daughter's sake, as well as for his own, he determined to do. He had no wish, however, to enter upon the task in America. His native country must be the scene of his exertions, as to reassert himself among his countrymen was their object. He felt also that from the beginning he must take no false step, and it behooved him fully to understand the state of things in England as regarded him before he presented himself. He delayed his voyage, therefore, till he had exchanged letters with Europe. He wrote to his sister immediately on arriving at New York, asking for intelligence concerning Lady Lodore, and communicating his intention to return immediately, and, if possible, to effect a reconciliation with his estranged wife. He besought an immediate reply, as he did not wish to defer his voyage beyond the spring months. Having sent this letter, he gave himself up to the society of his daughter. he occupied himself by endeavouring to form her for the new scenes on which she was about to enter, and to divest her of the first raw astonishment excited by the contrast formed by the busy commercial Eastern with the majestic tranquillity of the Western portion of the New World. He wished to accustom her to mingle with her fellow creatures with ease and dignity, and he sought to enlarge her mind and to excite her curiosity by introducing her to the effects of civilization. He would willingly have formed acquaintances for her sake, but that such a circumstance might interfere with the incognito he meant to preserve while away from his native country. We can never divest ourselves of our identity and consciousness, and are apt to fancy that others are equally alive to our peculiar individuality. It was not probable that the name of Lodore or of Fitzhenry should be known in New York. But as the title had been bestowed as a reward for victories obtained over the Americans, he who bore it was less to be blamed for fancying that they had heard with pleasure the story of his disgrace, and would be ready to visit his fault with malignant severity. An accident, however, brought him into contact with an English lady, and he gladly availed himself of this opportunity to bring Ethel into the society of her country people. One day he received an elegant little note, such as are written in London by the fashionable and the fair, which, with many apologies, contained a request. The writer had heard that he was about to return to England with his daughter. Would he refuse to take under his charge a young lady who was desirous of returning thither? The distance from their native land drew English people together, and usually made them kindly disposed towards each other. The circumstances under which this request was made were peculiar, and if he would call to hear them explained, his interest would be excited, and he would not refuse a favour which would lay the writer under the deepest obligation. Lodore answered this application in person. He found an English family residing in one of the best streets of New York, and was introduced to the lady who had addressed him. Her story, the occasion of her request, was detailed without reserve. Her husband's family had formerly been American royalists, refugees in England, where they had lived poor and forgotten. A brother of his father had remained behind in the new country, and acquired a large fortune. He had lived to extreme old age, and dying childless, left his wealth to his English nephew, upon condition that he settled in America. This had caused their emigration. While in England they had lived at Bath, and been intimate with a clergyman who resided near. This clergyman was a singular man, a recluse and a student, a man of ardent soul, held down by a timid, nervous disposition. He was an outcast from his family, which was wealthy and of good station, on account of having formed a mésalliance. How indeed he could have married his unequal partner was a matter of excessive wonder. She was illiterate and vulgar, coarse-minded, though good-natured. This ill-matched pair had 2 daughters. One, the younger, now about 14 years old, was the person whom it was desired to commit to Lodore's protection. The lady continued. She had a large family of boys, but one girl, of the age of Fanny Durham. They had been for some years companions and friends. When about to emigrate, she believed that she should benefit equally her daughter and her friend if she made the latter a companion in their emigration. With great reluctance, Mr. Durham had consented to part with his child. He had thought it for her good, and he had let her go. Fanny obeyed her father. She manifested no disinclination to the plan, and it seemed as if the benevolent wishes of Mrs. Greville were fulfilled, for the benefit of all. They had been in America nearly a year, and now Fanny was to return. She herself had borne her absence from her father with fortitude, and yet it required an exertion of fortitude to bear it, which was destroying the natural vivacity of her disposition. Gloom gathered over her mind. She fled society. She sought solitude, and spent day after day in reverie. Mrs. Greville strove to rouse her, and Fanny lent herself with good grace to any exertion demanded of her, and yet it was plain that even when she gave herself most up to her desire to please her hostess, her thoughts were far away. Her eye was tracing the invisible outline of objects divided from her by the ocean, and her inmost sense was absorbed by the recollection of one far distant, while her ear and voice were abstractedly lent to those immediately around her. Mrs. Greville endeavoured vainly to amuse and distract her thoughts. The only pleasure which attracted her young mind was study, a deep and unremitted application to those profound acquirements to the knowledge of which her father had introduced her. "When you know my young friend," continued Mrs. Greville, "you will understand the force of character which renders her unlike every other child. Fanny never was a child." Mrs. Derham and her daughter Sarah bustled through the business of life, of the farm and the house, while it devolved on Fanny to attend to and to wait upon her father. She was his pupil, he her care. The relation of parent and child subsisted between them on a different footing than in ordinary cases. Fanny nursed her father, watched over his health and humours with the tenderness and indulgence of a mother, while he instructed her in the dead languages and other sorts of abstruse learning, which seldom make a part of a girl's education. Fanny, to use her own singular language, loves philosophy, and pants after knowledge, and indulges in 1,000 platonic dreams, which I know nothing about, and this mysterious and fanciful learning she has dwelt upon with tenfold fervour since her arrival in America. "The contrast," continued Mrs. Greville, "between this wonderful but strange girl and her parent is apparent in nothing more than the incident that made me have recourse to your kindness. Fanny pined for home and her father. The very air of America was distasteful to her. We were not congenial companions, but she never expressed discontent. As much as she could, she shut herself up in the world of her own mind, but outwardly she was cheerful and uncomplaining. A week ago we had letters from her parents requesting her immediate return. Mr. Derham wasted away without her. His health was seriously injured by what in feminine dialect is called fretting, and both he and her mother have implored me to send her back to them without delay." Lord Lodore listened with breathless interest, asking now and then such questions as drew on Mrs. Greville to further explanation. He soon became convinced that he was called upon to do this act of kindness for the daughter of his former schoolfellow, for Francis Derham, whom he had not known nor seen since they had exchanged the visions of boyhood for the disappointing realities of maturer age. And this was Derham's fate, poor, mismatched, destroyed by a morbid sensibility, an object of pity to his own young child, and yet adored by her as the gentlest and wisest of men. How different, and yet how similar, the destinies of both! It warmed the heart of Lodore to think that he should renew his boyish intimacy. Derham would not reject him, would not participate in the world's blind scorn. In his bosom no harsh or unjust feeling could have place. His simple warm heart would yearn towards him as of yore, and the schoolfellows become again all the world to each other. After this explanation, Mrs. Greville introduced her young friend. Her resemblance to her father was at first sight remarkable, and awoke with greater keenness the roused sensibility of Lodore. She was pale and fair. Her light golden hair clustered in short ringlets over her small, well-formed head, leaving unshaded a high forehead, clear as opening day. Her blue eyes were remarkably light and penetrating, with defined and straight brows. Intelligence, or rather understanding, reigned in every feature. Independence of thought and firmness spoke in every gesture. She was a mere child in form and mien, even in her expressions, but within her was discernible an embryo of power and a grandeur of soul not to be mistaken. Simplicity and equability of temper were her characteristics. These smoothed the ruggedness which the singularity of her character might otherwise have engendered. Lodore rejoiced in the strange accident that gave such a companion to his daughter. Nothing could be in stronger contrast than these two girls. The fairy form, the romantic and yielding sweetness of Ethel, whose clinging affections formed her whole world, with the studious and abstracted disciple of ancient learning. Notwithstanding this want of similarity, they soon became mutually attached. Lodore was a link between them. He excited Ethel to admire the concentrated and independent spirit of her new friend, and entered into conversation with Fanny on ancient philosophy, which was unintelligible and mysterious to Ethel. The three became inseparable. They prolonged their excursions in the neighbouring country, while each enjoyed peculiar pleasures in the friendship and sympathy of their companions. This addition to their society, and an intimacy cultivated with Mrs. Greville, whose husband was absent at Washington, formed, as it were, a weaning time for Lodore from the seclusion of the Illinois. There he had lived, cut off from the past and the future, existing in the present only. He had been happy there, cured of the wounds which had penetrated his heart so deeply through the ministration of all healing nature. He felt the gliding of the hours as a blessing, and the occupations of each day were replete with calm enjoyment. He thought of England as a seaman newly saved from a wreck would be of the tempestuous ocean, with fear and loathing, and with heartfelt gladness that he was no longer the sport of its waves. He cultivated such a philosophic turn of mind as often brought a smile of self-pity on his lips at the recollection of scenes which, during their passage, had provoked bitter and burning sensations. What was all this strife of passion, this eager struggle for something, he knew not what, to him now? The healthy labours of his farm, the tranquillity of his library, the endearing caresses of his child, were worth all the vanities of life. Thus he had felt in the Illinois, and now again he looked back to his undisturbed life there, wondering how he had endured its monotonous loneliness. A desire for action, for mingling with his fellow men, had arisen in his heart. He felt like a strong swimmer who longs to battle with the waves. He desired to feel and to exert his powers, to fill a space in the eyes of others, to reassert himself in their esteem, or to resent their scorn. He could no longer regard the past with imperturbability. Again his passions were roused as he thought of his mother-in-law, of his wife, and of the strange scenes which had preceded and caused his flight from England. These ideas had long occupied his mind, without occasioning any emotion, but now again they were full of interest, and pain and struggle again resulted from the recollection. At such times he was glad that Ethel had a companion, that he might leave her and wander alone. He became a prey to the same violence of passion, the same sense of injury and stinging hurry of thought, which for 12 years had ceased to torture him. But no tincture of cowardice entered into his sensations. His soul was set upon victory over the evil fortune to which he had so long submitted when he thought of returning to England, from which he had fled with dishonour. His cheek tingled as 1,000 images of insult and contumely passed rapidly through his mind as likely to visit him. His heart swelled within him, his very soul grew faint. But instead of desiring to fly the anticipated opprobrium, he longed to meet it, and to wash out shame, if need were, with his life's blood, and by resolution and daring to silence his enemies and redeem his name from obloquy. One day, occupied by such thoughts, he stood watching that vast and celebrated cataract, whose everlasting and impetuous flow mirrored the dauntless but rash energy of his own soul. A vague desire of plunging into the whirl of waters agitated him. His existence appeared to be a blot in the creation, his hopes and fears and resolves a worthless web of ill-assorted ideas, best swept away at once from the creation. Suddenly his eye caught the little figure of Fanny Durham, standing on a rock not far distant, her meaning eyes fixed on him. The thunder of the waters prevented speech. But as he drew near her, he saw that she had a paper in her hand. She held it out to him. A blush mantled over her usually pale countenance as he took it, and she sprung away up the rocky pathway. Lodore cast his eyes on the open letter, and his own name, half forgotten by him, presented itself on the written page. The letter was from Fanny's father, from Derham, his friend and schoolfellow. His heart beat fast as he read the words traced by one formerly so dear. "The beloved name of Fitzhenry," thus Derham had written, "awakens a strange conjecture. Is not your kind protector the friend and companion of my boyish days? Is it not the long-absent Lodore, who has stretched out a paternal hand to my darling child, and who is about to add to his former generous acts the dearer one of restoring my Fanny to me? Ask him this question. Extract this secret from him. Tell him how my chilled heart warms with pleasure at the prospect of a renewal of our friendship. He was a godlike boy, daring, generous, and brave. The remembrance of him had been a bright spot which, except yourself, is all of cheering that has checkered my gloomy existence. Ask him whether he remembers him whose life he saved, whom he rescued from oppression and misery. I am an old man now, weighed down by sorrow and infirmity. Adversity has also visited him, but he will have withstood the shocks of fate as gallantly as a mighty ship stems the wave of ocean, while I, a weather-worn skiff, am battered and wrecked by the tempest. From all you say, he must be Lodore. Mark him, Fanny, if you see one lofty in his mien, yet gracious in all his acts, his person adorned by the noblest attributes of rank, full of dignity, yet devoid of pride, impatient of all that is base and insolent, but with a heart open as a woman's to compassion, one whose slightest word possesses a charm to attract and enchain the affections. If such be your new friend, put this letter into his hand. He will remember Francis Derham, and love you for my sake as well as for your own. End of Volume 1, Chapter 14. Section 15 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 15. It is our will that thus enchains us to permitted ill. Shelley. This was a new inducement to bring back Lodore from the wilds of America to the remembrance of former days. The flattering expressions in Derham's letter soothed his wounded pride, and inspired a desire of associating once more with men who could appreciate his worth, and sympathize with his feelings. His spirits became exhilarated. He talked of Europe and his return thither with all the animation of sanguine youth. It was one of the necessary attributes of our nature always to love what we have once loved, and though new objects and change in former ones may chill our affections for a time, we are filled with renewed fervour after every fresh disappointment, and feel an impatient longing to return to the cherishing warmth of our early attachments. Happy if we do not find emptiness and desolation where we left life and hope. Ethel had never been as happy as at the present time, and her affection for her father gathered strength from the confidence which existed between them. He was the passion of her soul, the engrossing attachment of her loving heart. When she saw a cloud on his brow, she would stand by him with silent but pleading tenderness, as if to ask whether any exertion of hers could dissipate his inquietude. She hung upon his discourse as a heavenly oracle, and welcomed him with gladdened looks of love when he returned after any short absence. Her heart was bent upon pleasing him. She had no thought or pursuit which was not linked with his participation. There is perhaps in the list of human sensations no one so pure, so perfect, and yet so impassioned, as the affection of a child for its parent, during that brief interval when they are leaving childhood and have not yet felt love. There is something so awful in a father. His words are laws, and to obey them happiness. Reverence and a desire to serve are mingled with gratitude and duty, without a flaw or question, so second the instinct of the heart as to render it imperative. Afterwards we may love, in spite of the faults of the object of our attachment, but during the interval alluded to, we have not yet learnt to tolerate, but also we have not learned to detect faults. All that a parent does appears an emanation from a diviner world. While we fear to offend, we believe we have no right to be offended. Eager to please, we seek in return approval only, and are too humble to demand a reciprocity of attention. It is enough that we are permitted to demonstrate our devotion. Ethel's heart overflowed with love, reverence, worship of her father. He had stood in the wilds of America, a solitary specimen of all that is graceful, cultivated, and wise among men. She knew of nothing that might compare to him, and the world without him was what the earth might be, uninformed by light. He was its sun, its ruling luminary. All this intensity of feeling existed in her, without her being aware scarcely of its existence, without her questioning the cause or reasoning on the effect. To love her father was the first law of nature, the chief duty of a child, and she fulfilled it unconsciously, but more completely than she could have done had she been associated with others who might have shared and weakened the concentrated sensibility of her nature. At length the packet arrived which brought Lodore's letters from England. Before his eyes lay the closed letter, pregnant with fate. He was not of a disposition to recoil from certainty, and yet for a few moments he hesitated to break the seals, appalled by the magnitude of the crisis which he believed to be at hand. Latterly the idea of a reconciliation with Cornelia had been a favourite in his thoughts. The world was a painful and hard-tasking school. She must have suffered various disappointments and endured much disgust, and so be prepared to lend a willing ear to his overture. She was so very young when they parted, and since then had lived entirely under the influence of Lady Santerre. But what had at one time proven injurious might in the course of years have opened her eyes to the vanity of the course which she was pursuing. Lodore felt persuaded that there were better things to be expected from his wife than a love of fashion and an adherence to the prejudices of society. He had failed to bring her good qualities to light, but time and events might have played the tutor better, and it merely required perhaps a sensible interference, a fortunate circumstance, to prove the truth of his opinion, and to show Lady Lodore as generous, magnanimous, and devoted as before she had appeared proud, selfish, and cold. How few there are possessed of any sensibility, who mingle with and are crushed by jostling interests of the world, who do not ever and anon exclaim with the psalmist, "Oh, for the wings of a dove, that I might flee away and be at rest." If such an aspiration was ever breathed by Cornelia, how gladly, how fondly would her husband welcome the weary flutterer, open his bosom for her refuge, and study to make her forget all the disquietudes and follies of headstrong youth. This was a mere dream. Lodore sighed to think that his position would not permit him to afford her a shelter from the poisoned arrows of the world. She must come to him prepared to suffer much. It required not only the absence of the vulgar worldliness of Lady Santerre, but great strength of mind to forgive the past, and strong affection to endure the present. He could only invite her to share the lot of a dishonoured man, to become a partner in the struggle which he was prepared to enter upon to regain his lost reputation. This was no cheering prospect. Pride and generosity equally forbade his endeavouring to persuade his wife to quit a course of life she liked, to enter upon a scene of trials and sorrows with one for whom she did not care. All these conjectures had long occupied him, but here was a certainty. The letter in his hand. It was sealed with black, and a tremulous shudder ran through his frame as he tore it open. He soon satisfied himself. Cornelia lived. He breathed freely again, and proceeded more calmly to make himself master of the intelligence which the paper he held contained. Cornelia lived, but his sister announced a death which he believed would change the colour of his life. Lady Santerre was no more. Yes, Cornelia was alive, the bride that had stood beside him at the altar, whose hand he had held while he pronounced his vows, with whom he had domesticated for years, the mother of his child, still lived. The cold, consuming grave did not wrap her lovely form. The idea of her death, which the appearance of the black seal conveyed suddenly to his imagination, had been appalling beyond words. For the last few weeks his mind had been filled with her image. His thoughts had fed upon the hope that they should meet once more. Had she died while he was living in inactive seclusion in the Illinois, he might have been less moved. But his vivid fancy, his passionate heart, could not spare her now without a pang of agony. It passed away, and his mind reverted to the actual situation in which they were placed by the death of his mother-in-law. Reconciliation had become easy by the removal of that fatal barrier. He felt assured that he could acquire Cornelia's confidence, win her love, administer to her happiness. He determined to leave nothing untried to bring about so desirable a conclusion to their long and dreary alienation. The one insuperable obstacle was gone. Their daughter, that loveliest link, that soft silken tie remained. Cornelia must welcome with maternal delight this better portion of herself. He glanced over his sister Elizabeth's letter, announcing the death of Lady Santerre, and then read the one enclosed from Lady Lodore to her sister-in-law. It was cold, but very decisive. She thanked her first for the inquiries she had made, and then proceeded to say that she took this opportunity, the only one likely to present itself, of expressing what her own feelings were on this melancholy occasion. "I am afraid," she said, "that your brother will look on the death of my dearest mother as opening the door to our reunion. Some words in your letter seem indeed to intimate this, or I should have hoped that I was entirely forgotten. I trust that I am mistaken. My earnest desire is that my natural grief, and the tranquillity which I try to secure for myself, may not be disturbed by fruitless endeavours to bring about what can never be. My determination may be supposed to arise from pride and implacable resentment. Perhaps it does. But I feel it impossible that we should ever be anything but strangers to each other. I will not complain, and I wish to avoid harsh allusions, but respect for him I have lost, and a sense of undeserved wrong, are paramount with me. I shall never intrude upon him. Persuade him that it will be unmanly cruelty to force himself, even by a letter, on me." From this violent declaration of an unforgiving heart, Lodore turned to Elizabeth's letter. This excellent lady, to whom the names of dissipation and the metropolis were synonymous, and who knew as much of the world as Parson Adams, assured her brother that Cornelia, far from feeling deeply the blow of her mother's death, was pursuing her giddy course with greater pertinacity than ever. Surrounded by flatterers, given up to pleasure, she naturally shrunk from being reminded of her exiled husband and her forgotten child. Her letter showed how ill she deserved the tenderness and interest which Lodore had expressed. She was a second Lady Santerre, without being gifted with that maternal affection which had in some degree dignified that person's character. Elizabeth lamented that his wife's hardness of heart might prevent his proposed visit to England. She did not like to urge it. It might seem selfish. Hitherto she had let herself and her sorrows go for nothing. Could she think of her own gratification while her brother was suffering so much calamity? She was growing old. Indeed, she was old. She had no kin around her. Early friends were dead or lost to her. She had nothing to live on but the recollection of her brother. She should think herself blessed could she see him once more before she died. "Oh, my dear brother Henry," continued the kind-hearted lady, "if you would but say the word. The sea is nothing. People older than I, and I am not at all infirm, make the voyage. Let me come to America. Let me embrace my niece, and see you once again. Let me share your dear home in the Illinois, which I see every night in my dreams. I should grieve to be a burthen to you, but it would be my endeavour to prove a comfort and a help." Lodore read both of these letters, one after the other, again and again. He resolved on going to England immediately. Either Cornelia was entirely callous and worthless, and so to be discarded from his heart forever, or after her first bitter feelings on her mother's death were over, she would soften towards her child, or there was some dread secret feeling that influenced her, and he must save her from calamity and wretchedness. One of these changes of feeling to which the character of Lodore was peculiarly subject came over him. Lady Santerre was dead. Cornelia was alone. 1,000 dangers surrounded her. It appeared to him that his first imperious duty was to offer himself to guard and watch over her. He resolved to leave nothing untried to make her happy. He would give up Ethel to her. He would gratify every wish she could frame, pour out benefits lavishly before her, force her to see in him a benefactor and a friend, and at last, his heart whispered, induce her to assume again the duties of a wife. End of Volume 1, Chapter 15. Section 16 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 16. What is peace? When life is over and love ceases to rebel, let the last faint sigh discover which precedes the passing knell. Wordsworth. Lodore was henceforth animated by a new spirit of hope. His projects and resolves gave him something to live for. He looked forward with pleasure, feeling on his expected return to his native country as the fabled voyager who knew that he ought to be contented in the fair island where chance had thrown him, and yet who hailed with rapture the approach of the sail that was to bear him back to the miseries of social life. He reflected that he had in all probability many years before him, and he was earnest that the decline of his life should, by a display of prudence and virtuous exertion, cause the errors of his earlier manhood to be forgotten. This inspiring tone of mind was very congenial to Ethel. The prospects that occupied her father had a definite horizon. All was vague and misty to her eyes, yet beautiful and alluring. Lodore gave no outline of his plans. He never named her mother. Uncertain himself, he was unwilling to excite feelings in Ethel's mind, to be afterwards checked and disappointed. He painted the future in gay colours, but left it in all the dimness most favourable for an ardent imagination to exercise itself upon. In a very few days they were to sail for England. Their passage was engaged. Lodore had written to his sister to announce his return. He spoke of Longfield, and of her kind and gentle aunt to Ethel. and she, who, like Miranda, had known no relative or intimate except her father, warmed with pleasure to find new ties bind her to her fellow creatures. She questioned her father, and he, excited by his own newly awakened emotions, dilated eloquently on the joys of his young days, and pleased Fanny as well as his own daughter by a detail of boyish pranks and adventures which his favourite schoolfellow shared. The freedom he enjoyed in his paternal home, the worship that waited on him there, the large space which in early youth he appeared to fill in all men's eyes, the buoyancy and innocence associated with those unshadowed days, painted them to his memory cloudless and bright. It would be to renew them, to see Longfield again, to clasp once more the hand of Francis Derham. A kind of holiday and festal feeling was diffused through Ethel's mind by the vivid descriptions and frank communications of her father. She felt as if about to enter paradise. America grew dim and sombre in her eyes. Its forests, lakes, and wilds were empty and silent, while England swarmed with 1,000 lovely forms of pleasure. Her father strewed a downy velvet path for her, which she trod with light girlish steps, happy in the present hour, happier in the anticipated future. A few days before the party were to sail, Lodore and his daughter dined with Mrs. Greville. As if they held the reins and could curb the course of fate, each and all were filled with hilarity. Lodore had forgotten Theodora and her son, had cast from his recollection the long train of misery, injury, and final ruin, which for so long had occupied his whole thoughts. He was, in his own eyes, no longer the branded exile. A strange distortion of vision blinded this unfortunate man to the truth, which experience so perpetually teaches us, that the consequences of our actions never die, that repentance and time may paint them to us in different shapes, but though we shut our eyes, they are still beside us, helping the inexorable destinies to spin the fatal thread, and sharpening the implement which is to cut it asunder. Lodore lived the morning of that day, it was the 1st of May, realizing by its brilliancy and sweets the favourite months of the poets, as if many a morning throughout the changeful seasons was to be his. Some time he spent on board the vessel in which he was to sail, seeing that all the arrangements which he had ordered for Ethel and Fanny's comfort were perfected. Then father and daughter rowed out together. Often did Ethel try to remember every word of the conversation held during that ride. It concerned the fair fields of England, the splendours of Italy, the refinements and pleasures of Europe. "When we are in London," "when we shall visit Naples," such phrases perpetually occurred. It was Lodore's plan to induce Cornelia to travel with him, to invite Mr. Derham and Fanny to be their companions. A warmer climate would benefit his friend's health. "And for worlds," he said, "I would not lose Derham. It is the joy of my life to think that by my return to my native country I secure to myself the society of this excellent and oppressed man." At 6 o'clock Lodore and Ethel repaired to Mrs. Greville's house. It had been intended that no other persons should be invited, but the unexpected arrival of some friends from Washington, about to sail to England, had obliged the lady to alter this arrangement. The new guests consisted of an English gentleman and his wife, and one other, an American who had filled a diplomatic situation in London. Annoyed by the sight of strangers, Lodore kept apart, conversing with Ethel and Fanny. At dinner he sat opposite to the American. There was something in this man's physiognomy peculiarly disagreeable to him. He was not a pleasing-looking man, but that was not all. Lodore fancied that he must have seen him before under very painful circumstances. He felt inclined to quarrel with him, he knew not why, and was disturbed and dissatisfied with himself and everybody. The first words which the man spoke were as an electric shock to him. 12 long years rolled back. The past became the present once again. This very American had sat opposite to him at the memorable dinner at the Russian ambassador's. At the moment when he had been hurried away by the fury of his passion against Casimir, he remembered to have seen a sarcastic sneer on his face, as the republican marked the arrogance of the English noble. Lodore had been ready then to turn the fire of his resentment on the insolent observer, but when the occasion passed away, he had entirely forgotten him, until now he rose like a ghost to remind him of former pains and crimes. The lapse of years had scarcely altered this person. His hair was grizzled, but it crowned his head in the same rough abundance as formerly. His face, which looked as if carved out of wood, strongly and deeply lined, showed no tokens of a more advanced age. He was then elderly looking for a middle-aged man. He was now young looking for an elderly man. Nature had disdained to change an aspect which showed so little of her divinity, and which no wrinkles nor withering could mar. Lodore, turning from this apparition, caught the reflection of himself in an opposite mirror. Association of ideas had made him unconsciously expect to behold the jealous husband of Cornelia. How changed, how passion-worn and tarnished was the countenance that met his eyes! He recovered his self-possession as he became persuaded that this chance visitant, who had seen him but once, would be totally unable to recognize him. This unwelcome guest had been attached to the American embassy in England, and had but lately returned to New York. He was full of dislike of the English, contempt for them and pride in his countrymen being the cherished feelings of his mind. The latter he held up to admiration from prejudiced views. A natural propensity to envy and depreciation led him to detract from the former. He was, in short, a most disagreeable person, and his insulting observations on his country moved Lodore's spleen, while his mind was shaken from its balance by the sight of one who reminded him of his past errors and ruin. He was fast advancing to a state of irritability when he should lose all command over himself. He felt this, and tried to subdue the impetuous rush of bitterness which agitated him. He remembered that he must expect many trials like this, and that, rightly considered, this was a good school wherein he might tutor himself to self-possession and firmness. He went to another extreme, and addressing himself to and arguing with the object of his dislike, endeavoured to gloss over to himself the rising violence of his impassioned temper. The ladies retired, and the gentlemen entered upon a political discussion on some event passing in Europe. The English guest took his departure early, and Lodore and the other continued to converse. Some mention was made of newspapers newly arrived, and the American proposed that they should repair to the coffee-house to see them. Lodore agreed. He thought that this would be a good opportunity to shake off his distasteful companion. The coffee-room contained nearly 20 persons. They were in loud discussion upon a question of European politics, and reviling England and her manners in the most contemptuous terms. This was not balm for Lodore's sore feelings. His heart swelled indignantly at the sarcasms which these strangers levelled against his native country. He felt as if he was acting a coward's part when he listened tamely. His companion soon entered with vehemence into the conversation, and the noble, who was longing to quarrel with him, now drew himself up with forced composure, fixing his full meaning eyes upon the speaker, hoping by his quiescence to entice him into expressions which he would insist on being retracted. His temper by this time entirely mastered him. In a calmer moment he would have despised himself for being influenced by such a man to any sentiment except contempt. But the tempest was abroad, and all sobriety of feeling was swept away like chaff before the wind. Mr. Hatfield, such was the American's name, perceiving that he was listened to, entered with great delight on his favourite topic, a furious and insolent philippic against England in mass and in detail. Lodore still listened. There was a dry sneer in the tones of the speaker's voice that thrilled him with hate and rage, at length by some chance reverting to the successful struggle America had made for her independence, and ridiculing the resistance of the English on the occasion, Hatfield named Lodore. "Lodore!" cried one of the bystanders. "Fitzhenry was the name of the man who took the Orinoco." "Ay, Fitzhenry it was," said Hatfield. "Lodore is his nickname, King George's bit of gilt gingerbread, which mightily pleased the sapient mariner. An Englishman thinks himself honoured when he changes one name for another. Admiral Fitzhenry was the scum of the earth, Lord Lodore a pillar of state. Pity that infamy should so soon have blackened the glorious title." Lodore's pale cheek suddenly flushed at these words, and then blanched again, as with compressed lips he resolved to hear yet more, till the insult should no longer be equivocal. The word infamy was echoed from various lips. Hatfield found that he had ensured a hearing, and, glad of an audience, he went on to relate his story. It was of the dinner at the Russian ambassador's, of the intemperate violence of Lodore, and the youthful Lyzinski's wrongs. "I saw the blow given," continued the narrator, "and I would have canned the fellow on the spot, had I not thought that a bullet would do his business better. But when it came to that, London was regaled by an event which could not have happened here, for we have no such cowards among us. My lord was not to be found. He had absconded, sneaked off like a mean-spirited, pitiful scoundrel." The words were still on the man's lips when a blow, sudden and unexpected, extended him on the floor. After this swiftly executed act of retaliation, Lodore folded his arms, and as his antagonist rose, foaming with rage, said, "You at least shall have no cause to complain of not receiving satisfaction for your injuries at my hands. I am ready to give it, even in this room. I am Lord Lodore." Duels, that sad relic of feudal barbarism, were more frequent then than now in America. At all times they are more fatal and more openly carried on there than in this country. The nature of the quarrel in the present instance admitted of no delay, and it was resolved that the antagonists should immediately repair to an open place near the city, to terminate, by the death of one, the insults they had mutually inflicted. Lodore saw himself surrounded by Americans, all strangers to him, nor was he acquainted with one person in New York whom he could ask to be his second. This was matter of slight import. The idea of vindicating his reputation, and of avenging the bitter mortifications received from society, filled him with unnatural gladness, and he was hastening to the meeting, totally regardless of any arrangement for his security. There was a gentleman seated at a distant part of the coffee-room, who had been occupied by reading, nor seemed at all to give ear to what was going on till the name of Lodore occurred. He then rose, and when the blow was given, drew nearer the group, though he still stood aloof, while with raised angry voices they assailed Lodore, and he, replying in his deep subdued voice, agreed to the meeting which they tumultuously demanded. Now, as they were hastening away, and Lodore was following them, confessedly unbefriended, this gentleman approached, and putting his card into the nobleman's hand, said, "I am an Englishman, and should be very glad if you would accept my services on this painful occasion." Lodore looked at the card, on which was simply engraved the name of Mr. Edward Villiers, and then at him who addressed him. He was a young man, certainly not more than 23. An air of London fashion, to which Lodore had been so long unused, was combined with a most prepossessing countenance. He was light-haired and blue-eyed. Ingenuousness and sincerity marked his physiognomy. The few words he had spoken were enforced by a graceful cordiality of manner, and a silver-toned voice that won the heart. Lodore was struck by his prepossessing exterior, and replied with warm thanks, adding that his services would be most acceptable on certain conditions, which were merely that he should put no obstacle to the immediate termination of the quarrel in any mode, however desperate, which his adversary might propose. Otherwise, Lodore added, I must entirely decline your interference. All this is to me matter of far higher import than mere life and death, and I can submit to no control." "Then my services must be limited to securing fair play for you," said Mr. Villiers. During this brief parley they were in the street, proceeding toward the place of meeting. Day had declined, and the crescent moon was high in the heavens. Each instant its beams grew more refulgent, as twilight yielded to night. "We shall have no difficulty in seeing each other," said Lodore in a cheerful voice. He felt cheerful. A burthen was lifted from his heart. How much must a brave man suffer under the accusation of cowardice, and how joyous when an opportunity is granted of proving his courage. Lodore was brave to rashness. At this crisis he felt as if about to be born again to all the earthly blessings of which he had been deprived so long. He did not think of the dread baptism of blood which was to occasion his regeneration, still less of personal danger. He thought only of good name restored, of his reputation for courage vindicated, of the insolence of this ill-spoken fellow signally chastised. "Have you weapons?" asked his companion. "They will procure pistols, I suppose," replied Lodore. "We should lose much time by going to the hotel for mine." "We are passing that where I am," said Mr. Villiers. "If you'll wait one moment I will fetch mine, or will you go up with me?" They entered the house and the apartments of Mr. Villiers. At such moments slight causes operate changes on the human heart, and as various impulses sweep like winds over its chords, that subtle instrument gives forth various tones. A moment ago Lodore seemed to raise his proud head to the stars. He felt as if escaping from a dim intricate cavern into the blessed light of day. The strong excitement permitted no second thought, no second image. With a lighter step than Mr. Villiers, he followed that gentleman upstairs. For a moment, as he went into an inner apartment for the pistols, Lodore was alone. A desk was open on the table, and paper unwritten on upon the desk. Scarcely knowing what he did, Lodore took the pen and wrote, "Ethel, my child, my life's dearest blessing, be virtuous, be useful, be happy. Farewell forever." And under this he wrote Mrs. Greville's address. The first words were written with a firm hand, but the recollection of all that might occur made his fingers tremble as he continued, and the direction was nearly illegible. "If anything happens to me," said he to Mr. Villiers, "you will add to your kindness immeasurably by going there," pointing to the address, "and taking precaution that my daughter may hear of her disaster in as tender a manner as possible." "Is there anything else?" asked his companion. "Command me freely, I beseech you. I will obey your injunctions to the letter." "It is too late now," replied the noble, "and we must not keep these gentlemen waiting. The little I have to say we will talk of as we walk. I feel," continued Lodore, after they were again in the street, "that if this meeting end fatally, I have no power to enforce my wishes and designs beyond the grave. The Providence which has so strangely conducted the drama of my life will proceed in its own way after the final catastrophe. I commit my daughter to a higher power than mine, secure that so much innocence and goodness must receive blessings, even in this ill-grained state of existence. You will see Mrs. Greville. She is a kind-hearted, humane woman, and will exert herself to console my child. Ethel, Miss Fitzhenry, I mean, must, as soon as it is practicable, return to England. She will be received there by my sister, and remain with her till her fate be otherwise decided. We were on the point of sailing. I have fitted up a cabin for her. She might make the voyage in that very vessel. You perhaps will consult, though what claim have I on you?" "A claim most paramount," interrupted Villiers eagerly. "That of a countryman in a foreign land, of a gentleman vindicating his honour at the probable expense of life." "Thank you," replied Lodore. "My heart thanks you for my own sake and for my daughter's. if indeed you will kindly render her such services as her sudden loss may make sadly necessary. Depend on me, though God grant she need them not." "For her sake I say amen," said Lodore. "For my own, life is a worn-out garment. Few tears will be shed upon my grave, except by Ethel." "There is yet another," said Villiers, with visible hesitation. "Pardon me if I appear impertinent, but at such a moment may I not name Lady Lodore?" "For her, indeed," answered the peer, "the event of this evening, if fatal to me, will prove fortunate. She will be delivered from a heavy chain. May she be happy in another choice. Are you acquainted with her?" "I am, slightly, that is, not very intimately." "If you meet her on your return to England," continued the noble, "if you ever see Lady Lodore, tell her that I invoked a blessing on her with my latest breath, that I forgive her and ask her forgiveness. But we are arrived. Remember Ethel." "Yet one moment," cried Villiers, "one moment of reflection, of calm. Is there no way of preventing this encounter?" "None. Fail me not, I entreat you. In this one thing interpose no obstacle. Be as eager and as firm as I myself am. Our friends have chosen a rising ground. We shall be excellent marks for one another. Pray do not lose time." The American and his second stood in dark relief against the moonlit sky. As the rays fell upon the English noble, Hatfield observed to his companion that he now perfectly recognized him, and wondered at his previous blindness. Perhaps he felt some compunction for the insult he had offered, but he said nothing, and no attempt was made on either side at amicable explanation. They proceeded at once, with a kind of savage indifference, to execute the murderous designs which caused them to disturb the still and lovely night. It was indeed a night that love and hope and all the softer emotions of the soul would have felt congenial to them. A balmy western breeze lifted the hair lightly from Lodore's brow and played upon his cheek. The trees were bathed in yellow moonshine. A glowworm, stealing along the grass, scarce showed its light, and sweet odours were wafted from grove and field. Lodore stood with folded arms, gazing upon the scene in silence, while the seconds were arranging preliminaries and loading the firearms. None can tell what thoughts then passed through his mind. Did he rejoice in his honour redeemed, or grieve for the human being at whose breast he was about to aim, or were his last thoughts spent upon the account he might so speedily be called on to render before his Creator's throne? When at last he took his weapon from the hands of Villiers, his countenance was serene, though solemn, and his voice firm and calm. "Remember me to Ethel," he said, "and tell her to thank you. I cannot sufficiently, and yet I do so from my heart. If I live, then more of this." The antagonists were placed. They were both perfectly self-possessed, bent, with hardness and cruelty of purpose, on fulfilling the tragic act. As they stood face to face, a few brief paces only intervening, on the moonlit hill, neither had ever been more alive, more full of conscious power, of moral and physical energy, than at that moment. Villiers saw them standing beneath the silver moonbeams, each in the pride of life, of strength, of resolution. A ray glanced from the barrel of Lodore's pistol as he raised and held it out with a steady hand. A flash, the reports, and then he staggered 2 steps, fell, and lay upon the earth, making no sign of life. Villiers rushed to him. The wound was unapparent, no blood flowed, but the bullet had entered his heart. His friend raised his head in his arms. His eyes opened, his lips moved, but no sound issued from them. A shadow crossed his face. The body slipped from Villiers' support to the ground. All was over. Lodore was dead. End of Volume 1, Chapter 16. Section 17 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 1, Chapter 17. In cor gentil amor per mort no passa. Ossias March, Troubadour. We return to Longfield and Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry. The glory of summer invested the world with light, cheerfulness, and beauty, when the sorrowing sister of Lodore visited London to receive her orphan niece from the hands of the friend of Mrs. Greville, under whose protection she had made the voyage. The good lady folded poor Ethel in her arms, overcome by the likeness she saw to her beloved brother Henry in his youthful days, before passion had worn and misfortune saddened him. Her soft brown lamp-like eyes beamed with the same sensibility, and yet when she examined her more closely, Mrs. Elizabeth lost somewhat of the likeness, for the lower part of her face resembled her mother. Her hair was lighter, and her complexion much fairer than Lodore. Besides that, the expression of her countenance was peculiar to herself, and possessed that individuality which is so sweet to behold, but impossible to describe. They lingered but a few days in London. Fanny Durham, who accompanied her on her voyage, had already returned to her father, and there was nothing to detain them from Longfield. Ethel had no adieus to make that touched her heart. Her aunt was more to her than any other living being, and her strongest desire now was to visit the scenes once hallowed by her father's presence. The future was a chaos of dark regret and loneliness. Her whole life, she thought, would be composed of one long memory. One memory and one fatal image. Ethel had not only consecrated her heart to her father, but his society was a habit with her, and until now she had never even thought how she could endure existence without the supporting influence of his affection. His conversation, so full of a kind penetration into her thoughts, was calculated to develop and adorn them. His manly sense and paternal solicitude had all fostered a filial love, the most tender and strong. Add to this his sudden and awful death. Already had they schemed their future life in a world new to Ethel. He had excited her enthusiasm by descriptions of the wonders of art in the old countries, and raised her curiosity while promising to satisfy it, and she had eagerly looked forward to the time when she should see the magical works of man, and mingle with the system of society of which, except by books, he alone presented any ensample to her. Their voyage was fixed, and on the other side of their watery way she had figured a very Elysium of wonders and pleasures. The late change in their mode of life had served to endear him doubly to her. It had been the occupation of her life to think of her father, to communicate all her thoughts to him, and in the unreflecting confidence of youth she had looked forward to no termination of a state of existence that had began from her cradle. He propped her entire world. The foundations must moulder and crumble away without him, and he was gone. Where then was she? Mr. Villiers had, as soon as he was able, hurried to Mrs. Greville's house. By some strange chance the fatal tidings had preceded him, and he found the daughter of the unfortunate Lodore bewildered and maddened by her frightful calamity. Her first desire was to see all that was left of her parent. She could not believe that he was indeed dead. She was certain that care and skill might revive him. She insisted on being led to his side. Her friends strove to restrain her, but she rushed into the street, she knew not whither, to ask for, to find her father. The timidity of her temper was overborne by the wild expectation of yet being able to recall him from among the dead. Villiers followed her, and yielding to her wishes, guided her towards the hotel whither the remains of Lodore had been carried. He judged that the exertion of walking thither, and the time that must elapse before she arrived, would calm and subdue her. He talked to her of her father as they went along. He endeavoured to awaken the source of tears, but she was silent, absorbed, brooding darkly on her hopes. Pity for herself had not yet arisen, nor the frightful certainty of bereavement. To see those dear lineaments, to touch his hand, the very hand that had so often caressed her, clay cold and incapable of motion. Could it be? She did not answer Villiers. She only hurried forward. She feared obstruction to her wishes. Her soul was set on one thought only. Had Villiers endeavoured to deceive her, it would have been in vain. Arrived at the hotel, as by instinct, she sprung up the stairs and reached the door of the room. It was darkened, in useless but decent respect for the death within. There lay a figure covered by a sheet, and already chilling the atmosphere around it. The imagination is slow to act upon the feelings in comparison with the quick operation of the senses. Ethel now knew that her father was dead. Mortal strength could support no more. The energy of hope deserting her, she sunk lifeless on the ground. For a long time she was passive in the hands of others. A violent illness confined her to her bed, and physical suffering subdued the excess of mental agony. Villiers left her among kind friends. It was resolved that she and Fanny Durham should proceed to England under the protection of the friends of Mrs. Greville, about to return thither. He was himself obliged to return to England without delay. Ethel's destiny was as yet quite uncertain. It was decided by the opening of her father's will. This had been made 12 years before, on his first arrival at New York, and breathed a spirit of resentment and even revenge against his wife. Lodore had indeed not much wealth to leave. His income chiefly consisted in a grant from the crown, entailed on heirs male, which in default of these reverted back, and in a sinecure which expired with him. His paternal estate at Longfield, and a sum under £20,000, the savings of 12 years, formed all of his possessions. The income arising from the former was absorbed by Lady Lodore's jointure of 1,000 a year, and 500 a year settled on his sister, together with permission to occupy the family mansion during her life. The remaining sum was disposed of in a way most singular. Without referring to the amount of what he could leave, he bequeathed the additional sum of 600 a year to Lady Lodore, on the express condition that she should not interfere with, nor even see her child. Upon her failing in this condition, this sum was to be left to accumulate till Ethel was of age. Ethel was ultimately to inherit everything. But while her mother and aunt lived, her fortune consisted of little more than £5,000, and even in this she was limited to the use of the interest only until she was of age. A previous marriage would have no influence on the disposition of her property. Mrs. Elizabeth was left her guardian. This will was in absolute contradiction to the wishes and feelings in which Lord Lodore died. So true had his prognostic been, that he had no power beyond the grave. He had probably forgotten the existence of this will, or imagined that it had been destroyed. He had determined to make a new one on his arrival in England. Meanwhile it was safely deposited with his solicitor in London, and Mrs. Elizabeth, with mistaken zeal, hastened to put it into force, and showed herself eager to obey her brother's wishes with scrupulous exactitude. The contents of it were communicated to Lady Lodore. She made no comment, returned no answer. She was suddenly reduced from comparative affluence, for her husband's allowance had consisted of several thousands, to a bare 1,600 a year. Whether she would be willing to diminish this, her scanty income 1/3, and take on herself besides the care of her daughter, was not known. She remained inactive and silent, and Ethel was placed at once under the guardianship of her aunt. These two ladies left London in the old lumbering chariot which had belonged to the admiral. And now, indeed, Ethel found herself in a new country, with new friends around her, speaking a new language, and each change of scene made more manifest the complete revolution of her fortunes. She looked on all with languid eyes, and a heart dead to every pleasure. Her aunt, who bore a slight resemblance of her father, won some degree of interest, and the sole consolation offered her was to trace a similarity of voice and feature, and thus to bring the lost Lodore more vividly before her. The journey to Longfield was therefore not wholly without a melancholy charm. Mrs. Elizabeth longed to obtain more minute information concerning her brother, her pride and her delight, than had been contained in his short and infrequent letters. She hazarded a few questions. Grief loves to feed upon itself, and to surround itself with multiplications of its own image. Like a bee, it will find sweets in the poison flower, and nestle within its own creations, although they pierce the heart that cherishes them. Ethel felt a fascination in dwelling for ever on the past. She asked for nothing better than to live her life over again, while narrating its simple details, and to bring her father back from his grave to dwell with her by discoursing perpetually concerning him. She was unwearied in her descriptions, her anecdotes, her praises. The Illinois rose before the eyes of her aunt like a taintless paradise, inhabited by an angel. Love and good dwelt together there in blameless union. The sky was brighter, the earth fairer, fresher, younger, more magnificent, and more wonderful than in the old world. The good lady called to mind with surprise the melancholy and despairing letters she had received from her brother while inhabiting this Eden. It was a matter of mortification to his mourning daughter to hear, as from himself, as it were, that any sorrows had visited his heart while with her. When we love one to whom we have devoted our lives with undivided affection, the idea that the beloved object suffered any grief while with us jars with our sacred sorrow. We delight to make with difference between the possession of their society and our subsequent bereavement entire in its contrasted happiness and misery. We wish to have engrossed their whole souls as they do ours at the period of regret, and it is like the most cruel theft to know that we have been deprived of any of the power we believed that we possessed to influence their entire being. But then again, forgetting her aunt's interruptions, Ethel returned to the story of their occupations, their amusements, their fond and unsullied intercourse. Her eyes streamed with tears as she spoke, while yet her heart felt relief in the indulgence of her woe. When the ladies returned to Longfield, it became Mrs. Elizabeth's turn to narrate. She had lived many years feeding silently on the memory of bygone time. During her brother's exile she had seldom spoken his name, for she felt little inclined to satisfy the inquisitiveness of the good people of Longfield. But now, her long-stored anecdotes, her sacred relics, the spots made dear by his presence, all were a treasure poured out bounteously before Ethel. Nothing appeared so natural to the unfortunate girl as that another should, like herself, worship the recollection of her adored father. To love him while he lived, to see nothing in the world that had lost him except his shadow cast upon its benighted state, appeared the only existence that could follow his extinction. Some people, when they die, leave but a foot of ground vacant, which the eager pressing ranks of their fellow creatures fill up immediately, walking on their grave as on common earth. Others leave a gap, a chasm, a fathomless gulf, beside which the survivor sits for ever hopeless. Both Ethel and her aunt, in their several ways, in youth and age, were similarly situated. Both were cut off from the great family of their species, wedded to one single being, and he was gone. Both made the dead Lodore the focus to concentrate, and the mirror to reflect all their sensations and experience. He visited their dreams by night. His name was their study, their pastime, their sole untiring society. Mrs. Elizabeth, the gentlest visionary that had ever outlived hope without arriving at its fruition, having reached those years when memory is the natural food of the human mind, found this fare exceedingly well adapted to her constitution. She had pined a little while cut off from all heartfelt communications with her fellow creatures, but the presence of Ethel fulfilled her soul's desire. She found sympathy and an auditress into whose ever-attentive ear she could pour those reveries which she had so long nourished in secret. Whoso had heard the good lady talk of endless tears and mourning for the loss of Lodore, of life not worth having when he was gone, of the sad desolation of their position, and looked at her face, beaming with satisfaction, with only so much sensibility painted there as to render it expressive of all that is kind and compassionate, good humour in her frequent smile, and sleek content in her plump person, might have laughed at the contrast, and yet have pondered on the strange riddle we human beings present, and how contradictions accord in our singular machinery. This good aunt was incapable of affectation, and all was true and real that she said. She lived upon the idea of her brother. He was all in all to her, but they had been divided so long that his death scarcely increased the separation, and she could talk of meeting him in heaven with as firm and cheerful a faith as a few months before she had anticipated his return to England. Though sincere in her regret for his death, habit had turned lamentation into a healthy nutriment, so that she throve upon the tears she shed, and grew fat and cheerful upon her sighs. She would lead the agonized girl to the vault which contained the remains of her brother, and hover near it as a Catholic beside the shrine of a favourite saint, the visible image giving substance and form to her reverie, for hitherto her dreamy life had wanted the touch of reality, which the presence of her niece and the sad memorial of her lost brother afforded. The home-felt sensations of the mourning orphan were an entire contrast to this holiday woe. While her aunt brooded over her sorrow to keep it warm, it wrapped Ethel's soul as with a fiery torture. Every cheerful thought lay buried with her father, and the tears she shed near his grave were accompanied by a wrenching of her being and a consequent exhaustion that destroyed the elasticity of the spirit of youth. The memory of Lodore, which soothed his sister, haunted his child like a sad beckoning yet fatal vision. She yearned to reach the shore where his pale ghost perpetually wandered. The earth seemed a dark prison, and liberty and light dwelt with the dead beyond the grave. Eternally conversant with the image of death, she was brought into too near communion with the grim enemy of life. She wasted and grew pale, nor did any voice speak to her of the unreasonableness of her grief. Her father was not near to teach her fortitude, and there appeared a virtue and a filial piety in the excess of her regret, which blinded her aunt to the fatal consequences of its indulgence. While summer lasted, and the late autumn protracted its serenity almost into winter, Ethel wandered in the lanes and fields, and in spite of wasting grief, the free air of heaven which swept her cheek preserved its healthy hue and braced her limbs. But when dreary, inclement weather arrived, and the dull fireside of Aunt Bessie became the order of the day, without occupation to amuse, or society to distract her thoughts, given up to grief, and growing into a monument of woe, it became evident that the springs of life were becoming poisoned, and that health and existence itself were giving way before the destructive influences at work within. Appetite first, then sleep deserted her. A slight cold became a cough, and then changed into a preying fever. She grew so thin that her large eyes, shining with unnatural lustre, appeared to occupy too much of her face, and her brow was streaked with ghastly hues. Poor Mrs. Elizabeth, when she found that neither arrowroot nor chicken broth restored her, grew frightened. The village practitioner exhausted his skill without avail. Ethel herself firmly believed that she was going to die, and fondly cherished the hope of rejoining her father. She was in love with death, which alone could reunite her to the being, apart from whom she believed it impossible to exist. But limits were now placed to Mrs. Elizabeth's romance. The danger of Ethel was a frightful reality that awoke every natural feeling. Ethel, the representative of her brother, the last of their nearly extinct race, the sole relation she possessed, the only creature whom she could entirely love, was dear to her beyond expression, and the dread of losing her gave activity to her slothful resolves. Having seldom, during the whole course of her life, been called upon to put any plan or wish of hers into actual execution, what another would have immediately and easily done was an event to call forth all her energies and to require all her courage. Luckily, she possessed sufficient to meet the present exigency. She wrote up to London, to her single correspondent there, her brother's solicitor. A house was taken, and the first warm days of spring found the ladies established in the metropolis. A physician had been called in, and he pronounced the mind only to be sick. "Amuse her," he said, "occupy her, prevent her from dwelling on those thoughts which have preyed upon her health. Let her see new faces, new places, everything new, and youth and good constitution will do the rest." There seemed to be so much truth in this advice that all dangerous symptoms disappeared from the moment of Ethel's leaving Essex. Her strength returned, her face resumed its former loveliness, and Aunt Bessy, overjoyed at the change, occupied herself earnestly in discovering amusements for her niece in the numerous, widespread, and very busy congregation of human beings which forms the western portion of London. End of Volume 1, Chapter 17.
Section 18 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 1, Chapter 18. You are now in London, that great sea whose ebb and flow at once is deaf and loud. Shelley. There is no uninhabited desert so dreary as the peopled streets of London, to those who have no ties with its inhabitants, nor any pursuits in common with its busy crowds. A drop of water in the ocean is no symbol of the situation of an isolated individual thrown upon the stream of metropolitan life, that amalgamates with its kindred element. But the solitary being finds no pole of attraction to cause a union with its fellows, and, bastilled by the laws of society, it is condemned to incommunicative solitude. Ethel was thrown completely upon her aunt, and her aunt was a cipher in the world. She had not a single acquaintance in London, and was wholly inexperienced in its ways. She dragged Ethel about to see sights, and Ethel was amused for a time. The playhouses were a great source of entertainment to her, and all kinds of exhibitions, panoramas, and shows served to fill up her day. Still the great want of all shed an air of dullness over everything, the absence of human intercourse, and of the conversation and sympathy of her species. Ethel, as she drove through the mazy streets and mingled with the equipages in the park, could not help thinking what pleasant people might be found among the many she saw, and how strange it was that her aunt did not speak even to one among them. This solitude, joined to a sense of exclusion, became very painful. Again and again she sighed for the Illinois. That was inhabited by human beings, humble and uncultivated as they might be. She knew their wants, and could interest herself in their goings-on. All the moving crowd of men and women now around her seemed so many automata. She started when she heard them address each other, and express any feeling or intention that distinguished them from the shadows of a phantasmagoria. Where were the boasted delights of Europe intercourse which Lodore had vaunted? The elegancies and the wit, or the improvement to be derived from its society? The men and women of talent, of refinement, and taste, who by their conversation awakened the soul to new powers? and exhilarate the spirits with a purer madness than wine; who, with alternate gaiety and wisdom, humour and sagacity, amuse while they teach, accompanying their lessons with that spirit of sympathy, that speaking to the eye and ear, as well as to the mind, which books can so poorly imitate. Here, doubtless, I should find all these, thought Ethel, as she surveyed the audience at the theatres, or the daily congregations she met in her drives. Yet I live here as if not only I inhabited a land whose language was unknown to me, for then I might converse by signs, but as if I had fallen among beings of another species, with whom I have no affinity. I should almost say that I walked among them invisible, did they not condescend sometimes to gaze at me, proving that at least I am seen. Time sped on very quickly, meanwhile, in spite of these repinings, for her days were passed in the utmost monotony, so that, though the hours a little lagged, yet she wondered where they were when they were gone. And they had spent more than a month in town, though it seemed but a few days. Ethel had entirely recovered her health, and more than her former beauty. She was nearly 17. She was rather tall and slim, but there was a bending elegance in her form, joined to an elastic step, which was singularly graceful. No man could see her without a wish to draw near to afford protection and support. And the soft expression of her full eyes added to the charm. Her deep mourning dress, the simplicity of her appearance, her face so prettily shaded by her bright ringlets, often caused her to be remarked, and people asked one another who she was. None knew, and the old-fashioned appearance of Miss Elizabeth Fitzhenry, and the want of style which characterized all her arrangements, prevented our very aristocratic gentry from paying as much attention to her as they otherwise would. One day this gentle solitary pair attended a morning concert. Ethel had not been to the opera, and now heard Pasta for the first time. Her father had cultivated her taste for Italian music, for without cultivation, without in some degree understanding, and being familiar with an art, it is rare that we admire even the most perfect specimens of it. Ethel listened with rapt attention. Her heart beat quick, and her eyes became suffused with tears which she could not suppress. So she leant forward, shading her face as much as she could with her veil, and trying to forget the throng of strangers about her. They were in the pit, and having come in late, sat at the end of one of the forms. Pasta's air was concluded, and she still turned aside, being too much agitated to wish to speak, when she heard her aunt addressing some one as an old acquaintance. She called her friend Captain Markham, expressed infinite pleasure at seeing him, and whispered her niece that here was an old friend of her father's. Ethel turned and beheld Mr. Villiers. His face lighted up with pleasure, and he expressed his joy at the chance which had produced the meeting. But the poor girl was unable to reply. All colour deserted her cheeks. Marble, pale and cold, her voice failed, and her heart seemed to die within her. The room where last she saw the lifeless remains of her father rose before her, and the appearance of Mr. Villiers was as a vision from another world, speaking of the dead. Mrs. Elizabeth, considerably surprised, asked her how she came to know Captain Markham. Ethel would have said, "Let us go," but her voice died away, and she felt that tears would follow any attempt at explanation. Ashamed at the very possibility of occasioning a scene, and yet too disturbed to know well what she was about, she suddenly rose, and though the commencement of a new air was commanding silence and attention, she hastily quitted the room, and found herself alone, outside the door, before her aunt was well aware that she was gone. She claimed Captain Markham's assistance to follow the fugitive, and, attended by him, at length discovered her chariot, to which Ethel had been led by the servant, and in which she was sitting, weeping bitterly. Mrs. Elizabeth felt inclined to ask her whether she was mad, but she also was struck dumb, for her Captain Markham had said, "I am very sorry to have distressed Miss Fitzhenry. My name is Villiers. I cannot wonder at her agitation, but it would give me much pleasure if she would permit me to call on her, when she can see me with more composure." With these words he assisted the good lady into the carriage, bowed, and disappeared. He was not Captain Markham? How could she have been so stupid as to imagine that he was? He looked, upon the whole, rather younger than Captain Markham had done, when she formed acquaintance with him during her expedition to London on the occasion of Ethel's christening. He was taller, too, and not quite so stout, yet he was so like, the same frank, open countenance, the same ingenuous manner, and the same clear blue eyes. Certainly Captain Markham was not so handsome, and what a fool Mr. Villiers must think her, for having mistaken him for a person who resembled him 16 years ago, quite forgetting that Mr. Villiers was ignorant who her former friend was, and when she had seen him. All these perplexing thoughts passed through Mrs. Fitzhenry's brain, tinging her aged cheek with a blush of shame, while Ethel, having recovered herself, was shocked to remember how foolishly and rudely she had behaved, and longed to apologize, yet knew not how, and fancied that it was very unlikely that she should ever see Mr. Villiers again. Her aunt, engaged by her own distress, quite forgot the intention he had expressed of calling, and could only exclaim and lament over her folly. The rest of the day was spent with great discomfort to both, for the sight of Mr. Villiers renewed all Ethel's sorrows, and again she bestowed the tribute of showers of tears to her dear father's memory. The following day, much to Ethel's delight, and the annoyance of Mrs. Elizabeth, who could not get over her sense of shame, Mr. Villiers presented himself in their drawing-room. Villiers, however, was a man speedily to overcome even any prejudice formed against him. Far more easily, therefore, could he obviate the good aunt's confusion, and put her at her ease. His was one of those sunny countenances that spoke a heart ready to give itself away in kindness, a cheering voice whose tones echoed the frankness and cordiality of his nature. Blessed with a buoyant and even careless spirit, as far as regarded himself, he had a softness, a delicacy, and a gentleness with respect to others, which animated his manners with irresistible fascination. His heart was open to pity, his soul the noblest and clearest ever fashioned by nature in her happiest mood. He had been educated in the world, he lived for the world, for he had not genius to raise himself above the habits and pursuits of his countrymen. Yet he took only the better part of their practices, and shed a grace over them, so alien to their essence, that any one might have been deceived, and have fancied that he proceeded on a system and principles of his own. He had travelled a good deal, and was somewhat inclined, when pleased with his company, to narrate his adventures and experiences. Ethel was naturally rather taciturn, and Mrs. Elizabeth was too much absorbed in the pleasure of listening to interrupt their visitor. He felt himself peculiarly happy and satisfied between the two, and his visit was excessively long. Nor did he go away before he had appointed to call the next day, and opened a long vista of future visits for himself, assisted by the catalogue of all that the ladies had not seen, and all that they desired to see, in London. Villiers had been animated while with them, but he left the house full of thought. The name of Fitzhenry, or rather that of Lodore, was familiar to him, and the strange chance that had caused him to act as second to the lamented noble who bore this title, and which brought him in contact with his orphan and solitary daughter, appeared to him like the enchantment of fairyland. From the presence of Ethel, he proceeded to Lady Lodore's house, which was still shut up. Yet he knocked, and inquired of the servant whether she had returned to England. She was still at Baden, he was told, and not expected for a month or two, and this answer involved him in deeper thought than before. End of Volume 1. Chapter 18. Section 19 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 2, Chapter 1. Excellent creatures, whose perfections make even sorrow lovely. Beaumont Aude Fletcher. Mr. Villiers now became the constant visitor of Mrs. Elizabeth and her niece, and all discontent, all sadness, all listlessness vanished in his presence. There was in his mind a constant spring of vivacity, which did not display itself in mere gaiety, but in being perfectly alive at every moment, and continually ready to lend himself to the comfort and solace of his companions. Sitting in their dingy London house, the spirit of dullness had drawn a curtain between them and the sun, and neither thought nor event had penetrated the fortification of silence and neglect which environed them. Edward Villiers came, and as mist flies before the wind, so did all Ethel's depression disappear when his voice only met her ear. His step on the stairs announced happiness, and when he was indeed before her, light and day displaced every remnant of cheerless obscurity. The abstracted, wounded, yet lofty spirit of Lodore was totally dissimilar to the airy brightness of Villiers' disposition. Lodore had outlived a storm, and shown himself majestic in ruin. No ill had tarnished the nature of Villiers. He enjoyed life, he was in good humour with the world, and thought well of mankind. Lodore had endangered his peace from the violence of passion, and reaped misery from the pride of his soul. Villiers was imprudent from his belief in the goodness of his fellow creatures, and imparted happiness from the store that his warm heart insured to himself. The one had never been a boy, the other had not yet learned to be a man. Ethel's heart had been filled by her father, and all affection, all interest, borrowed their force from his memory. She did not think of love, and while Villiers was growing into a part of her life, becoming knit to her existence by daily habit and a thousand thoughts expended on him, she entertained his idea chiefly as having been the friend of Lodore. He is certainly the kindest hearted creature in the world. This was the third time that, when laying her gentle hand on the pillow, this feeling came like a blessing to her closing eyes. She heard his voice in the silence of night, even more distinctly than when it was addressed to her outward sense during the day. For the first time after the lapse of months, she found one to whom she could spontaneously utter every thought as it rose in her mind. A fond elder brother, if such ever existed, cherishing the confidence and tenderness of a beloved sister, might fill the place which now her new friend assumed for Ethel. She thought of him with overflowing affection, and the name of Mr. Villiers sometimes fell from her lips in solitude, and hung upon her ear like sweetest music. In early life there is a moment, perhaps of all the enchantments of love it is the one which is never renewed, when passion, unacknowledged to ourselves, imparts greater delight than any after stage of that ever-progressive sentiment. We neither wish nor expect. A new joy has risen, like the sun, upon our lives, and we rejoice in the radiance of morning, without adverting to the noon and twilight that is to follow. Ethel stood on the threshold of womanhood. The door of life had been closed before her. Again it was thrown open, and the sudden splendour that manifested itself blinded her to the forms of the objects of menace or injury, which a more experienced eye would have discerned within the brightness of her new-found day. Ethel expressed a wish to visit Eton. In talking of the past, Lord Lodore had never adverted to any events except those which had occurred during his boyish days. His youthful pleasures and exploits had often made a part of their conversation. He had traced for her a plan of Eton College and the surrounding scenery, spoken of the trembling delight he had felt in escaping from Bounds, and told how he and Durham had passed happy hours beside the clear streams and beneath the copses of that rural country. There was one fountain which he delighted to celebrate, and the ivied ruins of an old monastery, now become a part of a farmyard, which had been to these friends the bodily image of many imaginary scenes. Among the sketches of Whitelocke were several taken in the vicinity of Windsor, and there were, in his portfolio, studies of trees, cottages, and also of this same abbey, which Lodore instantly recognised. To many he had some appending anecdote, some schoolboy association. He had purchased the whole collection from Whitelocke. Ethel had copied a few, and these, together with various sketches made in the Illinois, formed her dearest treasure, more precious in her eyes than diamonds and rubies. We are most jealous of what sits nearest to our hearts, and we must love fondly before we can let another into the secret of those trivial but cherished emotions which form the dearest portion of our solitary meditations. Ethel had several times been on the point of proposing a visit to Eton to her aunt, but there was an awful sacredness in the very name which acted like a spell upon her imagination. When first it fell from her lips, the words seemed echoed by unearthly whisperings, and she fled from the idea of going thither, as it is the feminine disposition often to do, from the full accomplishment of its wishes, as if disaster must necessarily be linked to the consummation of their desires. But a word was enough for Villiers. He eagerly solicited permission to escort them thither, as, being an Etonian himself, his guidance would be of great advantage. Ethel faltered her consent, and the struggle of delight and sensibility made that project appear painful, which was indeed the darling of her thoughts. On a bright day in the first week of May they made this excursion. They repaired to one of the inns at Salt Hill, and prolonged their walks and drives about the country. In some of the former, where old walls were to be scrambled up and rivulets overleaped, Mrs. Elizabeth remained at the hotel, and Ethel and Villiers pursued their rambles together. Ethel's whole soul was given up to the deep filial love that had induced the journey. Every green field was a stage on which her father had played a part. Each majestic tree or humble streamlet was hallowed by being associated with his image. The pleasant, verdant beauty of the landscape, clad in all the brightness of early summer, the sunny, balmy day, the clouds which pranked the heavens with bright and floating shapes, each hedgerow and each cottage with its trim garden, each embowered nook had a voice which was music to her soul. From the College of Eton they sought the dame's house where Lodore and Durham had lived. Then, crossing the bridge, they entered Windsor, and prolonged their walk into the forest. Ethel knew even the rustic names of the spots she most desired to visit, and to these Villiers led her in succession. Day declined before they got home, and found Mrs. Elizabeth and their repast waiting them, and the evening was enlivened by many a tale of boyish pranks achieved by Villiers in these scenes. The following morning they set forth again, and 3 days were spent in these delightful wanderings. Ethel would willingly never have quitted this spot. It appeared to her as if, seeing all, still much remained to be seen, as if she could never exhaust the variety of sentiments and deep interest which endeared every foot of this to her so holy ground. Nor were her emotions silent, and the softness of her voice, and the flowing eloquence with which she expressed herself, formed a new charm for her companion. Sometimes her heart was too full to admit of expression, and grief for her father's loss was renewed in all its pristine bitterness. One day, on feeling herself thus overcome, she quitted her companions, and sought the shady walks of the garden of the hotel, to indulge in a gush of sorrow which she could not repress. There was something in her gesture and manner, as she left them, that reminded Villiers of Lady Lodore. It was one of those mysterious family resemblances which are so striking and powerful, and yet which it is impossible to point out to a stranger. A Bligh, as this indescribable resemblance is called in some parts of England, of her mother struck Villiers forcibly, and he suddenly asked Mrs. Elizabeth if Miss Fitzhenry had never expressed a desire to see Lady Lodore. "God forbid!" exclaimed the old lady. "It was my brother's dying wish that she should never hear Lady Lodore's name, and I have religiously observed it. Ethel only knows that she was the cause of her father's misfortunes, that she deserted every duty, and is unworthy of the name she bears." Villiers was astonished at this tirade falling from the lips of the unusually placid maiden, whose heightened colour bespoke implacable resentment. "Do not mention that woman's name, Mr. Villiers," she continued. "I am convinced that I should die on the spot if I saw her. She is as much a murderess as if she had stabbed her husband to the heart with a dagger. Her letter to me that I sent to my poor brother in America was more the cause of his death, I am sure, than all the duels in the world. Lady Lodore! I often wonder a thunderbolt from heaven does not fall on and kill her." Mrs. Elizabeth's violence was checked by seeing Ethel cross the road to return. "Promise not to mention her name to my niece," she cried. "For the present be assured that I will not," Villiers answered. He had been struck most painfully by some of Mrs. Elizabeth's expressions. They implied so much more of misconduct on Lady Lodore's part than he had ever suspected, but she must know best. And it seemed to him indeed the probable interpretation of the mystery that enveloped her separation from her husband. The account spread by Lady Santerre, and current in the world, appeared inadequate and improbable. Lodore would not have dared to take her child from her, but on heavier grounds. It was then true that a dark and disgraceful secret was hidden in her heart, and that her propriety, her good reputation, her seeming pride of innocence, were but the mask to cover the reality that divided her from her daughter forever. Villiers was well acquainted with Lady Lodore. Circumstances had caused him to take a deep interest in her. These were now at an end, but the singular coincidences that had brought him in contact with her daughter renewed many forgotten images, and caused him to dwell on the past with mixed curiosity and uneasiness. Mrs. Elizabeth's expression added to the perplexity of his ideas. Their chief effect was to tarnish to his mind the name of Lady Lodore, and to make him rejoice at the termination that had been put to their more intimate connection. End of Volume 2, Chapter 1.
Section 20 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 2. One, within whose subtle being, as light and wind within some delicate cloud that fades amid the blue moon's burning sky, genius and youth contended. Shelley. The party returned to town, and on the following evening they went to the Italian opera. For the first time since her father's death, Ethel threw aside her mourning attire. For the first time also she made one of the audience at the King's Theatre. She went to hear the music and to spend the evening with the only person in the world who was drawn towards her by feelings of kindness and sympathy, the only person, but that sufficed. His being near her was the occasion of more delight than if she had been made the associate of regal splendor. Yet it was no defined or disturbing sentiment that sat so lightly on her bosom and shone in her eyes. Hers was the first gentle opening of a girl's heart, who does not busy herself with the future, and reposes on the serene present with unquestioning confidence. She looked round on the gay world assembled, and thought, all are as happy as I am. She listened to the music with a subdued but charmed spirit, and turned now and then to her companions with a glad smile expressive of her delight. Fewer words were spoken in their little box, probably, than in the house, but in none were congregated 3 hearts so guileless and so perfectly satisfied with the portion allotted to them. At length both opera and ballet were over, and leaning on the arm of Villiers, the ladies entered the round room. The house had been very full, and the crowd was great. A seat was obtained for Aunt Bessie on one of the sofas near the door which opened on the principal staircase. Villiers and Ethel stood near her. When the crowd had thinned a little, Villiers went to look for the servant, and Ethel remained surveying the moving numbers with curiosity, wondering at her own fate, that while every one seemed familiar one to the other, she knew and was known by none. She did not repine at this. Villiers had dissipated the sense of desertion which before haunted her, and she was much entertained as she heard the remarks and interchange of compliments going on about her. Her attention was particularly attracted by a very beautiful woman, or rather girl she seemed, standing on the other side of the room, conversing with a very tall personage, to whom she, being not above the middle size, looked up as she talked, which action perhaps added to her youthful appearance. There was an ease in her manners that bespoke a matron as to station. She was dressed very simply in white, without any ornament. Her cloak hung carelessly from her shoulders, and gave to view her round symmetrical figure. Her silky chestnut-colored hair fell in thick ringlets round her face, and was gathered with inimitable elegance in large knots on the top of her head. There was something bewitching in her animated smile, and sensibility beamed from her long and dark gray eyes. Her simple gesture as she placed her little hand on her cloak, her attitude as she stood, were wholly unpretending, but graceful beyond measure. Ethel watched her unobserved, with admiration and interest, so that she almost forgot where she was, until the voice of Villiers recalled her. "Your carriage is up. Will you come?" The lady turned as he spoke, and recognized him with a cordial and most sweet smile. They moved on, while Ethel turned back to look again, as her carriage was loudly called, and Mrs. Elizabeth, seizing her arm, whispered out of breath, "Oh, my dear, do make haste." She hurried on, therefore, and her glance was momentary, but she saw with wonder that the lady was looking with eagerness at the party. She caught Ethel's eye, blushed, and turned away, while the folding doors closed, and with a kind of nervous trepidation her companions descended the stairs. In a moment the ladies were in their carriage, which drove off, while Mrs. Elizabeth exclaimed in the tone of one aghast, "Thank God we got away! Oh, Ethel, that was Lady Lodore!" "My mother? Impossible!" "Oh, that we had never come to town," continued her aunt. "Long have I prayed that I might never see her again, and she looking as if nothing had happened, and that Lodore had not died through her means. Wicked, wicked woman! I will not stay in London a day longer." Ethel did not interrupt her ravings. She remembered Captain Markham, and could not believe but that her aunt laboured under some similar mistake. It was ridiculous to imagine that this girlish-looking, lovely being had been the wife of her father, whom she remembered with his high forehead rather bare of hair, his deep-marked countenance, his look that bespoke more than mature age. Her aunt was mistaken, she felt sure, and yet when she closed her eyes, the beautiful figure she had seen stole, according to the Arabian image, beneath her lids and smiled sweetly, and again started forward to look after her. This little act seemed to confirm what Mrs. Elizabeth said, and yet, again, it was impossible. Had she been named my sister, there were something in it, but my mother, impossible. Yet, strange as it seemed, it was so. In this instance, Mrs. Elizabeth had not deceived herself, and thus it was that two so near of kin as mother and daughter met, it might be said, for the first time. Villiers was inexpressibly shocked, and believing that Lady Lodore must suffer keenly from so strange and unnatural an incident, his first kindly impulse was to seek to see her on the following morning. During her absence, The violent attack of her sister-in-law had weighed with him, but her look at once dissipated his uneasy doubts. There was that in this lady which no man could resist. She had joined to her beauty the charm of engaging manners, made up of natural grace, vivacity, intuitive tact, and soft sensibility, which infused a kind of idolatry into the admiration with which she was universally regarded. But it was not the beauty and fashion of Lady Lodore which caused Villiers to take a deep interest in her. His intercourse with her had been of long standing, and the object of his very voyage to America was intimately connected with her. Edward Villiers was the son of a man of fortune. His father had been left a widower young in life with this only child, who thus single and solitary in his paternal home became almost adopted into the family of his mother's brother, Viscount Maristow. This nobleman, being rich, married, and blessed with a numerous progeny, the presence of little Edward was not felt as a burthen, and he was brought up with his cousins like one of them. Among these it would have been hard if Villiers could not have found an especial friend. This was not the elder son, who, much his senior, looked down upon him with friendly regard. It was the second, who was likewise several years older. Horatio Saville was a being fashioned for every virtue and distinguished by every excellence. To know that a thing was right to be done was enough to impel Horatio to go through fire and water to do it. He was one of those who seem not to belong to this world, yet who adorn it most, conscientious, upright, and often cold in seeming, because he could always master his passions. Good overmuch he might be called, but that there was no pedantry nor harshness in his nature. Resolute, aspiring, and true, his noble purposes and studious soul demanded a frame of iron, and he had one of the frailest mechanism. It was not that he was not tall, well-shaped, with earnest eyes, a brow built up high to receive and entertain a capacious mind, but he was thin and shadowy. A hectic flushed his cheek, and his voice was broken and mournful. At school he held the topmost place. At college he was distinguished by the energy with which he pursued his studies, and these, so opposite from what might have been expected to be the pursuits of his ardent mind, were abstruse metaphysics, the highest and most theoretical mathematics, and cross-grained argument based upon hair-fine logic. To these he addicted himself. His desire was knowledge, his passion truth. His eager and never-sleeping endeavor was to inform and to satisfy his understanding. Villiers waited on him as an inferior spirit may attend on an archangel, and gathered from him the crumbs of his knowledge with gladness and content. He could not force his boyish mind to similar exertions, nor feel that keen thirst for knowledge that kept alive his cousin's application, though he could admire and love these with fervor when exhibited in another. It was indeed a singular fact that this constant contemplation of so superior a being added to his careless turn of mind. Not to be like Horatio was to be nothing. To be like him was impossible. So he was content to remain one of the half-ignorant, uninformed creatures most men are, and to found his pride upon his affection for his cousin, who, being several years older, might well be advanced even beyond his emulation. Horatio himself did not desire to be imitated by the light-hearted Edward. He was too familiar with the exhaustion, the sadness, the disappointment of his pursuits. He could not be otherwise himself, but he thought all that he aspired after was well exchanged for the sparkling eyes, exhaustless spirits, and buoyant step of Villiers. We none of us wish to exchange our identity for that of another, yet we are never satisfied with ourselves. The unknown has always a charm, and unless blinded by miserable vanity, we know ourselves too well to appreciate our especial characteristics at a very high rate. When Horace, after deep midnight study, felt his brain still working like 1,000 mill-wheels that cannot be stopped, when sleep fled from him, and yet his exhausted mind could no longer continue its labors, he envied the light slumbers of his cousin. which followed exercise and amusement. Villiers loved and revered him, and he felt drawn closer to him than towards any of his brothers, and strove to refine his taste and regulate his conduct through his admonitions and example, while he abstained from following him in the steep and thorny path he had selected. Horatio quitted college. He was no longer a youth, and his manhood became as studious as his younger days. He had no desire but for knowledge, no thought but for the nobler creations of the soul, and the discernment of the sublime laws of God and nature. He nourished the ambition of showing to these latter days what scholars of old had been, though this feeling was subservient to his instinctive love of learning, and his wish to adorn his mind with the indefeasible attributes of truth. He was universally respected and loved, though little understood. His young cousin Edward only was aware of the earnestness of his affections, and the sensibility that nestled itself in his warm heart. He was outwardly mild, placid, and forbearing, and thus obtained the reputation of being cold, though those who study human nature ought to make it their first maxim that those who are tolerant of the follies of their fellows, who sympathize with and assist their wishes, and who apparently forget their own desires as they devote themselves to the accomplishment of those of their friends, must have the quickest feelings to make them enter into and understand those of others, and the warmest affections to be able to conquer their wayward humors, so that they can divest themselves of selfishness and incorporate in their own being the pleasures and pains of those around them. The sparkling eye, the languid step, and flushed cheek of Horatio Saville were all tokens that there burnt within him a spirit too strong for his frame. But he never complained, or if he ever poured out his pent-up emotions, it was in the ear of Edward only, who but partly understood him, but who loved him entirely. What that thirst for knowledge was that preyed on him, and forever urged him to drink of the purest streams of wisdom, and yet whichever left him unsatisfied, fevered, and mournful, the gay spirit of Edward Villiers could not guess. Often he besought his cousin to close his musty books, to mount a rapid horse, to give his studies to the winds, and deliver his soul to nature. But Horace pointed to some unexplained passage in Plato the Divine, or some undiscovered problem in the higher sciences, and turned his eyes from the sun, or if indeed he yielded and accompanied his youthful friend, some appearance of earth or air would awaken his curiosity, rouse his slumbering mind again to inquire, and making his study of the wide cope of heaven, he gave himself up to abstruse meditation, while nominally seeking for relaxation from his heavier toils. Horatio Saville was 29 when he first met Lady Lodore, who was nearly the same age. He had begun to feel that his health was shaken, and he tried to forget for a time his devouring avocations. He changed the scene and went on a visit to a friend who had a country house not far from Hastings. Lady Lodore was expected as a guest, together with her mother. She was much talked of, having become an object of interest or curiosity to the many. A mystery hung over her fate, but her reputation was cloudless, and she was warmly supported by the leaders of fashion. Saville heard of her beauty and her sufferings, the injustice with which she had been treated, of her magnanimity and desolate condition. He heard of her talents, her powers of conversation, her fashion. He figured to himself, as we are apt to incarnate to our imagination, the various qualities of a human being of whom we hear much, a woman brilliant, but rather masculine, majestic in figure, with wild, dark eyes, and a very determined manner. Lady Lodore came. She entered the room where he was sitting, and the fabric of his fancy was at once destroyed. He saw a sweet-looking woman, serene, fair, and with a countenance expressive of contented happiness. He found that her manners were winning from their softness. Her conversation was delightful from its total want of pretension or impertinence. What the power was that from the first moment they met drew Horatio Saville and Lady Lodore together is one of those natural secrets which it is impossible to explain. Though a student, Savile was a gentleman, with the manners and appearance of the better specimens of our aristocracy. There might be something in his look of ill health which demanded sympathy, something in his superiority to the rest of the persons about her, in the genius that sat on his brow, and the eloquence that flowed from his lips, something in the contrast he presented to every one else she had ever seen, neither entering into their gossiping slanders, nor understanding their empty self-sufficiency, that possessed a charm for one satiated with the world's common scene. It was less of wonder that Cornelia pleased the student. There were no rough corners, no harshness about her. She won her way into any heart by her cheerful smiles and kind tones, and she listened to Savile when he talked of what other women would have lent a languid ear to with such an air of interest that he found no pleasure so great as that of talking on. Savile was accustomed to find the men of his acquaintance ignorant. All the knowledge of worldlings was as a point in comparison with his vast acquirements. He did not seek Lady Lodore's society either to learn or to teach, but to forget thought, and to feel himself occupied and diverted from the sense of listlessness that haunted him in society, without having recourse to the to him dangerous attraction of his books. Lady Lodore had, in the very brightness of her earliest youth, selected a proud and independent position. She had refused to bend to her husband's will, or to submit to the tyranny, as she named it, which he had attempted to exercise. Youth is bold and fearless, the forked tongue of scandal, the thousand ills with which woman is threatened in society without a guide or a protector. All the worldly considerations which might lead her to unite herself again to her husband she had rejected with unbounded disdain. Her mother was there to stand between her and the shafts of envy and calumny, and she conceived no mistrust of herself. She believed that she could hold her course with taintless feelings and security of soul through 1,000 dangers. At first she had been somewhat annoyed by ill-natured observations, but Lady Santerre poured the balm of flattery on her wounds, and a few tears shed in her presence dissipated the gathering cloud. Cornelia had every motive a woman could have for guarding her conduct from reproach. She lived in the midst of polished society, and was thoroughly imbued with its maxims and laws. She witnessed the downfall of several as young and lovely as herself, and heard the sarcasms and beheld the sneers which were heaped as a tomb above their buried fame. She had vowed to herself never to become one of these. She was applauded for her pride and held up as a pattern. No one feared her. She was no coquette, though she strove universally to please. She formed no intimate friendships, though every man felt honored by her notice. She had no prudery on her lips, but her conduct was as open and as fair as day. Here lay her defense against her husband, and she preserved even the outposts of such bulwarks with scrupulous yet unobtrusive exactitude. Her spirits, as well as her spirit, held her up through many a year. More than 10 years had passed since her separation from Lodore, a long time to tell of, but it had glided away, she scarcely knew how, taking little from her loveliness, adding to the elegance of her appearance and the grace of her manners. Season after season came and went, and she had no motive for counting them anxiously. She was sought after and admired. It was a holiday life for her, and she wondered what people meant when they spoke of the delusions of this world and the dangers of our own hearts. She saw a gay reality about her, and felt the existence of no internal enemy. Nothing ever moved her to sorrow, except the reflection that now and then came across that she had a child, divorced forever from her maternal bosom. The sight of a baby cradled in its mother's arms, or stretching out its little hands to her, had not unoften caused her to turn abruptly away to hide her tears, and once or twice she had been obliged to quit a theatre to conceal her emotion when such sentiments were brought too vividly before her. But when her eyes were drowned in tears, and her bosom heaved with sad emotion, pride came to check the torrent, and hatred of her oppressor gave a new impulse to her swelling heart. She had rather avoided female friendships, and had been warned from them by the treachery of one and the misconduct of another of her more intimate acquaintances. Lady Lodore renounced friendship, but the world began to grow a little dull. The frivolity of one, the hard-heartedness of another, disgusted. She saw each occupied by themselves and their families, and she was alone. Balls and assemblies palled upon her. Country pleasures were stupid. She had begun to think all things stale and unprofitable when she became acquainted with Horatio Savile. She was glad again to feel animated with a sense of living enjoyment. She congratulated herself on the idea that she could take interest in some one thing or person among the empty shapes that surrounded her. And without a thought beyond the amusement of the present moment, most of her hours were spent in his company. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Section 21 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 3. Ah, now, ye gentle pair, now think awhile. Now while ye still can think and still can smile. So did they think, only with grayer thoughts, and smiles reduced. Leigh Hunt. A month had stole away as if it had been a day, and Lady Lodore was engaged to pass some weeks with another friend in a distant county. It was easily contrived, without contrivance, by Savile, that he should visit a relative who lived within a morning's ride of her new abode. The restriction placed upon their intercourse while residing under different roofs contrasted painfully with the perfect freedom they had enjoyed while inhabiting the same. Their attachment was too young and too unacknowledged to need the zest of difficulty. It required indeed the facility of an unobstructed path for it to proceed to the accustomed bourne, and a straw thrown across was sufficient to check its course forever. The impatience and restlessness which Cornelia experienced during her journey, the rush of transport that thrilled through her when she heard of Savile's arrival at a neighboring mansion, awoke her in an instant to a knowledge of the true state of her heart. Her pride was, happily for herself, united to presence of mind and fortitude. She felt the invasion of the enemy, and she lost not a moment in repelling the dangers that menaced her. She resolved to be true to the line of conduct she had marked out for herself. She determined not to love. She did not alter her manner nor her actions. She met Horatio with the same sweet smile. She conversed with the same kind interest, but she did not indulge in one dream, one thought, one reverie, sweet food of love, during his absence, and guarded over herself that no indication of any sentiment less general than the friendship of society might appear. Though she was invariably kind, yet his feelings towards him, that she was changed without his being able to discover where the alteration lay, the line of demarcation which she took care never to pass, was too finely traced for any but feminine tact to discern, though it obstructed him as if it had been as high and massive as a city wall. Now and then his speaking eye rested on her with a pleading glance, while she answered his look with a frank smile that spoke a heart at ease and perfect self-possession. Indeed, while they remained near each other, in despite of all her self-denying resolves, Cornelia was happy. She felt that there was one being in the world who took a deep and present interest in her, whose thoughts hovered round her, and whose mind she could influence to the conception of any act or feeling she might desire. That tranquillity, yet animation of spirit, that gratitude on closing her eyes at night, that glad anticipation of the morrow's sun, that absence of every harsh and jarring emotion, which is the disposition of the human soul, the nearest that we can conceive to perfect happiness, and which now and then visits sad humanity to teach us of what unmeasured and pure joy our fragile nature is capable, attended her existence and made each hour of the day a new-born blessing. This state of things could not last. An accident revealed to Savile the true state of his heart. He became aware that he loved Cornelia deeply and fervently, and from that moment he resolved to exile himself forever from her dear presence. Misery is the child of love when happiness is not. This Horatio felt, but he did not shrink from the endurance. All abstracted and lofty as his speculations were, still his place had been in the hotbed of patrician society, and he was familiar with the repetition of domestic revolutions too frequent there. For worlds he would not have Cornelia's name become a byword and mark for scandal, that name which she had so long kept bright and unreachable. His natural modesty prevented him from entertaining the idea that he could indeed destroy her peace, but he knew how many and easy are the paths which lead to the loss of honor in the world's eyes. That it could be observed and surmised that one man had approached Lady Lodore with any but sentiments of reverence was an evil to be avoided at any cost. Savile was firm as rock in his resolves. He neither doubted nor procrastinated. He left the neighborhood where she resided, and returning to his father's house, tried to acquire strength to bear the severe pain which he could not master. His gentle and generous nature, ever thoughtful for others, and prodigal of self, was not, however, satisfied with this mere negative act of justice towards one who honored him. He felt conscious with her friendship and kindest thoughts. He was miserable in the idea that he could not further serve her. He resolved 1,000 plans in his mind, tending to her advantage. In fancy he entered the solitude of her meditations, and tried to divine what her sorrows or desires were, that he might minister to their solace or accomplishment. Their previous intercourse had been very unreserved, and though Cornelia spoke but distantly and coldly of Lodore, she frequently mentioned her child, and lamented with much emotion the deprivation of all those joys which maternal love bestows. Often had Savile said, why not appeal more strongly to Lord Lodore? Or if he be inflexible, why calmly endure an outrage shocking to humanity? The laws of your country may assist you. They would not, said Cornelia, for his reply would be so fraught with seeming justice that the blame would fall back on me. He asked but the trivial sacrifice of my duty to my mother, my poor mother, who since I was born has lived with me and for me, and who has no existence except through me. I am to tear away and to trample upon the first of human ties, to render myself worthy of the guardianship of my child. I cannot do it. I should hold myself a parricide. Do not let us talk more of these things. Endurance is the fate of woman, and if I have more than my share, let us hope that some other poor creature, less able to bear, has her portion lightened in consequence. I should be glad if once indeed I were permitted to see my cherub girl, though it were only while she slept. But an ocean rolls between us, and patience must be my comforter. The soft sweetness of her look and voice, the angelic grace that animated every tone and glance, rendered these maternal complaints mournful, yet enchanting music to the ear of Savile. He could have listened forever. But when exiled from her, they assumed another form. He began to think whether it were not possible to convince Lord Lodore of the inexcusable cruelty of his conduct, and again he imaged the exultation of heart he should feel if he could succeed in placing her lost babe in the mother's arms. Savile was the frankest of human beings. Finding his cousin Edward on a visit at Maristow Castle, he imparted his project to him of making a voyage to America, seeking out Lord Lodore, and using every argument and persuasion to induce him to restore her daughter to his wife. Villiers was startled at the mention of this chivalrous intent. What could have roused the studious Horace to such sudden energy? By one of those strange caprices of the human mind which bring forth discord instead of harmony, Edward had never liked Lady Lodore. He held her to be false and dangerous. Circumstances had brought him more in contact with her mother than herself, and the two were associated and confounded in his mind till he heard Lady Santerre's falsetto voice and the sweet one of Cornelia, and saw her deceitful vulgar devices in the engaging manners of her daughter. He was struck with horror when he discovered that Savile loved, nay, idolized, this beauteous piece of mischief, as he would have named her. He saw madness and folly in his quixotic expedition, and argued against it with all his might. It would not do. Horatio was resolved to dedicate himself to the happiness of her he loved. And since this must be done in absence and distance, what better plan than to restore to her the precious treasure of which she had been robbed? Savile resolved to cross the Atlantic, and though opposed to his scheme, Villiers offered to accompany him. A voyage to America was but a trip to an active and unoccupied young man. The society of his cousin would render the journal delightful. He preferred it at all times to the commoner pleasures of life. Besides, on this occasion he was animated with the hope of being useful to him. There was nothing effeminate in Savile. His energy of purpose and depth of thought forbade the idea. Still, there was something that appeared to require kindness and support. His delicate health, of which he took no care, demanded feminine attentions. His careless reliance upon the uprightness of others and total self-oblivion often hurried him to the brink of dangers, and though fearlessness and integrity were at hand to extricate him, Edward, who knew his keen sensibility and repressed quickness of temper, was not without fear that on so delicate a mission his ardent feelings might carry him beyond the mark, and that, endeavoring to serve a woman whom he loved with enthusiastic adoration, he might rouse the angry passions of her husband. With such feelings, the cousins crossed the Atlantic and arrived at New York. Thence they proceeded to the west of America, and passing Lodore and his daughter on the road without knowing it, arrived at the Illinois after their departure. They were astonished to find that Mr. Fitzhenry, as he was named to them, had broken up his establishment, sold his farm, and departed with the intention of returning to Europe. What this change might portend they could not guess. Whether it were the result of any communication with Lady Lodore, whether a reconciliation was under discussion, or whether it were occasioned by caprice merely, they could not tell. At any rate, it seemed to put an end to Savile's mediation. If Lodore returned to England, it was probable that Cornelia would herself make an exertion to have her child restored to her. Whether he could be of any use was problematical, but untimely interference was to be deprecated. Events must be left to take their own course. Savile was scarcely himself aware how glad he was to escape any kind of intercourse with the husband of Cornelia. This feeling, however, unacknowledged, became paramount with him. Now that Lodore was about to leave America, he wished to linger in it. He planned a long tour through the various states. He studied their laws and customs. He endeavored to form a just estimate of the institutions of the New World and their influence on those governed by them. Edward had little sympathy in these pursuits. He was eager to return to London, and felt more inclined to take his gun and shoot in the forest than to mingle in the society of the various towns. This difference of taste caused the cousins at various times to separate. Savile was at Washington when Villiers made a journey to the borders of Canada, to the falls of the Niagara, and returned by New York, a portion of the United States which his cousin avoided visiting until Lodore should have quitted it. Thus it was that a strange combination of circumstances brought Villiers into contact with this unfortunate nobleman, and made him a witness of and a participator in the closing scene of his disastrous and wasted life. Villiers did not sympathize in his cousin's admiration of Cornelia, and was easily won to take a deep interest in the fortunes of her husband. The very aspect of Lodore commanded attention. His voice entered the soul. Ill-starred and struck by calamity, he rose majestically from the ruin around him, and seemed to defy fate. The first thought that struck Villiers was, how could Lady Lodore desert such a man? How pitifully degraded must she be who preferred the throng of fools to the society of so matchless a being. The gallantry with which he rushed to his fate, his exultation in the prospect of redeeming his honor, his melting tenderness towards his daughter, filled Villiers with respect and compassion. It was all over now. Lodore was dead. His passions, his wrongs, his errors slept with him in the grave. He had departed from the busy stage, never to be forgotten, yet to be seen no more. Lodore was dead, and Cornelia was free. Her husband had alluded to the gladness with which she would welcome liberty, and Villiers knew that there was another also whose heart would rejoice and open itself at once to the charming visitation of permitted love. Villiers sighed to think that Savile would marry the beautiful widow, but he did not doubt that this event would take place. Having seen that Ethel was in kind hands, and learnt the satisfactory arrangements made for her return to England, he hastened to join his cousin and to convey the astounding intelligence. Savile's generous disposition prevented exultation and subdued joy. Still, the prospect of future happiness became familiar to him, shadowed only by the fear of not obtaining the affections of her he so fervently loved. For, strange to say, Savile was diffident to a fault. He could not imagine any qualities in himself to attract a beautiful and fashionable woman. His hopes were slight, his thoughts timid. The pain of eternal division was replaced by the gentler anxieties of love, and he returned to England, scarcely daring to expect that crown to his desires, which seemed too high an honor too dear a blessing for earthly love to merit. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Section 22 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley, Volume 2, Chapter 4. Ma la fede degli amanti e come la roba fenice che via sia ciascun lo dice ma dove sia nessun lo sa. Metastasio. Meanwhile, Lady Lodore had been enduring the worst miseries of ill-fated love. The illness of Lady Santerre, preceding her death, had demanded all her time, and she nursed her with exemplary patience and kindness. During her midnight watchings and solitary days, she had full time to feel how deep a wound her heart had received. The figure and countenance of her absent friend haunted her in spite of every effort, and when death hovered over the pillow of her mother, she clung with mad desperation to the thought that there was still one, when this parent should be gone, to love her, even though she never saw him more. Lady Santerre died. After the first burst of natural grief, Cornelia began to reflect that Lord Lodore might now imagine that every obstacle to their reconciliation was removed. She had looked upon her husband as her enemy and injurer. She had regarded him with indignation and fear, but now she hated him. Strong aversion had sprung up during the struggles of passion in her bosom. She hated him as the eternal barrier between her and one who loved her with rare disinterestedness. The human heart must desire happiness. In spite of every effort at resignation, it must aspire to the fulfillment of its wish. Lord Lodore was the cause why she was cut off from it forever. He had foreseen that this feeling, this combat, this misery would be her doom in the deserted situation she chose for herself. She had laughed his fears to scorn. Now she abhorred him the more for having divined her destiny. While she banished the pleasant thoughts of love, she indulged in the poisoned ones of hate, and while she resisted each softer emotion as a crime, she opened her heart to the bitterest resentment as a permitted solace, nor was she aware that thus she redoubled all her woes. It was under the influence of these feelings that she had written to Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry that harsh, decided letter which Lodore received at New York. The intelligence of his violent death came as an answer to her expressions of implacable resentment. A pang of remorse stung her when she thought how she had emptied the vials of her wrath on a head which had so soon after been laid low forever. The double loss of husband and mother caused Lady Lodore to seclude herself, not in absolute solitude, but in the agreeable retreat of friendly society. She was residing near Brighton when Savile returned from America, and with a heart beating high with its own desires, again beheld the mistress of his affections. His delicate nature caused him to respect the weeds she wore, even though they might be termed a mockery. They were the type of her freedom and his hopes, yet as the tokens of death they were to be respected. He saw her more beautiful than ever, more courted, more waited on, and he half despaired. How could he, the abstracted student, the man of dreams, the sensitive and timid invalid, ensnare the fancy of one formed to adorn the circles of wealth and fashion? Thus it was that Savile and Cornelia were further off than ever, when they imagined themselves most near. Neither of them could afterwards comprehend what divided them, or why, when each would have died for the other's sake, cobweb barriers should have proved inextricable, and wherefore, after weathering every more stormy peril, they should perish beneath the influence of a summer breeze. The pride of Cornelia's heart, hid by the artificial courtesies of society, was a sentiment resolved, confirmed, active, and far beyond her own control. The smallest opposition appeared rebellion to her majesty of will, while her own caprices, her own desires, were sacred decrees. She was too haughty to admit of discussion, too firmly entrenched in a sense of what was due to her, not to start indignantly from remonstrance. It is true, all this was but a painted veil. She was tremblingly alive to censure, and wholly devoted to the object of her attachment. But Savile was unable to understand these contradictions. His modesty led him to believe that he of all men was least calculated to excite love in a woman's bosom. He saw in Cornelia a beautiful creation to admire and adore, but he was slow to perceive the tenderness of soul which her disposition made her anxious to conceal, and he was conscious of no qualities in himself that could entitle him to a place in her affections. Except that he loved her, what merit had he? And the interests of his affection he was willing to sacrifice at the altar of her wishes, though his life should be the oblation necessary to ensure their accomplishment. This is not the description of true love on either side, for to be perfect, that sentiment ought to exist through the entireness of mutual sympathy and trust, but not the less did their passionate attachment engross the minds of both. All might have been well indeed had the lovers been left to themselves, but friends and relations interfered to mar and to destroy. The sisters of Savile accused Lady Lodore of encouraging and intending to marry the Marquis of C. Savile instantly resolved to be no obstacle in the way of her ambition. Cornelia was fired with treble indignation to perceive that he at once conceded the place to his rival. One word or a look of gentleness would have changed this, but she resolved to vanquish by other arms, and to force him to show some outward sign of jealousy and resentment. Savile had a natural dignity of mind, founded on simplicity of heart and directness of purpose. Cornelia knew that he loved her. On that his claim rested. All that might be done to embellish and elevate her existence he would study to achieve, but he could not enter into nor understand the puerile fancies of a spoiled beauty. And while she was exerting all her powers and succeeded in fascinating a crowd of flatterers, she saw Savile apart, abstracted from such vanities, pursuing a silent course, ready to approach her when her attention was disengaged, but at no time making one among her ostentatious admirers. There was no moment of her life in which Cornelia did not fully appreciate her lover's value, and her own good fortune in having inspired him with a serious and faithful attachment. But she imagined that this must be known and acknowledged, and that to ask any demonstration of gratitude was ungenerous and tyrannical. An untaught girl could not have acted with more levity and wilfulness. It was worse when she found that she was accused of encouraging a wealthier and more illustrious rival. She disdained to exculpate herself from the charge of such low ambition, but rather furnished new grounds for accusation, and in the arrogance of conscious power smiled at the pettiness of the attempts made to destroy her influence. Proud in the belief that she could in an instant dispel the clouds she had conjured athwart her heaven, she cared not how ominously the thunder muttered, nor how dark and portentous lowered the threatening storm. It came when she least expected it. Convinced of the fallacy of his confidence, made miserable by her caprices, agonized by the idea that he only lingered to add another trophy to his rival's triumph, Savile, who was always impetuous and precipitate, suddenly quitted England. This was a severe blow at first, but soon Cornelia smiled at it. He would return. He must. The sincerity of their mutual preference would overcome the petty obstacles of time and distance. She never felt more sure of his devotion than now, and she looked so happy and spoke so gaily that those who were more ready to discern indifference than love in her sentiments assured the absent Savile that Lady Lodore rejoiced at his absence, as having shaken off a burthen and got rid of an impediment which in spite of herself was a clog to her brilliant career. The trusting love that painted her face in smiles was a traitor to itself, and while she rose each day in the belief that the one was near at hand which would bring her lover before her, dearer and more attached than ever, she was in reality at work in defacing the whole web of life, and substituting dark, blank, and sad disappointment for the images of light and joy with which her fancy painted it. Savile had been gone 5 months. It was strange that he did not return, and she began to ponder upon how she must unbend, and what demonstration she must make to attract him again to her side. The Marquis of C. was dismissed, and she visited the daughters of Lord Maristow to learn what latest news they had received of their brother. "Do you know, Lady Lodore," said Sophia Savile, "that this is Horatio's wedding day? It is too true. We regret it, because he weds a foreigner, but there is no help now. He is married." Had sudden disease seized on the framework of her body, and dissolved and scattered with poisonous influence and unutterable pains the atoms that composed it, Lady Lodore would have been less agonized, less terrified. 1,000 daggers were at once planted in her bosom. Savile was false, married, divided from her forever. She was stunned, scarcely understanding the meaning of the phrases addressed to her, and unable to conceal her perturbation. She replied at random, and hastened to shorten her visit. But no interval of doubt or hope was afforded. The words she had heard were concise, true to their meaning, and all-sufficing. Her heart died within her. What had she done? Was she the cause? She longed to learn all the circumstances that led to this hasty marriage, and whether inconstancy or resentment had impelled him to the fatal act. Yet wherefore ask these things? It was over. The scene was closed. It were little worth to analyze the poison she had imbibed, since she was past all mortal cure. Her first resolve was to forget, never, never to think of the false one more. But her thoughts never wandered from his image, and she was eternally busied in retrospection and conjecture. She was tempted at one time to disbelieve the intelligence, and to consider it as a piece of malice on the part of Miss Savile. Then the common newspaper told her that at the ambassador's house at Naples, the Honourable Horatio Savile had married Clorinda, daughter of the Principe Villamarina, a Neapolitan nobleman of the highest rank. It was true, therefore. And how was it true? Did he love his bride? Why else marry? Had he forgotten his tenderness towards her? Alas! It needed not forgetting. It was a portion of past time, fleeting as time itself. It had been borne away with the hours as they passed, and remembered as a thing which had been, and was no more. The reveries of love which for months had formed all her occupation were a blank, or rather to be replaced by the agonies of despair. Her native haughtiness forsook her. She was alone and desolate, hedged in on all sides by insuperable barriers which shut out every glimpse of hope. She was humbled in her own eyes through her want of success, and heartily despised herself and all her caprices and vanities, which had led her to this desert and then left her to pine. She detested her position in society, her mechanism of being, and every circumstance, self-inherent or adventitious, that attended her existence. All seemed to her sick fancy so constructed as to ensure disgrace, desertion, and contempt. She lay down each night feeling as if she could never endure to raise her head on the morrow. The unkindness and cruelty of her lover's conduct next presented themselves to her contemplation. She had suffered much during the past years, more than she had ever acknowledged even to herself. She had suffered of regret and sorrow while she brooded over her solitary position and the privation of every object on whom she might bestow affection. She had had nothing to hope. Savile had changed all this. He had banished her cares and implanted hope in her heart. Now again his voice recalled the evils, his hand crushed the newborn expectation of happiness. He was the cause of every ill, and the adversity, which she had endured proudly and with fortitude while it seemed the work of fate, grew more bitter and heavy when she felt that it arose through the agency of one whose kind affection and guardianship she had fondly believed would hereafter prove a blessing sent as from heaven itself be to the star of her life. This fit passed off. With struggles and relapses she wore down the first gush of sorrow, and her disposition again assumed force over her. She had found it difficult to persuade herself, in spite of facts, that she was not loved, but it was easy, once convinced of the infidelity of her lover, to regard him with indifference. She now regretted lost happiness, but Savile was no longer regretted. She wept over the vanished forms of delight lately so dear to her, but she remembered that he who had called them into life had driven them away. And she smiled in proud scorn of his fleeting and unworthy passion. It was not to this love that she had made so tender and lavish a return. She had loved his constancy, his devotion, his generous solicitude for her welfare, for the happiness which she bestowed on him, and for the sympathy that so dearly united them. These were fled, and it were vain to consecrate herself to an empty and deformed mockery of so beautiful a truth. Then she tried to hate him, to despise and to lessen him in her own estimation. The attempt recoiled on herself. The recollection of his worth stole across her memory to frustrate her vain endeavors. His voice haunted, his expressive eyes beamed on her. It were better to forget. Indifference was her only refuge, and to attain this she must wholly banish his image from her mind. Cornelia was possessed of wonderful firmness of purpose. It had carried her on so long unharmed, and now that danger was at hand, it served effectually to defend her. She rose calm and free above unmerited disaster. She grew proud of the power she found that she possessed of conquering the most tyrannical of passions. Peace entered her soul, and she hailed it as a blessing. The clause in her husband's will which deprived her of the guardianship of her daughter had been forgotten during this crisis. Before, under the supposition that she should marry, she had deferred taking any step to claim her. The idea of a struggle to be made, unassisted, unadvised, and unshielded, was terrible. She had not courage to encounter all the annoyances that might ensue. To get rid for a time of the necessity of action and reflection, she went abroad. She changed the scene, she traveled from place to place. She gave herself up in the solitude of continental journeys to the whole force of contending passions, now overcome by despair and again repressing regret, asserting to herself the lofty pride of her nature. By degrees she recovered a healthier tone of mind. A distant and faint yet genuine sense of duty dawned upon her, and she began to think on what her future existence was to depend and how she could best secure some portion of happiness. Her heart once again warmed towards the image of her daughter, and she felt that in watching the development of her mind, and leading her to love and depend on her, a new interest and real pleasure might spring up in life. She reproached herself for having so long, by silence and passive submission, given scope to the belief that she was willing to be a party against herself in the injustice of Lodore, and she returned to England with the intention of instantly enforcing her rights over her child, and taking to her bosom and to her fondest care the little being whose affection and gratitude was to paint her future life with smiles. She called to mind Lady Santerre's worldly maxims and her own experience. She knew that the first step to success is the appearance of prosperity and power. To command the good wishes and aid of her friends, she must appear independent of them. She was earnest, therefore, to hide the wounds her heart had received, and the real loathing with which she regarded all things. She arrayed herself in smiles, and banished far below, into the invisible recesses of her bosom, the contempt and disgust with which she viewed the scene around her. She returned to England. She appeared at the height of the season, in the midst of society, as beautiful, as charming, as happy in look and manner as in her days of light-hearted enjoyment. She paused yet a moment longer to reflect on what step she had better take on first enforcing her claim, but her mind was full of its intention, and set upon the fulfilment. At this time, but a few days after her arrival in London, she went to the opera. She heard the name of Fitzhenry called in the lobby. She saw and recognized Mrs. Elizabeth, the venerable sister Bessie, so little altered, that time might be said to have touched but not trenched her homely, kindly face. With her, in attendance on her, she beheld Horatio Savile's favourite cousin, the gay and fashionable Edward Villiers. It was strange. Her curiosity was strongly excited. It had not long to languish. The next morning Villiers called and was readily admitted. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4.
Section 23 of Lodore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lodore by Mary Shelley. Volume 2, Chapter 5. And as good lost is seld or never found. Shakespeare. Lady Lodore and Villiers met for the first time since Horatio Savile's marriage. Neither were exactly aware of what the other knew or thought. Cornelia was ignorant how far her attachment to his cousin was known to him, whether he shared the general belief in her worldly coquetry, or what part he might have had in occasioning their unhappy separation. She could not indeed see him without emotion. He had been Lodore's second, and received the last dying breath of him who had in her brightest youth selected her from the world to share his fortunes. Those days were long past, yet as she grew older, disappointed, and devoid of pleasurable interest in the present, she often turned her thoughts backward and wondered at the part she had acted. Similar feelings were in Edward's mind. He was prejudiced against her in every way. He despised her worldly calculations, as reported to him, and rejoiced in their failure. He believed these reports and despised her. Yet he could not see her without being moved at once with admiration and pity. The moonlit hill and tragic scene in which he had played his part came vividly before his eyes. He had been struck by the nobleness of Lodore's appearance, the sensibility that sat on his countenance, his gentle yet dignified manners. Ethel's idolatry of her father had confirmed the favorable prepossession. He could not help compassionating Cornelia for the loss of her husband, forgetting for the moment their separation. Then again recurred to him the eloquent appeals of Savile, his eulogiums, his fervent reverential affection. She had lost him also. Could she hold up her head after such miserable events? The evidence of the senses and the ideas of our own minds are more forcibly present than any notion we can form of the feelings of others. In spite, therefore, of his belief in her heartlessness, Villiers had pictured Cornelia attired in dismal weeds, the victim of grief. He saw her, beaming in beauty at the opera. He now beheld her, radiant in sweet smiles, in her own home. Nothing touched, nothing harmed her, and the glossy surface, he doubted not, imaged well the insensible, unimpressive soul within. Lady Lodore would have despised herself forever had she betrayed the tremor that shook her frame when Villiers entered. Her pride of sex was in arms to enable her to convince him that no regret, no pining shadowed her days. The reality was abhorrent and should never be confessed. Thus then they met, each with a whole epic of woe and death alive in their memory, but both wearing the outward appearance of frivolity and thoughtlessness. He saw her as lovely as ever and as kind. Her softest and sweetest welcome was extended to him. It was this frequent show of frank cordiality which gained her golden opinions from the many. Her haughtiness was all of the mind. A desire to please and constant association with others had smoothed the surface and painted it in the colors most agreeable to every eye. They addressed each other as if they had met but the day before. At first, a few questions and answers passed, as to where she had been on the continent, how she liked Baden, etc. And then Lady Lodore said, "Although I have not seen her for several years, I instantly recognized a relative of mine with you yesterday evening. Does Miss Fitzhenry make any stay in town?" The idea of Ethel was uppermost in Villiers' mind, and struck by the manner in which the woman of fashion spoke of her daughter, he replied, "During the season, I believe. I scarcely know. Miss Fitzhenry came up for her health. That consideration, I suppose, will regulate her movements." "She looked very well last night. Perhaps she intends to remain till she gets ill, and country air is ordered," observed Lady Lodore. "That were nothing new, at least," replied Villiers, trying to hide the disgust he felt at her mode of speaking. "The young and blooming too often protract their first season till the roses are exchanged for lilies." "If Miss Fitzhenry's roses still bloom," said the lady, "they must be perennial ones. They have surely grown more fit for a herbal than a vase." Villiers now perceived his mistake, and replied, "You are speaking of Mrs. Elizabeth Fitzhenry, as the good lady styles herself. I spoke of her niece." "Has Ethel been ill?" Lady Lodore's hurried question and the use of the Christian name as most familiar to her thoughts brought home to Villiers' heart the feeling of their near relationship. There was something more than grating. It was deeply painful to speak to a mother of a child who had been torn from her, who did not know, who had even been taught to hate her. He wished himself 100 miles off, but there was no help. He must reply. "You might have seen last night that she is perfectly recovered." Lady Lodore's imagination refused to image her child in the tall, elegant, full-formed girl she had seen, and she said, "Was Ethel with you? I did not see her. Probably she went home before the opera was over, and I only perceived your party in the crush room. You appear already intimate." "It is impossible to see Miss Fitzhenry and not to wish to be intimate," replied Villiers with his usual frankness. "I at least cannot help being deeply interested in everything that relates to her." "You are very good to take concern in my little girl. I should have imagined that you were too young yourself to like children." "Children!" repeated Villiers, much amazed. "Miss Fitzhenry! She is not a child." Lady Lodore scarcely heard him. A sudden pang had shot across her heart to think how strangers, how everyone might draw near her daughter and be interested for her, while she could not without making herself the tale of the town, the subject through the medium of newspapers for every gossip's tea-table in England, where her sentiments would be scanned and her conduct criticized, and this through the revengeful feelings of her husband prolonged beyond the grave. Tears had been gathering in her eyes during the last moments. She turned her head to hide them, and a quick shower fell on her silken dress. Quite ashamed of this self-betrayal, she exerted herself to overcome her emotion. Villiers felt awkwardly situated. His first impulse had been to rise to take her hand, to soothe her, but before he could do more than the first of these acts, as Lady Lodore fancied for the purpose of taking his leave, she said, "It is foolish to feel as I do, yet perhaps more foolish to attempt to conceal from one as well acquainted as you are with everything, that I do feel pained at the unnatural separation between me and Ethel, especially when I think of the publicity I must incur by asserting a mother's claims. I am ashamed of intruding this subject on you, but she is no longer the baby cherub I could cradle in my arms, and you have seen her lately and can tell me whether she has been well brought up, whether she seems tractable, if she promises to be pretty." "Did you not think her lovely?" cried Villiers, with animation. "You saw her last night taking my arm." "Ethel!" cried the lady. "Could that be Ethel?" "True, she is now 16. I had indeed forgot." Her cheeks became suffused with a deep blush as she remembered all the solecisms she had been committing. "She is 16," she continued, "and a woman, while I fancied a little girl in a white frock and blue sash. This alters everything. We have been indeed divided, and must now remain so for evermore. I will not injure her at her age by making her the public talk. Besides, many, many other considerations would render me fearful of making myself responsible for her future destiny." "At least," said Villiers, "she ought to wait on you." "That were beyond Lord Lodore's bond," said the lady. "And why should she wait on me? Were she impelled by affection, it were well. But this is talking very simply. We could only be acquaintance, and I would rather be nothing. I confess that I repined bitterly that I was not permitted to have my little girl, as I termed her, for my plaything and companion, but my ideas are now changed. A dear little tractable child would have been delightful, but she is a woman, with a will of her own, prejudiced against me, brought up in that vulgar America, with all kinds of strange notions and ways. Lord Lodore was quite right, I believe. He fashioned her for himself and Bessie. The worst thing that can happen to a girl is to have her prejudices and principles unhinged. No new ones can flourish like those that have grown with her growth, and mine, I fear, would differ greatly from those in which she has been educated. A few years hence she may feel the want of a friend who understands the world and who could guide her prudently through its intricacies. Then she shall find that friend in me. Now I feel convinced that I should do more harm than good." A loud knock at the street door interrupted the conversation. "One thing only I cannot endure," said the lady hastily, "to present a domestic tragedy or farce to the opera house. We must not meet in public. I shall shut up my house and return to Paris." Mere written words express little. Lady Lodore's expressions were nothing, but her countenance denoted a change of feeling, a violence of emotion, of which Villiers hardly believed her capable. But before he could reply, the servant threw open the door, and her brow immediately clearing, serenity descended on her face. With her blandest smile she extended her hand to her new visitor. Villiers was too much discomposed to imitate her, so with a silent salutation he departed, and cantered round the park to collect his thoughts before he called in Seymour Street. The ladies there were not less agitated than Lady Lodore, and displayed their feelings with the artlessness of recluses. The first words that Mrs. Elizabeth had addressed to her niece at the breakfast table were an awkwardly expressed intimation that she meant instantly to return to Longfield. Ethel looked up with a face of alarm. Her aunt continued, "I do not want to speak ill of Lady Lodore, my dear. God forgive her. That is all I can say. What your dear father thought of her, his last will testifies. I suppose you do not mean to disobey him." "His slightest word was ever a law with me," said Ethel, "and now that he is gone, I would observe his injunctions more religiously than ever. But then, my dear, there is but one thing to be done. Lady Lodore will assuredly force herself upon us, meet us at every turn, oblige you to pay her your duty, nor could you avoid it. No, my dear Ethel, there is but one escape. Your health, thank God, is restored, and Longfield is now in all its beauty. We will return tomorrow." Ethel did not reply. She looked very disconsolate. She did not know what to say. At last, "Mr. Villiers will think it so odd," dropped from her lips. "Mr. Villiers is nothing to us, my dear," said Aunt Bessie. "Not the most distant relation. He's an agreeable, good-hearted young gentleman, but there are so many in the world." Ethel left her breakfast untasted and went out of the room. She felt that she could no longer restrain her tears. "My father!" she exclaimed, while a passionate burst of weeping choked her utterance. "My only friend! Why did you leave me? Why, most cruel, desert your poor orphan child? Gracious God, to what am I reserved? I must not see my mother. A name so dear, so sweet, is for me a curse and a misery. Oh, my father, why did you desert me?" Her calm reflections were not less bitter. She did not suffer her thoughts to wander to Villiers, or rather the loss of her father was still so much the first grief of her heart, that on any new sorrow it was to this she recurred with agony. The form of her youthful mother also flitted before her, and she asked herself, "Can she be so wicked?" Lord Lodore had never uttered her name. It was not until his death had put the fatal seal on all things that she heard a garbled, exaggerated statement from her aunt, over whose benevolent features a kind of sacred horror mantled whenever she was mentioned. The will of Lord Lodore, and the stern injunction it contained that the mother and daughter should never meet, satisfied Ethel of the truth of all that her aunt said, so that, educated to obedience and deep reverence for the only parent she had ever known, she recoiled with terror from transgressing his commands and holding communication with the cause of all his ills. Still it was hard and very, very sad. Nor did she cease from lamenting her fate till Villiers' horse was heard in the street, and his knock at the door. Then she tried to compose herself. "He will surely come to us at Longfield," she thought. "Longfield will be so very stupid after London." After London! Poor Ethel! She had lived in London as in a desert, but lately it had appeared to her a city of bliss, and all places else the abode of gloom and melancholy. Villiers was shocked at the appearance of sorrow which shadowed her face, and for a moment thought that the rencounter with her mother was the sole occasion of the tears whose traces he plainly discerned. His address was full of sympathetic kindness, but when she said, "We return to-morrow to Essex. Will you come to see us at Longfield?" his soothing tones were exchanged for those of surprise and vexation. "Longfield! Impossible! Why?" "My aunt has determined on it. She thinks me recovered, and so indeed I am." "But are you to be entombed at Longfield except when dying? If so, do, pray, be ill again directly. But this must not be. Dear Mrs. Fitzhenry," he continued as she came in, "I will not hear of your going to Longfield. Look, the very idea has already thrown Miss Fitzhenry into a consumption. You will kill her. Indeed, you must not think of it." "We shall all die if we stay in town," said Mrs. Elizabeth, with perplexity at her niece's evident suffering. "Then why stay in town?" asked Villiers. "You just now said that we ought not to return to Longfield," answered the lady, "and I am sure if Ethel is to look so ill and wretched, I don't know what I am to do." "But there are many places in the world besides either London or Longfield. You were charmed with Richmond the other day. There are plenty of houses to be had there. Nothing can be prettier or more quiet." "Well, I don't know," said Aunt Bessie. "I never thought of that, to be sure. And I have business which makes our going to Longfield very inconvenient. I expect Mr. Humphreys, our solicitor, next week, and I have not seen him yet. You really think, Mr. Villiers, that we could get a house to suit us at Richmond?" "Let us drive there to-day," said Villiers. "We can dine at the Star and Garter. You can go in the Britska, I on horseback. The days are long. We can see everything, and take your house at once." This plan sounded very romantic and wild to the sober spinster, but Ethel's face, lighted up with vivid pleasure, said more in its favour than what the good lady called prudence could allege against it. "Silly people you women are," said Villiers. "You can do nothing by yourselves, and are always running against posts unless guided by others." This will make everything easy, dispel every difficulty. His thoughts recurred to Lady Lodore and her intended journey to Paris as he said this. And again they flew to a charming little villa on the river's side, whither he could ride every day and find Ethel among her flowers, alone and happy. The excursion of this morning was prosperous. The day was warm yet fresh, and as they quitted town and got surrounded by fields and hedges and trees, nature reassumed her rights and awakened transport in Ethel's heart. The boyish spirits of Villiers communicated themselves to her, and Mrs. Elizabeth smiled also, with the most exquisite complacency. A few inquiries conducted them to a pretty rural box, surrounded by a small but well laid out shrubbery, and this they engaged. The dinner at the inn, the twilight walk in its garden, the fair prospect of the rich and cultivated country, with its silvery meandering river at their feet, and the aspect of the cloudless heavens, where one or two stars silently struggled into sight amidst the pathless wastes of sky, were objects most beautiful to look on and prodigal of the sweetest emotions. The wide dark lake, the endless forests and distant mountains of the Illinois were not here, but night bestowed that appearance of solitude which habit rendered dear to Ethel, and imagination could transform wooded parks and well-trimmed meadows into bowery seclusions sacred from the foot of man, and fresh fields untouched by his hand. A few days found Ethel and her aunt installed at their little villa, and delighted to be away from London. Education made loneliness congenial to both. They might seek transient amusements in towns or visit them for business, but happiness, the agreeable tenor of unvaried daily life, was to be found in the quiet of the country only. And Richmond was the country to them, for, cut off from all habits of intercourse with their species, they had but to find trees and meadows near them, at once to feel transported from the thick of human life into the most noiseless solitude. Ethel was very happy. She rose in the morning with a glad and grateful heart, and gazed from her chamber window, watching the early sunbeams as they crept over the various parts of the landscape, visiting with light and warmth each open field or embowered nook. Her bosom overflowed with the kindest feelings, and her charmed senses answered the tremulous beating of her pure heart, bidding it enjoy. How beautiful did earth appear to her! There was a delight and a sympathy in the very action of the shadows, as they pranked the sunshiny ground with their dark and fluctuating forms. The leafy boughs of the tall trees waved gracefully, and each wind of heaven wafted 1,000 sweets. A magic spell of beauty and bliss held in one bright chain the whole harmonious universe, and the soul of the enchantment was love, simple, girlish, unacknowledged love, the love of the young feminine heart, which feels itself placed, all bleakly and dangerously, in a world scarce formed to be its home, and which plumes itself with love to fly to the covert and natural shelter of another's protecting care. Ethel did not know, did not fancy that she was in love, nor did any of the throes of passion disturb the serenity of her mind. She only felt that she was very, very happy, and that Villiers was the kindest of human beings. She did not give herself up to idleness and reverie. The first law of her education had been to be constantly employed. Her studies were various. They, perhaps, did not sufficiently tend to invigorate her understanding, but they sufficed to prevent every incursion of listlessness. Meanwhile, during each, the thought of Villiers strayed through her mind like a heavenly visitant, to gild all things with sunny delight. Sometime during the day he was nearly sure to come, or at least she was certain of seeing him on the morrow, and when he came, their boatings and their rides were prolonged, while each moment added to the strength of the ties that bound her to him. She relied on his friendship, and his society was as necessary to her life as the air she breathed. She so implicitly trusted to his truth that she was unaware that she trusted at all, never making a doubt about it. That chance or time should injure or break off the tie was a possibility that never suggested itself to her mind. As the silver Thames traversed in silence and beauty the landscape at her feet, so did love flow through her soul in one even and unruffled stream, the great law and emperor of her thoughts, yet more felt from its influence than from any direct exertion of its power. It was the result and the type of her sensibility, of her constancy, of the gentle yet lively sympathy it was her nature to bestow with guileless confidence. Those around her might be ignorant that her soul was imbued with it, because, being a part of her soul, there was small outward demonstration. None, indeed, near her thought anything about it. Aunt Bessie was a tyro in such matters, and Villiers, he had resolved when he perceived love on her side to retreat forever, till then he might enjoy the dear delight that her society afforded him. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Linda Johnson.